Thomas to that's John. He starts with a no ball.
That's a bad omen.
Yes, Thomas, who tends to have that problem with the front crease, not starting well at all.
I think that could be his fourth no ball, Roland. Yeah.
An opportunity here to look at the approach of Ryan John. 71, 103 balls yesterday, 198 minutes, 6 fours and 3 sixes. Kenneth Demba is at the non-striker's end, 18 from 28 with 1-4. Thomas to John. John is struck on the pad, and there's still a quick single.
Well, that's really stealing.
No signals. It's a bit of edge on that. So one more to John. His first run today, 72. 365.
It's been a decent partnership because they came together when Denver came in. It was what 333.
Yes,
so
sets for 333. Yes, so they've put on 33, and well, an opportunity for John to see if he can get to 3 figures. He's at the non-strikers end. Thomas to Demba. A play and a miss outside off stump. Bounce still very much in play. Good carry on that delivery to. Don't think that's Hamilton. That looks like Andrews come back with the gloves.
Yes, I think he went off with a hand injury. The left hand was held close to the thigh when he walked off. But we haven't had a respect. Maybe we should try and get some indication because there are people in the Leewards would like to know. Everyone would like to know.
Thomas to Denver. A little wide of off stump. And the right-hander does not play. So let's give you the rest of the bowling figures. Azari Joseph, 19 overs, 3 maidens, not for 97. Disappointing for the West Indies player. Graves, 14 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 52. Cameron Pennyfeather, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 45. Karima Gore, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 19. That was yesterday's work. This is over number 1 of day 2. Thomas to Demba. Again, wide of off stump. And doesn't play. The Volcanoes scorecard. Solazano, 6. Pascal, 25. Kavem Hodge, 9. Atanais, 13. Ambris, 35. Shadrach Descat, 119. His figures, 188 balls, 338 minutes, 17 fours. Benjamin, LBW Pennyfeather, 30. John, overnight, 71. Denver, overnight, 18. Bright sunshine at Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. Thomas to Denver. Again, outside off. And no shot from Demba.
Looking back at Azari's figures, I certainly felt that his first spell from the pavilion and he bowled with a lot of luck. It was a very good combination going with Thomas picking up the wickets, but I think Azari was a little unlucky in that spell, at least not to have picked up a wicket or two. There were a number of inside edges, etc.
Yes, very much so. Bowled without luck. Thomas to Demba. Hit on the pad here as he's able to survive the over. So the first over of day 2, 366 for 7. Thomas starting the day.
You know, when you read the scorecard, although the overnight position of 364 for 7 looks impressive, there is a worry still in the Windward scalp because when you read it, Lozano 6, Pascal looked good in 25, but really should go on. Hodge 9, Atenas 13. The recovery started with Ambrose getting 35. So the problem with the Windward's top orders still exists.
Absolutely. Particularly with the two guys who have been in maroon. They didn't contribute.
And one who's got 100 already for the year.
Yes.
Much.
And a case where you're coming back from the international level, you need to dominate this lower level.
Definitely. And a couple of players have done that, like Imlach, for example, has, and many others have looked the part.
Joseph to start the second over of the day to John. And John squaring up, but in defense behind it. Playing back to Joseph. Joseph was unlucky, as we said. In fact, I was just reviewing the stream from yesterday, this morning, and a number of occasions we saw Joseph going past the bat. In fact, on one occasion to Pascal, he beat the outside edge, then the inside edge, and was just not able to find that edge. With the first new ball, he's got the second one now. Joseph to John. John is hurriedly forward.
And he's right on target, Joseph. He's forcing John to play. Two slips in a gully. They have taken away the third slip. They've gotten a little more defensive. They don't want the Windwards to add too many runs.
Joseph.
Few people watching.
John looking to bat maybe all morning. Play and a miss outside off. Maybe John suggesting that he pulled the bat away at the last moment, but a good delivery.
Yeah, Zari might have a different interpretation. But it's been a hard day yesterday for him. Things didn't go all that right. And I think the Leeward was saying, well, we really should have pushed on from lunch at 97 for 4. But the batting was good in the middle order.
So 2 slips in a gully. Third man extra cover mid-off. Joseph to John. On target. John is across his stumps. Playing to mid-off. On the onside is also mid-on. He's got a deep backward square leg and a long leg. So potentially we can see some short stuff. In fact, we saw Joseph yesterday going short at the other end. And John taking the challenge and hooking and going all the way for 6.
Yes.
Let's see his approach this morning as Joseph comes into him. On target, playing defensively back to the ball.
It's been a fine exhibition of bowling the right line. He hasn't wasted a delivery this morning. Maybe not bowling all that now, but forcing John to play at each and every ball.
Yes, and John, you think the rest of the innings depending on him in terms of its productivity, its longevity. We'll have to see how he manages that. Joseph to John. Beaten outside the off stump, but genuine play and miss. What a lovely delivery. And luck continues to elude Joseph at the end of a good over. His first for the morning. 366 for 7. John 72, Denver on 18.
We can just maybe update the situation in the other matches. Trinidad, well, there was some rain in Antigua. They ended hoping to win this title after a long drought of years, 129 for 6. They were in deep trouble, but De Silva and Power added a very important partnership. They are both undefeated. Guyana, 265 for 5. They lost some ground towards the end. Anderson, 100, undefeated. Twisted ankle, he went off to come back. Nandu got 61. And Barbados bowled out the CCC for 262. Young Evelyn made 100 with his mother and father watching. He's Barbadian. And Barbados at 29 without loss.
And the hundreds continue in the regional 4-day. We had what, some 3 yesterday?
2,100 so far.
Yes. So interesting to see maybe what's accounting for that. Some suggesting it's the ball that is producing those different results outside off stump. Thomas too wide of off stump. So we had Descott getting 100 yesterday right here. And you indicated in the other games we had the 100, the Barbadian young man with his parents watching.
Yeah.
And Evelyn, and who was the other one?
Anderson.
So 3 yesterday, so 21 in all.
Yep.
So far. And this is just round number 4. Good for regional batsmanship, good preparation for the series against the Aussies. And of course, work for the selectors in terms of sifting through these hundreds to separate as Thomas sends Denver back. So a lot of hundreds being scored, Reds.
Yes, and
so the selectors would have all of that in the pot and look for them in terms of sifting through to see how does that read out now to picking the West Indies team.
Looking forward to the kind of squad they're going to pick against South Africa. A lot of young players have waved their hands as the selectors, and I hope that they're not trying to two pots, prepare for Australia and prepare for Pakistan, by including maybe some potential test players.
Thomas is wide of off stump, but bowls a no ball.
So we'll see whether all the young talent will be exposed. But the South African A comes at a good time. I was hoping that the West Indies would have had a couple of A tours away. Right now, the only thing scheduled is a South African A tour. Here's hoping that South Africa brings a very strong A team. South African cricket is by nature very strong.
Thomas to Denver. Plays back into the offside. No run. Just a feel of those hundreds, Reds, prior to the start of this 4th round. So Jason Mohammed, 300s. Jonathan Drake.
Earlier yesterday, only got into the 30s, I think.
Yes, so 2 from Jonathan Drakes, 2 from Joshua Da Silva. In fact, Joshua Da Silva, 2 in the same game.
Yep, against the Leewards.
Against the Leewards. And John Campbell 1, Greg Brathwaite 1, which he converted into a double.
Elemak, I think, 1.
Cephas Cooper getting 1. Thomas to Demba. Difficult delivery, maybe hit on the glove. And ball being picked up. More hundreds. Jermaine Blackwood 1. Vadim Henry, who's in this game, he got 1 as well. Back together with his opening partner, on over 200, Mikhail Louis. Tavim Hodge 1. Jeet Bully also getting 100. 1 for Kevin Anderson, Carlton Bowen Tucker also raising his bat. So did Kyle Corbin. And nice to see all those hundreds. Thomas to Demba. Good diving work by the aforementioned Mikhail Louis in the gully. And there is no run. Well, that's not Mikhail Louis. That's number 35.
I think that's the substitute.
The substitute.
Yeah. The left arm spinner. He has played also for Holland. But just check to see if.
So Durham. Yep. He's the man. Of course,
on his way.
Substituting for Hamilton, who's not behind the stumps. Back of a length goes Thomas to complete the 3rd over of the morning. His 2nd. And the score, the latest at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground, 367 for 7.
And Kenneth Demba has played his role well for the Windwards. He hasn't gotten carried away. He appreciates what his role ought to be, that the attack, when it is available, should come from Ray John. He is there just to try and rotate the strike, put the bad ball away, but fully understand that his job is, in fact, to stay there. So they have moved from 364 for 7 to 367 for 7.
Zari Joseph will continue. 2 slips and a gully in support for him. To Ryan John. John will get a single, although he's thinking of a second. It's not on. One more to the total, 368 for 7.
Just to come back to the hundreds, the 100 by Anderson yesterday, wasn't that be a second 100? I think he got 100 in the first game, but we can check that later.
Kevlon Anderson, yes, he picked up, yes, that would be his second 100. He did get 101 in a previous game. And just a little more on the batting statistics. Hall, of course, compliments Roland Cox, our very efficient statistician. Jason Mohammed at the top of the tree. We're talking after round 3, outside the off stump. That's Demba as Joseph goes on that area. So Jason Mohammed, 483 runs, 300s, including a high score of 204, not out. Guess his average, Reds.
Well, I know he's 38 years of age for sure. His average is what?
Yes, he's 38 years of age. 241.5. My word.
Had a failure yesterday, so it's come down a bit.
Joseph to Denver. Again, bitten outside the off stump. Oh, the luck continuing not to go the way of Joseph. Good delivery, touching on about the off stump and seaming away and going past the edge. Jonathan Drake's 373 runs.
No, he's knocking for an 18th place.
So that's number 2. John Campbell. Potential comeback there for the Jamaican. 299 runs.
But not playing in this game, unfortunately.
100, 250s, average of 59.8. Joseph to Demba. Straighter delivery, played up to mid-on. And there's no run. Craig Brathwaite, 290 runs. He's at number 4 in the aggregates. 100. In fact, it was a double, as we said, 212. Then Cephas Cooper of the TNT Red Force, 263 runs. He's got 100 and 250s, average 65.75.
I think his first failure was yesterday.
So that's the top 5. And to be balanced, we'll have to talk about the bowling as well.
Yep.
It's a batsman's game, but bowling is important. Shot every difficult one over the keeper. And we'll go into the boundary behind him for 4 runs.
Came off the glove.
Well, ancient situation there by Denver. A case of maybe coming off the glove as he looked to take evasive action. The ball sailing over the keeper's head and into the boundary for 4. Well, some assistance coming out. Yes, Denver picking the right hand, suggesting that it came off of the glove. So he goes to 22, but he's feeling the pain coming out of that. 372 for 7.
Now, we saw this lady, as you said, coming out to give assistance to Denver. And we wondered where she was from. Well, she's working for the Windwards. Cheyenne Oliver. And she comes from Petit Martinique. She tells me I'm from Petit Martinique and I'm a Grenadian. But that Oliver just brings me back to the very early stages of West Indies cricket. Because Oliver came from St. Vincent.
Mm-hmm.
He went to England before we had the status in 28. He was so good that Derbyshire gave him a county contract. From Grenada, there was Mignot, who also played well, but didn't get a contract. But we are told that had we had test status then, both Oliveira and Mignot would have played.
Indeed. So nice to see the Miss Oliver assisting both sides, Reds.
Yes, yes. She's got a contract with both sides.
Yes, yes. And of course, we saw her coming out yesterday administering the concussion test to, I think it was Pascal, who might have been hit on the helmet. And so nice to see that assistance being rendered. But Oliver brings to my mind the surname, Reds. Wasn't there an Olivier that was at the OECS Sports Desk?
Yes.
Have succeeded you when you?
Yes, he replaced me there.
Indeed, indeed.
Michael Oliver.
Michael Oliver. Outside off stump.
He was also an outstanding track coach and did a lot of good work in Jamaica.
Indeed. So at the end of the fourth over of the morning, the Volcanoes going a bit slowly, but they have not lost for the wicket. They're 372 for 7.
Yes, the unlucky Joseph. I mean, we talked about him having some bad luck in the first spell. And this is another example of beating the bat. I mean, for example, that delivery that went for 4, that could have easily dropped into the hands of the keeper.
Very much so. Thomas poised on 4 wickets. And this is Thomas's his goal 16 overs, so this is his 17th. He's gonna bowl to John. Outside off stump, John plays inside of it. And it goes low to Joel Andrew. Coxie, I'm not sure if you can get that. In which over did Thomas pick up his 4th wicket? Because that was early in his spell. And he has had to
Solozano, I think,
toil quite a bit. In fact, it was the wicket of Ambris that he had LBW in a comeback spell, the first delivery of that spell. It was the 30th. What over number for him? If you can get that to us. Thomas to John. John is forward. Covers up. And there's no run. So we gave you the batting, a number of hundreds. We've also had good performances with the ball. After the first 3 rounds, Gary Pierre is the man who's at the top of the tree. 26 wickets. Best of 8 for 27. Also an incredible average, 8.73. Number 2, Rakeem Cornwall, 17 wickets. Virasamy Permaul, 16. All these men have played 3 games. Joshua Bishop, 14 wickets. Thomas to John. John with a big swish, a wide delivery, not making contact. Jomel Warrican, 2 games, 13 wickets. Yannick Correa, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, 3 games, 13 wickets. Shyam Holder, 12 wickets from 3 games. Number 7, Darrell Cyrus, who's here, Windward Volcanoes, 11 wickets. And Akeem Jordan from CCC, 11 wickets.
Cyrus got a 5er?
Yeah, Cyrus, 5 for 71. Thomas to John. John drives airborne over the extra cover out towards the boundary and into it for 4. So the first flurry of aggression from the right-hander, taking his tally to 77 and the team's total to 376.
You showed all the intentions in this over to try and attack outside the off stump, but that was a lot better judgment. It was right pitched up and looking for the drive and really expressing himself for the first time this morning in relation to how he batted yesterday. But that should do his confidence a lot of good. 67 he is. 7 for 367.
Thomas to John. John, it's a no ball. Plays forward. And we'll stay on 77, but the score will go up by 1. 377 for 7. Thomas picking up that fourth wicket in over number 9. So he has gone 7 overs. This is his 8th over without taking a wicket.
And it might be good for us to concentrate on his long spell. How many overs and what was in fact his tally at that time? Because he just continued bowling.
Yes, he had 8 overs straight. I recall that from yesterday. Thomas to John. Wide of off stump, lets it go.
Yes, you know, when I think of a no ball, something just flashes me back. And I wouldn't call the name of the West Indies batsman, but playing against England, off a no ball, got run out.
Yes, quite embarrassing. That yeah, you should be.
You don't know if it was a mix-up in the call, but you know, you don't normally run off a no ball.
Yeah, well, that possibility is always there, right? With the potential of, you know, you go in for the run. It's always the potential of being run out. Delivery that's played and missed. The appeal going up. Umpire confirming it was in fact a play and a miss, but another good delivery as Thomas going past the bat of John to complete the over. 377 for 7.
That could be too far from the outside edge. I mean, the appeal was good, but not strong. There was, you know, sometimes you need to convince the umpire. And played well forward. The keeper led the appeal, but confidently, no response from the umpire. Umpire is a fire officer in Guyana. Dyson Butler is probably now a professional umpire.
Yes, I would think so. We see him turning up regularly in regional games, both red ball and white ball.
Yes, I think he recently been an ICC appointment. I saw him running outside of not outside of my home, but running up towards Rosalie
This morning?
yesterday morning.
Okay. Keeping a certain level of fitness.
Well, I think there is a fitness level you must maintain.
Right. Of course, the level of concentration is important. To stay out there, concentrating throughout the 90 overs in the day. And important to keep in shape. Very much in shape is Joseph, who's coming in to John. To Denver, correction. It's wide of off stump. So the score remains 377 for 7.
Larry Joseph will say, how can I be none for 101 in 21.1, where I've beaten the bat at least a dozen times?
Yes, and it's just the nature of the game. He's could well have had 4 or even 5 wickets.
Yeah.
For those deliveries that he has sent down. Sometimes I guess it's your day, sometimes it's not. It's been 2 days that have not gone his way, again beating the bat. Outside of Denver, maybe suggesting that he played inside of that. And so the toll continues for Joseph.
Yes, there's say, you know, every day is fishing day, but not every day is catching day.
And Joseph has not caught a thing in his 21 overs so far. But he's plugging away, and that is credit to him.
And it's an encouraging track for a fast bowler. It's not a bad flat wicket.
Joseph to Denver. A difficult delivery, but there's no short leg. And again, the frustration there for Joseph, because had there been one, this was going to be a lollipop of a catch.
Yep, and you could maybe put that question to the captain at some time, because if Azari Joseph is going to be with a half shine ball at this time, and he's going to, big one in short, you've got to have a forward short leg.
But to be honest, Reds, I think it would be a joint decision between Joseph and Cornwall. So I think Joseph would have agreed for no short leg, but it's a little baffling that with the bounciness of the track, that he's not giving himself this additional option to take a wicket.
And we had a short leg yesterday.
Still no short leg. Joseph comes in. Full delivery, looking to go for the stumps, but squeezed out by Demba. Across his stumps, it remains 377 for 7.
He got a bit square there.
Certainly did. So, Joseph and Cornwall, we have to say, continuing without the short leg. So does that mean, Reds, that it's a little strange because we do have 2 men back for the hook. And you would think that, the short ball is going to come.
Yep.
Joseph to Demba is squared up, but plays effectively in the end. 2-bit wicket.
End up running across the crease.
But I think he'll say, Josie, man, I'm still here. And you need to get me out.
Yeah. She's done a good job for the Windwards. 22 off 50.
And the partnership is 44.
Yeah.
So the frustration continues for the Hurricanes.
Having their best day in this season, the Windwards.
Joseph Demba standing up straight and looking a little uncomfortable, but plays it out at the end of the over. The 87th of the innings, at the end of it, it's 377 for 7. The Windwards Volcanoes.
And before you disappear, I'm told that you were invited to Monrepo, being a Monrepo born. Did you attend the celebration?
No, I didn't actually make it to Monrepo at all. Didn't go down south last evening, Reds, but I'm sure there would have been some celebrations in that part of the country. Very proud for the performance that was put in by Shadrach Pescat yesterday.
Yes. I was saying there's a Monrepo in Guyana too. It's an agriculture college where a number of St. Lucians and a number of people from the Eastern Caribbean has gone. So by Thomas, who's had his day as a cricketer, but now a commentator in the making. That's outside the off stump. Good take by keeper. Have to jump across in front of Cornwall. Little man, kind of statue of David Williams. I remember when I started my career, Reds Murray, no relation to me. Jeff Reds Murray was the guy in the keeper, and I suppose you can tell me that Ignatius Cadet was also a small keeper.
Yeah, good morning. Yeah, good morning to our listeners and viewers. Keepers tend to be a bit shorter.
Yes, well, David Murray was, Derek Murray was. Dujon wasn't all that tall, and that's turned away as Thomas is straying outside the leg stump. Yes, we've had a number of small keepers. Ramden was a small keeper.
Volcanoes assistant coach, Carlton Bob,
Yeah.
is a pretty short keeper as a man.
Yeah.
I think he used to be called half a man. So, yeah.
Keepers were Jackie Hendricks, and to go back a long way, Finley was tall but slim. To go back a long way, I think Cyril Christiani, who played in the 30s in front of Ivan Barrow. Junior Murray was fairly well muscled too. Thomas, and nicely played away, using soft hands, hitting the face of the bat. These two have not gotten too carried away. They obviously sticking to the plan they must have discussed last night and this morning. Let's try and add as many as possible because scoreboard pressure. looks a lot better when it's 400 plus and going.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised in terms of the approach. They've only put on like 14 this morning, so a bit slow going. But credit must be given to the Joseph and Thomas for the way they bowled this morning. They've beaten the bat on numerous occasions. But definitely a good start for the Hurricanes.
Thomas looking for the kind of success he had yesterday. Wouldn't get it that way. This is a sprawling take by the keeper. And wide down the leg side. Just talking to himself as he come back. Thomas, 4 for 54. He's in his 17th over. He's got 2 more deliveries in this. And Demba, who's done a good job, as we've said. He's played his role very well. He's there to support John to turn the strike over. He's had a testing time from Azari Joseph. Thomas. Again, right, sliding along the leg side.
Yeah, that one just a bit too straight and heading down the leg side. But again, credit must be given to the Hurricanes bowlers for the way that they bowled this morning. I know earlier that I said the Volcanoes have only put on 14, but that's largely to how well Joseph and Thomas has bowled this morning.
Just to remind you that the women's game is on in St. Kitts, the final between Trinidad and Barbados. The Guyana-Trinidad game was washed out, so the Guyanese had no chance of picking up some important points to keep in the final. And Barbados beat the Leewards by 9 wickets. So that final is on tomorrow. This game continues until Saturday. And that's a lovely shot. Right?
Fantastic shot there by Demba. That is actually the shot of the morning by Demba with that boundary. Now goes up to 26 and partnership now goes on to 49. So they're 1 away from putting on a 50 partnership. So very good going for the Volcanoes. Just what they would have wanted. They haven't lost a wicket in the first 40 minutes of play today.
Well, you see some assistance coming for the 2 batsmen in the middle. And once again, Miss Oliver comes out. I don't know if someone wants a painkiller or 2. Waters come out with the emergency fieldsman. But there must be administrative. There must be handing out some tablets. We can't see from here because we are blocked by the player's body. But here's hoping that it's I think maybe checking the hand injury with a short delivery from Joseph.
Yeah, I think that's definitely what it is by the looks of it. Kenneth Demba may have taken a painkiller or 2 after getting hit by Joseph.
If we can call someone on the far end to find out about the injured Leeward's keeper, I think we owe that to the audience. The audience that is with us. So the hold up is momentarily, and Demba putting his helmet on as Larry Joseph waits. 382 for 7. Well, it looks a lot better than 58 for 4 and 97 for 4.
At 58 for 4, I think the Windwards would have taken 382 for 7. So definitely fantastic recovery.
The Windwards would have taken 250. But the batting conditions are still good. It will be good when the Leeward start. So it's all about application. That squared them up a bit. Again, pitching online. And maybe a little bit of movement away. You had to make the adjustment. And I will think that right now John is maybe thinking of maybe a first-class 100.
He's 23 away, and it would be his maiden century at this level. So definitely something that he's thinking of, and he should be thinking of.
He's now named, I'm sure, in the Windward thing as a general all-rounder. Quick delivery. And he had to quickly also respond. Maybe he was thinking of a Yorker. Joseph soldiers back. Not very many people at the ground. Yesterday we had a gathering of, I don't know, about a dozen. We can see what I would think two in the players' pavilion and five in the players' I'm told, and a few in the Johnson Charles stand. Again on target. Azari Joseph has really made the batsman play.
Yeah, this is one thing I think he was guilty of yesterday, maybe just overdoing some of the short stuff. But today, definitely he's been on target, pretty much making the batsman play at every single delivery this morning. And he has actually challenged Denver specifically with the shot once. He created maybe a half chance. Maybe if Andrew was maybe 2, 3 feet taller, it could have been a chance. But yeah, he's been on target this morning.
Well, our cameraman just showing that what we've been describing is a reality. And a couple in the players' pavilion also at the bottom left. But good work by the cameraman. Adian Manchan is our young technical man and doing a very good job in doing the switching. Zari Joseph just going down the leg side, pitching up, and allows a confident looking turn towards that. Let me see, I think he was a square leg. Short square. Let me see if he's coming. Is he coming to what we've been asking for and suggesting? No, no short forward short leg. But the square leg has come now to a third slip. Louis has come to a fine leg, but not back on the boundary. I always think that the man should be back on the boundary. You can run forward easily than turning to run back, taking things over your shoulder. That should be a leg by. If I'm taking his time to signal. When you played, where did you bat?
It depends on the format, I would say. If we're talking about 4D, then maybe somewhere in the middle order, 4-5. If we're talking about T20, I want to be at the top of the order.
You had 3 summers in England when, if the summer was hot, where did you bat?
Batted at 3.
Batted at
3
3.
seasons that I played in England, yeah.
Well, that shows that they obviously thought that the overseas player was good enough to bat 3. 2 slips and a gully. No, that's Wayward, a wider study off stump. No pressure. No pressure on Ray John as the over is completed. So you sense that we could have a bowling change not too far away from now.
Yeah, and by the looks of it, I think Cornwall, I know he went wicketless yesterday, but today it's a day 2 wicket. Maybe there's going to be more assistance for him. So I'd like to see maybe try and maybe break the partnership. This partnership they've been in for 51 now. They brought up the 50 partnership. It's a very good partnership, but from a Hurricane standpoint, they really need to break this partnership and try and get out there as quickly as possible to bat.
Well, let's see who will continue. Young Gore didn't bowl too badly at all when pulled into the attack left arm spin.
Yeah, he bowled very well yesterday. I'm wondering if the Leeward Hurricanes selectors or think tank are maybe questioning the fact that they actually 2 of the spinners in Hayden Walsh and Daniel Durham would drop specifically for this game, maybe thinking that this wicket would have more assistance for the pace bowlers. Maybe it's something that they may live to regret, considering the Volcanoes kept the 2 spinners in Cyrus and Denver.
So the change is going to be not the same aggression of Thomas, but I think we have
Penny Feather.
Yeah, Penny Feather coming back. But I can understand the thinking there of the Leewards to maybe to leave out the extra spinner, because this pitch normally favors the faster bowlers. That's short and nicely played. Got on his toes, got on top of it and played it down towards the backward point. And strike is rotated. Demba going to 27.
Demba.
John on 78. 385 for 7, inching up towards 400. Pennyfeather. Left alone outside the line of the off stump. Very quiet. You can almost hear a pin drop. Nice weather. Flags to our left. The Leeward's flag, the Windward's flag, the national flag of St. Lucia. We just have their independence celebrations. We just had the Caribbean Boxing Championships. And now we have cricket, lovely cricket. And a fella goes in and brings him forward, but just allowing the ball to hit the face of the bat. So it's no looking for quick runs at all. The bat normally, right?
Yeah, the plan from the Volcanoes might be put to lunch. We're not losing a wicket and see how many they get. Like we've said, they've struggled for runs throughout the season. They have an opportunity to get a big score well over 400, and that's maybe the thinking behind this.
Wrong line. The injury to the frontline keeper has allowed us to see the young talent from Antigua.
Yeah, Joel Andrew.
Yeah,
But it's gonna be interesting to see whether Jamal Hamilton will be able to bat because he's a very important player for them.
yes, he's got a top score of what, 93?
Yep.
Looking to try and, as he came forward there, looking to try and see what the ball was doing, and eventually he played it to gully, but he wasn't all that certain about the movement of the ball. So the long leg is wide, and that's driven beating the mid-on to his left. So the runs just keeps flowing. It isn't, fast scoring, but just enough to keep the scoreboard ticking over that takes it up to 389. 389. And this is not what the Leeward's plan. They were hoping that they've been able to get rid of the remaining Windward's batsmen by now, but it's one of the frustrations of a side that decide to send the opposition in, and it didn't quite work the way they were hoping. But at one time, at 58-4 and 97-4, it looked like the right decision.
Yeah, at that point in time, it definitely looked like the right decision. But again, credit has to be given to the Volcanoes batsmen for the way they approached innings, especially Sajak Deskal. I know we've mentioned him quite a few times, but definitely played really well. And like you said, having taken the new ball last evening, the Hurricanes would have been hoping maybe within the first hour of today, they would have actually bowled out the Volcanoes. But that has actually not happened. John and Demba has really applied themselves this morning. And now it looks like John is trying to branch out, because the last shot was a pretty good shot over mid-on for 4.
Played off the back foot. As Graves joined the attack. He was the first change yesterday. And just looking at the crease, ensuring that everything is okay. A little conversation between the two. Don't know what might have been said. Non-striker might have just seen something to mention. But back to the Windward's batting. The Windward's batting has been inconsistent. And myself and Claudius were talking, it hasn't really changed. Because there were 4 down for 58, and that's still not good.
Yeah, definitely the top order continues to be a worry for the Volcanoes. Salazano hasn't had the best of season by the standards he's set. Young Stefan Pascal, again, by his own admission, um, would not be pleased with what his output so far. Hodge did come back and did get a century. Other than that, he hasn't really contributed. Alec Atanes, who again is the captain, senior pro, having played for West Indies and been a West Indies contracted player, I'm sure he's not going to be happy with his output so far in the few innings that he's had. So definitely the top order continues to be a concern.
So Justin Graves, who had a decent start to his career in Australia, that's outstanding off stump. No real pressure. Let's see if we can tell you that Red Force 179 for 7 against the Academy. Well, let's see who's got what. Whether De Silva is still among the runs. Yes, he is 60. Pair 42 out. Phillips not out and not. So a recovery 179 for 7, but they need to go further on because they want to try and win this after a long time, the Red Force. That's outside the off stump. No addition to total. And the Barbados Pride are 72 for 2. 72 for 2 against the combined campuses 262. That's bracket is not out 13. Well, no, that's not an up-to-date situation. That will probably soon come up. It takes a little bit of time, sometime for it to come up. And let me see if we can move on. The Jamaica-Guyana game, of course, starting 1 hour later. That's into the line of the leg stump, and that seemed to take the inner part of the bat. So strike is rotated, 390 for 7. So Trinidad are trying to recover after the overnight situation where they were, 129 for 6. Harry Pair doing well, both with ball and bat. The mid-on coming a little straighter. Square leg, not back in the rope. That's, well, slightly beskewed, but didn't quite carry, eh?
Yeah, had there been maybe a more alert fielder, a more agile fielder, other than O'Shane Thomas, that could have presented an opportunity. I think he was a bit late in moving off there.
Yes, he took some time to get off the mark. Whether he lost it in the air is another matter. Sometimes, you can't quite pick it up, whether it was coming to him or whether he had to go. So it fell short. So maybe the first opportunity this morning for a direct catch. There were 1 or 2 lucky ones which went over the head of the keeper.
Yeah, definitely a more agile fielder would have maybe gotten a hand to that and create a possible opportunity. And you could have told by the reaction in the slip cordon that they felt like that was an opportunity missed.
Well, after all of that, it's 392 for 7. Denver is 29. John, the non-striker, is 83. That beats him outside the line of the off stump. Playing at it, no appeal coming from the keeper. So it missed the willow by a wide margin. So no spin yet. No Cornwall, who at the start of this run was the leading wicket taker. 392. Solid looking shot. The Leeward's trying for a breakthrough. They would have scored a lot of runs against Trinidad, but they were outbatted there. But one of the good things is that the West Indies opener Louis were able to get his first substantial score. He got 100. Henry has been the more productive of the 2 openers. Played and missed outside the off stump as he had the weight onto the back foot.
Yeah, Penny Feather seems to be in a good area. That's the second time he's actually gone past the bat, Denver's bat. And as a matter of fact, John just calling Denver over to have a conversation.
So wherever you are in Barbados, the panel there in St. Kitts for the panel tomorrow. And Sabina Park, good morning to you. Antigua, here's hoping the weather is a lot better. The weather is fine here. That one, maybe keeping a little low. He's looking to turn it away. Just one or two have kept low yesterday, but overall it's been consistent.
Yeah, overall, the bounce has been very consistent, very good bounce. But like you said, from this end specifically yesterday, we maybe have seen maybe two or three kept a little low yesterday. But generally, this wicket is known for being one of the bounciest around. It may not be as quick as previously.
Is on a different line, allowing the batsman to come forward and just push it out towards the wide mid-on. I don't think you can say he was a wrong at mid-wicket. He ended up there, but he says mid-on. So there's two slips of gully. There's a short cover. There's a backward point. There's a mid-on inside the circle. If you can imagine a circle. Mid-wicket. 392 for 7. Then a featherweight that's off the back foot, slashing square. The cover backward point coming around, looking for a challenge in return if they were looking for a second, but they decided that don't let take the risk, settle for a single.
Yeah,
Good bit of work by the man coming around from third man. He was off the mark very quickly.
excellent fielding by Louis on that occasion, keeping them to one Demba for a moment, entertained the thought of two, but very good work in the outfield by Michael Louis, who yesterday had a mixed bag in the field, but today looks a lot better.
Yes, these things happen. And that would have been. One gets the impression that he is better in the deep. I think it takes time to really be an outstanding close catcher, and maybe he's been asked to just do too much of that for the West Indies. So we are back with Graves. That's a real wayward delivery. That is not going to really threaten the batsman unless he really wants to give his wicket away. Claudius Emmanuel will be joining us soon. We've updated the scores that are available. So we've had 2100s will be mentioned in the competition so far. Is it for the Headley weeks? I'm not too sure. It just say for the 4-day competition. That was driven and dropped. Hard luck there. Just in front of Cornwall, Joseph at second slip. That was almost regulation.
At this level, this was a absolutely regulation catch, what we would refer to as a dolly. And Joseph, who usually has very good pair of hands, would be very disappointed that he actually possessed that.
Yes, I think he was saying he should have had the Open Cup. I don't know if he had the Orthodox Cup, but it went to his left, just about, I would say, hip high. And it wasn't a screamer. So bad luck there for the Leewards. Hard on the bowler. Got short and mistimed. He slapped it into the ground. So no luck for the luckless Leewards.
Yeah, let's continue to evade the Hurricanes bowlers today. They've created that one chance and the previous over half chance for Shane Thomas, not taken.
What was remaining on the board? 7 to 9. That's not a nice glance of anybody from the Leeward. You'll have to deal with this. And that's a get me out shot. Wide outside the off stump. And Denver looking to dab at it. We haven't had too many indisciplined attempts for the morning. They've shown a lot of discipline. A nice conversation between a non-striker and the Man and mid on, it might be Gore. Starting with John, who's a non-striker. Dembo is in strike. Graves, lovely shot. True mid-wicket. This could run away and does run away for 4. Beautiful shot. So again, after a couple of dot balls, you have the boundary coming that sends it up to 397 for 7. And they came together, I think, at 332 or 333 for 7 when they got together.
Yeah, they've now put on 64, and that was a fantastic shot there by Denver. Very good balance being shown. Greaves pitching up on the leg stump, and he actually flicked that through the mid wicket area. Fantastic looking shot of a top order batsman.
He's now gone to 34 with that, and wouldn't go any further. That's wide outside the off stump. And at the end of it, Demba is 34. John is on. Just trying to pick up John right now. John is on 83. It's more from you, and then it will be Claudius.
Yes, we now have the end of the first hour, which means it's drinks break. But so far for the morning, it's been a Volcanoes morning. They resumed on the overnight squad 364. They're now 397 without losing any wickets this morning. So far, Alzari, Joseph, O'Shane Thomas, we've seen Justin Greaves as well as Penny Feather. These are the 4 bowlers that has bowled this morning. They've created a couple of half chances, but definitely last over there was a chance presented to Alzari Joseph, who dropped Demba in the second slip position. But they've bowled really well this morning. They've been disciplined in terms of the way that they've bowled. But kudos must be given to Ryan John, who's now moved on to 83 and is 17 away from what would be his first century at this level. Demba as well was batted very well, continuing from his overnight score of 18, has now moved on to 34, and the partnership is now at 64. So very good going by the Volcanoes, exactly what they would have wanted at the start of day 2. On the other hand, Hurricanes would have been hoping to maybe have a few wickets, maybe by now be batting, but unfortunately, the Volcanoes has resisted so far. While I welcome back Claudius.
Thank you, Dwight. And the first morning or the first hour of day 2, Windward's morning.
Yes, Volcanoes on points. Volcanoes has the first hour of the morning.
Indeed. Well, 397 for 7. So we've had 93 overs. And the Volcanoes looking to take advantage of what we have been saying is good batting conditions. Windwards with the luxury ahead, right, of maybe looking to bat once.
Yes, given the position that they found themselves in, that should be the aim. Maybe try and get as close to 450, 500 as possible, bat once and try and get 20 wickets. It's going to be challenging to get 20 wickets on this, or 20 wickets on this wicket, unless it deteriorates over the next couple of days. So as many runs as they possibly can get, they should.
Yes, and for the future of the game, I think it's a good thing, because based on the Windward's performance prior to this game, a lot of us were wondering whether the game would have actually gotten into day 4. But from the evidence so far, it appears that we can be here on day 4.
Yeah, and I think they've batted so well in the first inning, they put themselves in a position that unless something drastically happens over the next couple of days, they should not lose from here.
Indeed. Well, that's conjecture on our part. We await to see whether the Windwards, with the ascendancy, we can argue that they have gotten so far, whether they can maintain it. Of course, their innings still in progress, and just poised to go past the 400 now. I think the Windwards would be looking for no fewer than 500 if they can get there, because we have seen the Leewards put in a good batting performance at Warner Park. And so the Windwards, the Leewards Hurricanes, they've got the ability to bat deep. The Leewards will be fancying the chances of also cashing in on the good batting conditions here. The Leewards just looking to get their starts in the previous round as Penny Feather starts after the break. And Ryan John gets himself a single. Leewards against Trinidad, in fact, they got 433. So Trinidad 529 for 5, 204 for Jason Mohammed, 152 for Joshua da Silva, and the Leewards in reply 433 all out. A double hundred stand for the openers. Mikael Louis 110 and Kadeem Henry 100. Penny feathered to John. John hits it down to the backward point fielder. Mikael Louis gets the return back in. So one more to John. He goes to 83. And the total 398 for 7. So Penny feather plugging away. This is his 13th over. And looking to break this partnership, which is worth 65. Penny feather to John. Nice straight back. Denver. John on strike. John, in fact. John on strike. Straight to the extra cover fielder. John has batted for a long time. 136, 137 deliveries. Penny feather. Flipped away by John through square leg and into the boundary for 4. So another boundary from the bat of John. He goes to 87 and the 400 coming up for the Windward Islands Volcanoes.
Yeah, 4 good looking runs there by Ryan John. Just an observation from yesterday, he's been very strong on anything straight. He's been able to put them away quite comfortably. Yesterday, I know he did 3 or 4 sixes in that direction, and today, this morning. So very good shot. And John continues to be impressive.
So he's inching closer to the 100, 13 away. Penny feather to John. Covering up nicely. Playing into the offside. So good knock here by John. And it's really been testimony to his concentration and game awareness, you'd have to say, because he gave good support to Descartes yesterday and continuing to bat well today. Keeping out on the onside. Will get himself a single. Good work from the fielder at mid-on. One more to John to complete the penny feather over. At the end of it, John is 88. And the Windwards Volcanoes, they've gone to 404 for 7.
Yeah, Windwards Volcanoes continue to bat well. Ryan John continues to do well. But Claudius, are you a bit surprised that we've not seen the captain, Rakim Cornwall, for the morning?
Yes, a little bit. But I suppose Cornwall perhaps thinking, well, I started with the new ball, so at least let me allow the seamers the opportunity to make the best of the new ball. They did create some chances. Of course, we saw Azari putting down Demba. And for the most part, they created, well, they both good deliveries, but just couldn't hit the edge as often as they would have liked. But certainly with the fact that they have not made the breakthrough, I think the introduction of Cornwall of himself is not too far away. Graves is the man continuing. Graves over number 17 for him. 16 of his 2 maidens, 1 for 59. Cornwall having to make further concessions in the field. Posting a third man now, only himself in the solitary slip. 3 fielders on the leg side boundary. Short delivery to John and taken by Andrew. So Graves looking at potential strategy there of maybe dismissing John on the onside with forward square on the boundary, backward square leg, And long leg. 3 fielders out on the hook.
Yeah, based on the field placing, the plan is definitely to go short. In addition to that, he has actually put a third man in place and a deep backward point. And based on the first delivery, the plan is definitely to go short at John.
Interesting to see how often those short deliveries will come. Again, short. And John getting into position, but maybe finding it a little too high and decided not to play.
Yeah, if John has to hit a 6 in that direction against the breeze, it would have to be a big shot. So that's definitely the plan.
So John with a contest here. Graves with the solitary slip, but with 3 men back. To John. Down the leg side. Full of length, but a little away from the pad, and John missing outside the off stump. Possibly looking for the Yorker there that went a little awry.
Yeah, just searching for that full and straight delivery. Maybe thinking John is going to be planted on the back foot, waiting for the short delivery. So maybe a bit of double block, but not executed.
John looking to get some bat on that, to get it into the boundary. Graves to John. Good back of a length delivery. John coming across in defense. Just to get the confirmation of John's total. Is it 88 or is it 89? 88. Cox is telling us 88. The scoreboard is saying 88. Graves to John. John pulls on the bounce. Straight to Thomas. John will get a single. So not going full-blooded. That's a controlled hook. And happy to get the single. So, question of what's that? 2 above the shoulder. Umpire Crawford with a signal. And you allowed 2 above the shoulder per over per batsman.
Yes.
So I think he's indicating that because prior to this delivery, earlier in the over, he had indicated to Graves that, or to the players that Graves had already bowled 1. Graves to Demba now. Yorker. And maybe he's off as well. But being dug out by Demba to completely over. So at the end of it, 405 for 7, 35 to Demba, 89 to Ryan John.
Yeah, Graves' last delivery there, a bit of a slower Yorker. Demba just got his bat down in time. But Demba continues to bat very well. He's on 35. So far, he and Ryan John, they put on 72 for the 8th wicket. Just like what the Volcanoes would have wanted. The score has now moved on to 405 for 7. And Cornwall is in conversation with Penny Feather, maybe thinking of a bowling change or maybe thinking of plans. But it's going to be Penny Feather to continue. And it's going to be bowling to Ryan John, who's on 89, only 11 away from what would be well-deserved century, and a maiden one at that. We've already had 1 century so far in this game by Sadrak Beskat, the young St. Lucian out of Monrepo, scoring his first century at this level. And we could have another centurion in Ryan John, who's only 11 away. So Penny Feather will continue 2 slips, much more attacking field for Penny Feather as opposed to what we had for Justin Greaves. So good delivery. That one's pretty straight and John right in behind it. Penny Feather has bowled well, has been disciplined, maybe not been as penetrative as he would want to be. But so far he's in his 14th over, only conceding the 58. And did get that one wicket of Benjamin. Good in-swinging delivery, got him out LBW for 30. and that one is straight. There's an appeal that may have hit John in. Okay, he's recovered. Yeah, good delivery by Penny for down. Just came back in slightly into John, and maybe a bit of extra bounce there. Maybe not expecting it to bounce as much as it did.
Yeah, cutting back as well, and hit in that or close to that very delicate area of the anatomy.
Yeah, but Ryan John still there, pretty strong looking Ryan John. That shot there's a good, well, very well played his soft hands by John, just pushes it into the offside, and Demba calls him through for a single. That single, the score now moves on to 406, and John now moves into the 90s, what would be described as the nervous 90s.
Well, we'll have to wait and see how nervous it is for John. He's got the ability to hit the ball a long way, so he could maybe opt to spend very little time in the 90s, or maybe he can take his time about it. We'll have to wait and see.
That one is straight, squaring Demba. Came off the outside edge. That goes down to a deep backward point in Louis. Gone through for another single. So Penny Feather just squaring Demba up slightly. But Demba did get some bat on that one. It's going to be interesting to see when Rakeem Cornwall decides to bring himself on. So far for the morning, we've only seen the seamers. No sign of spin yet this morning. That one is wide, and John just allows that one to go by. So the Volcanoes 407, current run rate 4.25. It has dropped from what it was yesterday. Consistently yesterday, they were about 4.5. Has dropped this morning. I think the plan coming into the morning would have been try and back till lunch, try and get as many as you can. And so far, in terms of the Volcanoes, it's going to plan. On the other hand, the Hurricanes, not so much. Again, good delivery. There's a chance for a run out. He misses. Demba called John through for the single, had to put in a big dive. And had that hit, that would have been interesting.
Yes, maybe for the first time, miscommunication between the two players. Yes, no, go back, and a stutter for John. But in the end, it was Demba who was going to the danger end. He put in the dive, but I guess it was not material because the throw not hitting the stumps, but a little anxiety there between the two, but they were able to complete it successfully.
With that single, John moved up to 91. There seems to be a conversation between John and Demba. There's also a change. Yes, O'Shane Thomas. Rakeem Cornwall has taken O'Shane Thomas out of the busy area with the line that they were going to be bowling the length. I think your fine leg becomes an important position. So they've taken big O'Shane Thomas out of fine leg, and they put in Penny Feather. We have Alzari Joseph at backward square and Mikhail Louis just in front of square on the boundary.
Yes, right. Because there was a case maybe for perhaps a dive in the previous over at the one that went down to Thomas. He elected to take it on the bounce, but maybe a more agile fielder could have come forward to put in the dive.
Crease. That one pretty straight. Again, John right in behind it. Like you said, I think this is the second time O'Shane Thomas had fine leg. Maybe had an opportunity to maybe put a dive in. And elected to allow the ball to bounce on 2 occasions, and disappointment. But again, Cornwall has decided that he's going to maybe put a more agile fielder in Penny Feather at fine leg. And again, with the line and length and the plans that they have, this fine leg now becomes a very important position. And again, Greaves shot, but that one is wide outside the off stump. And John allows that one to go by. In addition to the free dip fielders on the leg side, he does have a third man and a dip backward point. There's only the one slip, a mid off, mid on, and Casey Catty in the cover region. So pretty defensive field, given the situation of the game. That is very understandable. The Volcanoes well over 408 for 7. That one is short again down the leg side, not lined appropriately, and maybe not the length that he wants to be bowling.
Yes, and credit here to John for this innings, Dwight, because he's coming at number 8, and you would have expected him to be a little bit more aggressive and perhaps we might say reckless, but he has really contained himself and has put down a very, very valuable innings for his team.
And that one is short, and John hits that one through square leg. Good field in by Louis. So it's only going to be the one. Yeah, but just to add to what you said earlier, John moves on to 92. Again, I'm going to go back to the conversation that you asked me yesterday. Well, what I think John could be classed as an all-rounder. After what I've seen over the last, well, yesterday and this morning, definitely I think he goes into the category where he could be considered an genuine all-rounder, as a matter of fact.
Yes, and this innings has really demonstrated that because he has demonstrated good shot selection, good awareness of, first of all, how to support another player. We saw him do that with Descartes yesterday. With the dismissal of Descartes, he has taken on the lead role in the partnership, and he has played admirably. Whether or not he scores any further runs, he has done a tremendous job.
Greaves to Demba. And full delivery outside the off stump. Good delivery. Hint of movement away from Demba. Demba just allowed that one to go by. So Greaves still getting some movement. There's still a bit to offer for the medium pacers. With the wicket here at the Darren Sammy, there's always going to be something on offer for the fast bowlers.
Absolutely. Live grass out there, and you can see even on day 2, this ball is 27 overs old. Good carry still.
That one is short, and Demba pulls, send the gap. They've gone for 1. It's only going to be the 1. Zari Joseph moves across to his left. Does the fielding. So we've come to the end of another Justin Greaves over. This is his 18th over. 1 for 61. And the Volcanoes, they're now 410 for 7. And John on 92. And Demba also approaching slowly but surely, approaching a milestone. He's on 57.
Good, sensible batting by this 8-wicket pair. We saw the Hurricanes looking to go short with the 3 men back on the hook, and on 2 occasions, respectively, John and then Demba hooking down away from the fielders and bringing them into fielding work rather than catching work, and showing good, sensible approach as they continue to extend this Windward's Volcanoes innings. Very good job. Partnership work 77.
And definitely, they put on 77 for the 8th wicket. We got a Penny Feather. He's going to continue to Demba. Yeah, that one is straight, and Demba would feel like he maybe missed out. There was an opportunity to get back on that. There's only one deep fielder on the leg side, which is the fine leg. So any real bat on that could have easily gone for square leg for 4. So Demba would feel like he missed out. For the viewers maybe just joining us, the wicketkeeper is Joel Andrew. Hamilton suffered an injury yesterday, a blow to his finger. So he's not come out this morning. Hopefully he's going to be fit enough to bat. Good delivery, Penny Feather again. Demba right in behind it. Demba's been in for the 78 deliveries so far. Is it 5 4s on 37? So he's 13 away from a first-class half-century. He and John, they've really put the Windwards in a very strong position. A position that they've not been in so far for the season. Again, right in behind that. Penny Feather continues to bowl away. He's into his 15th over, 1 for 60, 1 for 61. Very disciplined in the way his lines and his length. Maybe not, definitely not as quick as Alzari and Alzari Joseph and O'Shane Thomas. But he's hitting the right areas, bowling very straight. That one, as soon as I said he's bowling straight, he just bowls one way outside the off stump.
Yeah, just the effort delivery this time, but just getting the line and length a little off. But as you said, good rhythm, good approach to the stumps, good follow through as well. And can be a handful if he can bowl consistently in the good areas.
Going for the Yorker, very well played. Flicked off the pads by Demba. They've gone for one. They're going to come back for the second. Excellent fielding there by Henry. So good looking shot by Kenneth Demba. Penny feather just a bit too straight again on that occasion. Maybe searching for that Yorker. Full and straight. Trying to knock the pegs. But very well played by Demba, who now moves on to 39. Score now moves on to 412. And the Volcanoes are continuing to put themselves in a very commanding position. They haven't lost a wicket for the morning, exactly what they would have wanted. And them are right in behind us. Took a few steps, maybe thinking of a single, but John sends him back. So we've come to the end of another over. 412 for 7. And the Volcanoes were very well in control, exactly what they would have wanted this morning, Claudius.
Indeed, they would have certainly planned to continue the batting effort. They've done so admirably. Just maybe the one blemish edged by Demba to the second slip where he was put down by Joseph. But I think the Windwards Volcanoes would be happy with how things have gone this morning, some 35 minutes away from the luncheon interval on day 2. They would be extremely happy with the proceedings so far. 412 for 7, particularly after being sent in. I think the Windwards management would be over the moon and just wanting almost for that sort of dream to continue because they haven't had it their way with the bat in the first 3 rounds. And they would want this innings to go well past 500, I would think.
Yeah, we have a change of bowling from the Players Pavilion end. It's Alzari Joseph coming back for his second spell this morning. Again, still wicketless so far. Good start, good delivery, but again, John playing off the front foot. Alzari in his 24th over. So far, he's bowled 5 maidens, conceding 102. So he's gone past the 100 and still wicketless. He's a senior pro, West Indies opening bowler. Sure, he wants to get amongst the wickets, and they've brought him on, looking to break this partnership. The player has now put on 79, and he does have the fine leg, and I'm gonna deep good square. Okay, good delivery, and John just pushes that into the offside. Run for it's only gonna be 1. Momentarily, John maybe was thinking of a second, but it's only going to be 1. Now moves on to 93. That takes him 7 away from that maiden century. And if my eyes serves me right, I think we now have in attendance the West Indies coach, Darren Sammy. Yep, Darren Sammy is seated with head selector Craig Emmanuel.
Your eyes are that good.
Yep, he was on the field not too long ago, so like so Darren Sammy is seated with Craig Emmanuel.
Well, your eyes are younger than mine.
So Alzari Joseph will be looking to get one. If he needed the motivation, I guess it's right there in the stand. And Joseph continues. That one, good delivery, good shot, quick delivery. And Demba just allows that one to go by. Maybe thinking of maybe playing a ramp. And umpire Crawford signal 1 for the over. Joseph doesn't look too pleased with that decision.
Yes, Joseph maybe contesting whether that was above the shoulder, but umpire Crawford, no doubt about his call, indicating to Joseph, that's 1 above the shoulder, sir. Also indicating same to the batsman.
Yeah, a bit more of a attacking field. For Alzari, there's 2 slips. There's the gully. There's the backward point cover mid-off. And that one is a foolish length again. Demba right in behind that. There's also a mid-on, a man at mid-wicket, and there's the fine leg on the boundary. So Alzari Joseph, like we've said, he's bowled some good spells without luck. This morning he did create, I guess, a half chance, you would say. Had Demba gloving one just over Joel Andrew. But he's bowled well without luck. At some point, maybe his fortunes will turn. That one is a good delivery. Again, very well left by Demba. That one just slight movement away. Maybe with the breeze, getting the ball to move away. But Demba, again, has looked very good, very solid in his approach, very disciplined in his approach. Like game plan. He's got 39 so far. He's been in for the 85 deliveries, 5 fours so far.
If anything, Dwight, we speak about the bowling of Joseph. A lot of the deliveries are seaming away. Those perhaps needing to be a lot closer to the off stump to induce the stroke.
And that one was on the off stump, and again, Demba right in behind it. But you are correct. Well, what we have seen in cricket, sometimes you start a bit straight and it just goes down the leg side.
Yeah. So I think that's the issue for Joseph as he completes the over. Those deliveries that he would want to maybe straighten and go towards sleep, they tend to come into the batters, and the ones that move away a little wide of off stump where the batsman has the luxury of shouldering arms.
Yep. So we've come to the end of the Alzari Joseph over. And still no sign of Rakim Cornwall and no sign of spin. It's going to be Penny Feather to continue. Now, as a matter of fact, it's Greaves. So a change of bowling from the media center, and it's going to be Justin Greaves changing ends. This is the first time he's going to be operating from this end in the game. And he's going to be bowling to Ryan John, who's on, like we've said, on 93, 7 away from the magical free figures. He would be the second player in this game to achieve that. He's able to do so.
So another spell for Graves, and Cornwall really shifting the bowlers around, looking to give them short spells. He has played with the template of seam in the morning. No spin so far.
Graves to John. That one is full, and John drives elegantly through the cover region, and that's definitely going to go over the boundary. Matter of fact, it goes over the ropes now. So 4 good-looking runs by Ryan John.
Taking him closer and closer. 97. Good stroke again. John finding the gap. A wide one between extra cover and mid-off. And finding it nicely. And getting full value for the stroke as he inches closer and closer to that 3-figure mark.
Yeah, it takes him within 3. So 1 more boundary, and it's going to get there. Maybe he wants to do it in singles. I guess time will tell. But it's going to be Greaves to continue to John. Partnership has now moved on to 84 for the 8th wicket. Much better delivery, much better line, much better length, a lot tighter, not as much width given on that occasion. This is more of the area I think Greaves would want to be. He's definitely not quick in terms of pace, but one thing that he has is control and movement. He does get the ball to move away from the right-handers more often than not. And with Rakim Cornwall in slip, and Alzari Joseph in the Gurley region. He's just looking to maybe get one to just move away slightly. Good delivery, good single. Very well played by John. Again, played with soft hands into the backward point area. And it's a comfortable single. Takes him within 2.
Yes, good work continuing there by John. Getting the boundary early in the over. And having the good sense of not looking to play aggressively, just in control, getting the single. And happy to do it in singles if possible.
That one wide, and just Demba allows that one to go by, to be taken by Joel Andrew, the wicket keeper. And what has been really impressive in terms of the Volcanoes batting to 418 for 7 is the fact that what we would say is three of their premier batsmen have, I guess you could say, missed out in Kavem Hodge, Alec Atanis, and Sunil Ambrose. But the lower to middle order in Sajak Westcott, Benjamin John, and now Demba, they've really put up their hands and taken on the responsibility, which is good to see. Good delivery by Graves, Demba right in behind it. Yeah, that is very good to see. And we spoke earlier about the top order. I know the top order hasn't fired for the season, but good signs for the Volcanoes heading into the remainder of this tournament.
Absolutely. The second half of the order has really put their hands up and picking up from where the top order didn't produce. And so I guess it's a positive for the Volcanoes, looking at the responsibility shown by the lower order.
One is full and Demba goes for a drive. Slight inside edge, timing that one as well as he would have wanted. By his reaction, it looked like he's a bit disappointed and missed out on what would have been a half volley. But we've come to the end of another Justin Greaves over. So far, 1 for 67. The score is 418 for 7.
Indeed. So exactly 100 overs we've had. So the Windward Islands Volcanoes scoring at 4.18. It's been a good morning for them so far, as they have pushed their total along from 365 at the beginning of play, 364 correction for 7. So it's been slow progress in almost what we've had an hour and 35 minutes. I make it, and it's been slow progress, but it's been good progress as Joseph comes to John playing up into the offside, and there's no run. So he's 98. Reds comes back, and what an opportunity for another member of the batting lineup to get to a maiden first-class 100.
Yes, that will be very satisfying for John, who's played very well. 2 away for 18 for 7.
2 slips and a gully. Joseph to John. Bouncer goes down. There's John, and goes into the gloves of Andrew. Umpire Crawford saying to Joseph, and the batsman one above the shoulder. We have seen a number of short deliveries earlier in the morning's play. We had 3 men back. They have pulled away 1, so that's the 2 back. Long leg and backward square leg, 2 slips and a gully. So Joseph leaving both options open.
And still no forward short leg.
Yes, we have made that point. They persist without it. Joseph to John. John is driving inside edge, maybe into the pad. And it doesn't score as it goes into the offside to Carty. So John, 2 runs away from that coveted 3-figure score.
And that delivery was almost true.
Yes, it was. Joseph thinking that he had gone through the gate there, but second line of defense proving that he wasn't going to get through. A few more patrons in the players' pavilion watching. Joseph to John. John is forward and in defense, and really having the patience of Job here, Reds, to ensure that he gets to that target.
The spectators you refer to seem to be tourists, I would think. Or
Yes,
yeah,
yes.
and you wonder, whether in fact all the hotels were told, "Hi, you can tell your guests there's a 4-day game, there's a first-class game." Those little things are important, very important. As the Chamber of Commerce being contracted.
Joseph to John. John plays into the offside, and there's no run. In fact, yesterday it was noticeable that with the road passing behind the players' pavilion, that the tourists on their various stores, you would see them actually slow down and take a peep at the game, because from that vantage point you can see the action in the ground. So I noticed that a number of the tour vehicles taking a stop there, and maybe the guide indicating to the visitors that, okay, this is a game going on there, you can take a glimpse. But
I'm surprised that the secondary schools are not here. I don't know if it's a time for studying. They cannot be relieved.
well, as far as I know, this is the term without a final term assessment. Single to John will be had here as he plays on the onside through mid-wicket. He goes to 99 with the single as the over comes to an end. 419 for 7. Their partnership was 56 for the 8th wicket.
And he will keep the strike. But I think the decisions that the Windwards camp has got to make. We're getting up to lunch on the second day. Do you think of a declaration after maybe batting for 30 minutes after lunch and try to push things on? Because you want to think positively of trying to win the game.
Yeah, Reds, if there's one criticism I have for Volcanoes this morning, is that they have gone too slowly. We started at 364, so 19 and 36. Foxy, if you can give me a quick thing on that, arithmetically, that's not a lot in terms of what we have had. Runs from 364 to 419. Graves starting a new over. To John on 99. John plays up to mid-wicket. So 55 runs. We have had a little bit slow, I would think.
Fair point, fair point.
Yeah, so if perhaps we had seen a much more positive approach by the Windwards, I think you perhaps could have been thinking of a declaration, but I would think perhaps not yet. I don't think that they have enough yet to think of that. Graves to John. John looking for the single. The return hits the striker's end. And, well, it's, question umpire is saying that he's okay. So I think that single is completed. But it was played on the onside, and now John celebrating with the arms aloft. And the bat raised, the helmet in the left hand. And it's 100 for Ryan John. He's mid in first class 100. About played on the onside to mid-wicket. By the fielder, Penny Feather, backing the stumps at the striker's end, where Dembo was looking to make good his ground. And although it was a direct hit, umpire offered indicating that he was in. So single completed. And so 100 for Ryan John. A very good innings indeed.
Yeah, the umpire was in very good position. He was right over the line.
Short delivery, and that almost flew. And Joel Andrew not able to hold on. And that's gone for 4 runs now, saying the umpire Butler. So he would have gotten an edge onto that. And a valiant attempt by the substitute keeper, Andrew. And much to the disappointment of Justin Graves, it's gone for 4 runs. And all of a sudden, in the last 2 deliveries, it's all happening. Century to John, the previous delivery, a run-out attempt with the fielder getting himself, with the batsman arriving home, so completing the 100, and the very next delivery, a chance for Demba. Graves to Demba, who is getting a delivery on target and covers up.
It was a pretty good delivery from Graves. He shook the batsman up. And, he was, body language was all over the place. He lost his shape. I mean, he was just thinking of defending or getting out of the way. And it just went over the head of the keeper. And hard luck and Graves 1 for 72 at 19.4.
Graves to Dembo will get a single as he plays into the onside. So let's give you the figures of Ryan John. Is 167 balls, 10 fours and 4 sixes. He also faced 121 dot balls, 265 minutes. So 265 minutes, 167 balls, 10 fours, 4 sixes, strike rate of just under 60. But importantly, 121 dot balls, indicating that it took a long time in getting it up. The back foot he goes now and punches that into the offside. It will go close to the boundary and possibly can get there. No, pull back just inside. As he will come back for 3. Treble that takes the total to 425. Correction, 428 for 7. As the over comes to an end.
Well, you give the details, and John, if they were celebrating in the community of Monrepos, which community is celebrating?
Well, I'm not sure, Reds. What is the community? We will have to find that out. But
Roland Cox, you know, which party he's from?
they're celebrating in the pavilion.
Well, somebody will probably tell us where Ryan John is from very soon.
Yes, of course, from Grenada, but it would be good to get the exact local community who would be jumping, even as we speak. Maiden 100, and a very good one by Ryan John, the Grenadian.
Well,
so certainly St. George's would be very proud of the performance by the local boy. So whether it's in Grenville or Guave or even Petit Martinique.
Yes. Guave is where a sparrow is from.
Yes, played up on the offside, the onside, that is. So number 74, Ryan John. Spiceman, in a sense, driving. And straight to mid-off.
So finally spin.
Indeed, we see Ryan John featuring quite prominently in the white ball, but he's in red ball as Cornwall finally takes the ball, his first over of the morning. Overall, his 17th over. Before this, 16 overs, 1 made not for 60. Cornwall to John. And John, about 15 minutes away to lunch, still not looking to go big, wanting to bat on and on and on and on. Cornwall from the south to John is defensively up on the onside. There's no run, so he remains on 103. Cornwall, the off spinner, faster delivery. John will get a single in the forward square region as the over is completed. So the first over of spin coming quite belatedly. 429 for 7. Your assessment of Rakim's Cornwall's handling of the play so far this morning, Rich?
Well, they haven't had the little luck of that they needed. I mean, you had a straightforward catch put down by Joseph, and that would have certainly might have made a major difference. He's relied on the quick balls. I don't think if he had the same kind of service from Thomas as he had yesterday, and things haven't gone all the way. Whether they have to introduce spin a little earlier. Gore didn't look too bad yesterday either.
Yes, and maybe a case perhaps where we could have seen the short leg for the seamers. Graves continues. It was a very wide delivery. And John looking to chase at it, not even able to reach it. It was so wide. Not surprising that umpire Butler didn't even go wide.
Yeah, it must have been almost very close, borderline.
That was almost on the return crease.
Yeah. A strange shot from John because he don't want to throw it away now.
About 11 minutes to lunch. Graves to John. Oh, well bowled right up and dug out by John. He'll get a single.
As we haven't seen enough of those Yorkers. The attempted ones at least.
Yes, they have tended to go back of a length. We've seen the short stuff, but yeah, maybe they could have tried some more Yorkers, particularly when they had the men back. So the batters are expecting the short stuff. The double bluff could have been successful. The partnership continues to prosper. 3 away from 100. Playing nicely down to backward point. Demba, who's inching closer to his half century. He's 45. Total 431 for 7. The partnership 98.
He picked up the length very well. As soon as he felt it was short enough, he had the weight on the back foot and steered it nicely down.
John, 105 in strike as Graves moves in. Big drive down the ground for 4. Along the ground. Powerfully struck by Ryan John. Not surprising, he's gotten to the 100. That's a license for him to be a lot more positive and taking up the challenge and hitting down the ground for 4. He goes to 109. 7 for 435.
Very good, positive shot. Good timing. It went like a bullet and beat the fairly straight went on. So it went very, very quickly.
Partnership 102 from 185. Beaten outside the house stump, and is that an edge? Yes! Umpire Butler raising the index finger. And the end of a great, wonderful innings from Ryan John. He's best at this level. And having to see him go with a very good delivery from Graves. A touchdown and playing at it. Outside edge found. Joel Andrew taking a good catch. And finally success for the Leeward's Hurricanes. Ryan John going. Scott Andrew, the substitute keeper, bowled by Justin Graves for 109. He faced some 178 deliveries, 11 fours and 4 sixes. A very good knock from the Grenadian.
And very good sportsmanship on behalf of the Leewards because he just didn't walk off and nobody said boo. There were 3 or 4 players saying, well done, well done. Maybe we didn't pick up the actual word, but the body language can definitely say they were saying congratulations, well played, etc. Although he is the opposition and he's just really been there rubbing salt into the wounds of the Leewards, that displaying a lot of character of the Leeward side. Well, let's see what will be the attitude now and what will be the attitude after lunch if they're still there.
Yeah, not much time left to lunch. On my watch, I make it some 7 minutes. So success finally for the Leeward's Hurricanes. 435 for 8. Darrell Cyrus is the man who comes to the crease at number 10 as the Volcanoes look to push on and on. So a partnership of 102 for the 8th wicket between Demba and John. And success for Graves, the first for the Hurricanes this morning. Graves picking up his 2nd wicket after he had dismissed Etanaz. Comes in now. First delivery is played away from the outer portion of the bat. Cyrus getting off the mark. As the fielding completed by Mikhail Louis from the backward point boundary. So 436 now for 8 as the Graves over is completed. Yes, discussion between Graves and umpire Butler. So the over coming to an end. As it's going to be, looks like Cornwall to continue.
Yes, and Graves picking up his second wicket, as you described, 2 for 83 off 21. But the support for the fast bowlers, and we can't not mention that the fast bowlers could have had a little more attacking support because they weren't scoring that fast, as you rightly pointed out. There were 55 runs at that time in the partnership, and certainly Azari Joseph should have had a forward short leg and could have put a little more pressure on the batsman. But that's all in the past. It's now what's going to happen between now and lunch, and what will be the Windward's attitude after lunch.
Interested. So we've seen a solitary over from Cornwall with the departure of Hines. He has brought back the pace of Joseph.
Well, Joseph still looking for his first wicket, and good move. You've broken the partnership. You bring back your experienced fast bowler.
Joseph to Cyrus was jumping in defense and will not score. So Cornwall has gone back to the pace of Azari Joseph. 2 slips and a gully. He's also bringing in Mikhail Louis from the boundary at mid-wicket. Short leg now in place. Although he's very square.
Yeah, getting a little closer with each.
So he's about 2 strips away from the playing area. The that's backing away out towards backward point. Even attempt unsuccessful. Diving away there was the man coming from mid-off as Cyrus was backing away and looking to hoik that on the offside. Unsuccessful in that attempt. This looked like Penny Feather, the man with the dive. So a single to Cyrus. He goes to 2, 437 for 8.
And the wind just helping the batsman on that occasion because it's coming across, just pushing the ball a little further away.
Joseph to Demba. Backing away and hits that down the ground, over mid-on, out towards the boundary. They have taken 2. They'll be looking for a third. It's picked up inside. And they're happy with 3. Demba inching closer to his 50. Goes to 48, 440 for 8.
Is the aggression suggesting that they could be a declaration at lunch? Because they're not batting to stay.
Well, perhaps a case of Demba seeing that, well, I'm beginning to run out of partners here, so I better help myself. As particularly on the evidence of the previous stroke from Cyrus. Joseph to Demba. Cyrus, in fact, who's backing away. Good acrobatic save by the keeper, Andrew, as Cyrus was backing away. And a shortish delivery from Joseph going between the retreating Cyrus and the leg stump and requiring a diving save from Andrew. So it's clear that Cyrus is not going to be getting into the line behind those quick deliveries from Joseph. He's backing away and looking to hit Joseph.
And he's looking to fight fire with fire. We don't know his normal batting skills, but he's deciding that he's going to throw the bat. Not looking all that comfortable.
Joseph to Cyrus. Gets a short delivery. Backing away to the leg. And, well, it's all exciting. I think that even Joel Andrew he's seen the funny side of it as he takes that. So, good bit of fun as we come towards lunch on day 2. So the pace of Joseph rattling the tailender.
He looked very uncomfortable there, and I think his partner has done the right thing. He's come down the track to have a consoling word. So Cyrus and Denver in a little conversation. Let's see if that will have an impact on his approach.
Additional fielder placed alongside the umpire for Joseph. Into Cyrus. Full delivery, but missing the off stop. Good take again by Andrew. Ball bouncing and over his head and bringing it down. So the end of an eventful over. At the end of it, Cyrus survives. He's on 248 to Denver. It's 448. And I think that's lunch, in fact. The umpire is clipping off the bails to signal the end of the first session of day 2. So at the luncheon interval on day 2, the Windward's Volcanoes 440 for 8 with Darrell Cyrus on 2 from 6. Kenneth Demba is 48 from 94. And the Volcanoes resuming on 364 for 7 with Ryan John on 71 and Kenneth Demba on 18. Well, they have progressed to that total, as I told you, 440 for 8. The highlight of the morning being the 100 by Ryan John. He was eventually dismissed for 109 from 178 deliveries, 11 fours and 4 sixes. And he put on 102 with Demba, who has progressed from 18 not out to 48 not out. So a bit of a slowish morning for the Windwards, but a good overall position for them. 440 for 8. Red Sparrow, your assessment of the first 2 hours of day 2.
Well, the Windwards didn't get carried away. Sometimes you can be overnight, as we've been saying, in a fairly strong position, 364, and then you can just lose the plot and you bowl out under the 400 target. But now they have an option of continuing to bat. Not that I think that Cyrus will be voting for that, and whether there'll be a declaration, because they've got to think positively. I think we want to do justice to the bowling.
Yes, indeed. So let's look at the overall bowling figures for you. So 448 for 8. Zari Joseph overall, 26 overs, 5 maidens, is still yet to take a wicket, considering 108 runs. O'Shane Thomas, 18 overs, 4 maidens, 4 for 57, yet to move to that 5th wicket. Justin Graves, maybe the pick of the bowlers this morning, 21 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 83. Rakeem Cornwall, just the solitary over this morning, 17 overs, 1 maiden, not for 61. Cameron Pennyfeather, 15 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 63. And surprisingly, Karima Gore, we didn't see him at all today. 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 19. And Kadeem Henry, 2 overs for 16 runs. So 364 for 7 when they resumed this morning. And since then, we have had Ryan John, Andrew Graves, 109. His overall figures 178 balls, 262 minutes, 11 fours and 4 sixes. And Kenneth Demba is batted all morning, 48 not out. He's faced 94 balls, 6 fours, and recently joined by Darrell Cyrus, facing 6 deliveries, full of excitement for his 2 runs. And so as we go to lunch, the Windwards 440 for 8. We will take a break for the luncheon interval. Did you want
just the fact that we've got 24 overs in the session.
24 overs in the session. So 12 per hour. A little better than we had yesterday. So the lunch break now in session. So that's it from us. We will take a break for luncheon interval, and we will be back with you in about half hour's time. So until the post-lunch session, Curtis Emmanuel saying goodbye for now.
All right, good afternoon. Welcome back to the post-lunch session. Play is about to resume. The two not-out batsmen, Daryl Cyrus and Kenneth Demble, make their way to the middle. The Volcanoes, they're resuming on 440 for 8. They did lose that 1 wicket in the first session, that of Ryan John, who got dismissed for 109. So Ryan John brought up his first century at this level. That was the highlight of the first session. The only wicket to fall for the day, that of Ryan John, that was taken by Justin Greaves, the pick of the bowlers this morning. So far, in terms of the positioning, the Windward Islands very much in command. They've won 3 out of the 4 sessions that we've had so far. So the score, you would say, is 3-1 in favor of the Volcanoes, but still a long way to go. And it's going to be O'Shane Thomas from the media center end. He's going to start things off. And he's going to be bowling to Kenneth Demba, who's on 48 not out. Just needs another 2 to get to his half century. It's going to be interesting to see the game plan in terms of the Volcanoes. Have a false start. O'Shane not quite ready. It's going to be interesting to see what the game plan is, whether they be ultra aggressive in terms of thinking of a declaration, or whether they decide to bat as long as possible and try and get as many as they possibly can. But it's going to be Thomas from the media center end. Good start. There's an appeal that looked quite high. Hitting them was somewhere around the 5-guard area. But good first delivery up after lunch, while I'm now joined by Reds Pereira.
Thank you, and good afternoon to everyone in the Caribbean, from here to our friends in Suriname, where cricket is played, and all the way up to the Bahamas. Be interesting to see what will be the approach of the Windwards batsmen. Only got, 76 in that first session, and in defense there. And I would think that the Leeward should be very aggressive with their fast bowlers. We're down to the tail, and I'm not too sure that they want to face anything too hostile. They can't be a gentle attack after lunch. Number 48, so they're giving him a chance. Definitely with Cyrus too, who look very unhappy, very uncertain. Demba is a strike, and Thomas in 2 minds. Good length, just back of a leg, lifting. Thomas 18.3 overs, 4 maidens, 4 for 57. All of that, of course, of yesterday in terms of the wicket column. I think the Leewards will maybe regret that they didn't use a little more spin in the first session. And that's paddle wrong outside the leg stump. Like what you read, they will simply continue to pick up runs, or would there be a push?
It's going to be interesting to see the approach. Personally, I think there should be a push to increase the run rate. If the Windwards are thinking of maybe trying to get an outright victory, that would be the approach that they should take.
Yes, you got to be positive. You just can't eat up time. They didn't score all that fast in the first session, 76. But John completed his 100, which was important. Good support from Demba. And that's turned away down towards square leg. The return is not great. I don't think that Andrew appreciates that. Keepers like good service.
Yeah, Andrew's actually filling in for Jamal Hamilton, who's
Yes.
usually the regular keeper.
Yes. But he's not a substitute keeper. I mean, he's a keeper in his own right, having kept for the West Indies on the 19. And I'm sure that he's not happy that the guy is injured, but he welcomes the opportunity to wear the gloves. Short and little jumping movement, taking away the bottom hand and turning it with the top and getting a single. So the over comes to an end. That's his 50. And no big celebrations. So 443 for 8. Denver 50. Could well be his first, maybe, at this level.
Not too sure whether that's his first, but definitely an important 50 and very well played by Demba. He did give good support to Ryan John, and now that he's brought up his own personal milestone, now that he's actually brought up his milestone, I'd like to see him push on and try and get as many as he can and to increase the score as quickly as possible, because Windward should be thinking of a declaration right now.
Well, it's not Azari Joseph because he's settling himself at second slip. So we're going to have, Justin Graves to continue. Graves has got 2 scalps under his belt. 2 for 83. He's at 21 overs. The news out of Antigua is that De Silva reached 100 out of Jamaica. Anderson, who was 100 overnight, but retired hurt with a ankle problem, got 116. And that's wide outside the off stump. Graves trying to find some rhythm. It's a really first ball attempt after lunch from Graves.
Yeah, trying to get loose. But he was the pick of the bowlers this morning. He's so far gotten the only wicket to fall for the day.
Yeah. Well, Jason Holder was not available or didn't make himself available. He got selected, went to Australia and didn't blot his copybook at all. Beaten outside the off stump. That pitched and left him. And just judging from that shot, it appears that maybe they're trying to push on.
Yeah, a bit of an expensive drive there attempted by Demba. Maybe that's a sign, like you said, a sign of things to come from the Volcanoes batsmen.
Well, there must be a plan. There must be instructions. One was for Demba to get his 50. That's been achieved. Well, Demba in strike. Cyrus is 3. Graves in. No pressure. Side the off stump, sailing through to the keeper. We've got 2 people in Johnson Charles Stan. Don't think I've missed anyone. And the main gathering is in the Players' Pavilion to our left. 2 gentlemen are to the right. It's a very quiet time. And I was pushed back towards the bowler who thought for a minute that somebody was going to look for an impossible single. Now the batsman takes the bat to the umpire. Obviously, he wants him to maybe clip something off. And he gets that done. Of course, umpires these days, Dwight, walks with the appropriate little clipper. Maybe a nail clipper or small scissors. 443 for 8. After lunch. That's back, shall we not? It was going straight to the backward point. That would have been almost a suicidal attempt. Total remains at 443 for 8. This game will end on Saturday. Hopefully, it will be a game-on situation, Dwight, and we can probably get a few more hundred people.
Yeah, if it goes into the weekend, who knows? Because today's a working day in St. Lucia.
Yep.
So quite a few persons are at work. Could be the reason behind there not being so many spectators.
Graves played away, but straight to Louis at that forward square leg position. And that completes the first over after lunch. So 443 for 8. They have added 3 runs. But I've said this before. I wonder why the West Indies board didn't start this on a Thursday. And then you would have had the Saturday and Sunday where you might have been able to attract, promote, get some people to come in.
Yeah, starting it off with the Thursday would have given people more of an opportunity on the weekends
Yes.
when more persons are likely to be off. But I'm sure there is a reasoning as to why they usually start it on a Wednesday and end on a Saturday.
But if they started on Thursday, they would have a bite of the cherry both Saturday and Sunday.
Correct. Greater opportunity for there to be more patrons. Correct.
But not knowing what are the reasons, I may not be critical. Thomas goes in, and that's a real agriculture shot. He took a step back, pulled the left leg around, and hit it hard down towards mid-on. It traveled like a bullet. And after that effort, the square leg goes right back towards the rope. Wide backward point, right back in front of the scoreboard. We must really appreciate the improvement in the scoreboard, which was done for the World Cup. Thomas, and that's flirting outside the line of the off stump. Didn't seem to have any idea what to do.
Yeah, from what we've seen of Cyrus so far, of the 9 deliveries, he doesn't fancy getting in line. Seems to be backing away.
Well, there was one delivery where if the square leg umpire didn't watch out, he would have been on his toes because he was really backing away. So Cyrus, 350 to Dunbar. We're in a stalemate situation here. They had to get on with it or declare. Now he's beaten outside the off stump. So difficult, Dwight, to really understand what's the policy.
Yeah, it's tough to tell what the approach is or what they discussed at lunch. Because again, Demba, the first delivery, expansive drive thereafter, he went back into his shell. And from what we've seen of Cyrus, this inning may not last much longer. So I think it's upon Demba to take the responsibility and try and get as many runs as possible.
Well, Cyrus is a spinner, and Lance Gibbs always protected his spinning finger when he was playing at the highest level with all the fast bowlers around England and Australia, etc. So he's probably thinking of that. Thomas looking for another wicket outside the off stump. Really needs to be right on target. No pressure on Cyrus. So the game just ambling on quietly. 443 for 8. Thomas mops his brow. 19.44 for 60. He had a blinder of a day yesterday. He's had a little no ball trouble. I think he's had 4 or 5 no balls, I beg your pardon. 2 slips in the gully going down. And very weak attempt to play that off the back foot. Thomas should be encouraged to really bowl at the batsman.
Yeah, definitely have to bowl wicket-taking balls that would actually hit the stump. It's a lot easier when it's away from the stump for Cyrus to let it go. But if he needs to attack the stump, Cyrus is backing away, so attack the stump as much as possible.
He's got one delivery, 19.54 for 60. to pick up a fiver. That's always a celebration time for any fast bowler. And they keep the ball, as far as I know. This is now driven with great confidence that it's pitched up. And you look much happier with the ball pitched up. He gets the single, moves to 4. Total moves to triple 4 for 8. And that's the end of Thomas. 4 for 61. Happier when the ball is pitched up to him.
Yeah, he looks a lot more comfortable playing off the front foot than on the back foot. And the fact that Demba, he'd been the last day really took that single shows that he has real confidence in Cyrus.
Well, maybe instructions have come out. Some water also came out, but I think that's just the mask why the emergent fieldsman came out. So he's kept the strike. Cyrus is 4, 50 to Demba, and Graves 22 overs, 2 for 83 to move in from the Kaimanji end. This square leg dropping out as if he's going to try a couple of short ones. Mid-on is orthodox. Mid-off a little deeper. No third man, no backward point. And that's the story we expect. Short, looked very uncomfortable as he made an effort to somehow or the other make contact. And there was an actual inquiry from Graves. Did he get a touch?
And the umpire says no. But again, Cyrus looks very uncomfortable. With that plan of attack, I'm surprised he doesn't have a short leg in place.
Yeah. Again, we've been saying that all morning. And Cyrus definitely would be a candidate for a short leg or a silly point. So Cyrus 4 waits for Graves, passes the umpire. Gets a short ball. And Demba wants to try and get down at the other end, but that was just pushed out in the offside. Demba began advancing and then realized that there was no chance of a sharp, impossible single. Cyrus was standing there and essaying a little pull shot. So we can't quite understand what's the plan for the Windwards. Maybe the plan is just to keep the Leewards out as long as possible. Graves. Short. Wasted delivery. Bit short and booming to the keeper. That's one over the shoulder being considered. So we had boxing, or we have cricket, and of course Trinidad to host the Carifta Championships. And I think all the Caribbean starting to have their trials. I think there will be a lot of activity down in Soufre and elsewhere. Trying to finally select a team for Port of Spain. Graves beats him outside the off stump. Maybe you can say he pulled the bat away. It was a good take by the keeper because it wasn't going to carry to Cornwall. Well taken.
Yeah, but very good delivery there by Graves. For a moment, they actually thought that took the outside edge.
So, still, Cyrus not happy, not looking comfortable at all. Preferred the ball to be pitched up, but he's 4. His partner, Demba, is 50, who would like to be in the strike, and that's turned away, and he will now probably keep the strike, because he goes to his 5th run. The total moves up to 445.8. And we have 2 more deliveries, so what will be the attitude of Demba? Shall he make hay while the sunshine or ensure that he gets down at the other end?
I think he should try and ensure that he gets down at the other end. And maybe try and make hay while the sun shines in the next over instead of allowing Cyrus to face up to Thomas.
So Denver is 50, 445 for 8. Greaves with 2 deliveries left in this over. No forward short leg. 2 slips and a gully. Back foot point, cover mid-off, mid-on. Mid-wicket, not right back on the rope. A delivery which is played and looking for a sharp single, and there'll be overthrows. It went just out of the offside, and Denver, realizing that he had to get down at the other end, decided that he was going to hold the run. I think the substitute fieldsman, the left-arm spinner, decided, well, let me invest in a direct throw. There was nobody backing up. I don't think anybody had a real chance. The mid-on was there, but it went far away from him. And that sends the total up to 450, 55 now to Denver.
Yeah, Denver's played very well. Unfortunately, gifted 4 runs, I would say, on that occasion. But again, I'm going to call into question what the game plan is. Because off O'Shane Thomas, he took the single of the last ball, allowed Cyrus to come back and strike, and now he went looking for a non-existent single, trying to regain the strike. So it's tough to tell what the actual plan is. Had that hit, he would have definitely been on his way.
Well, he's got the strike. He'll be in strike to Thomas, 4 for 6, the honor of 20 overs. He is 55, 450 for 8. How will this end? Will there be a declaration, or will these two be bowled out eventually? Thomas looking for a scalp. Gets a delivery which comes off the inner part of the bat, I will think, and they come back for a second run. A bit of loose bit of work between the two. I don't know if there was a miscommunication, but one got the impression that that would have been a single that they would have settled for, but they had their eyes on the fielding effort, and it wasn't tidy. Let's allow the ball to run a few inches away and sprinting through for the second as he moves to 57, 8, 452. Cornwall cannot be happy.
Yeah, what should have been an easy single turned out to be, and importantly, Denver is back on strike.
Almost looking for intrusion in the stumps, and he gets a delivery which is handled in almost an ungainly way, but he made contact and keeping it down, taking away the bottom hand. Denver 57. The partnership now, if you're interested, is 17. The last wicket fell at 435. John caught Andrew Bowgraves to 109. We've lost the sunshine. We haven't lost Thomas, who races in away from us. Well handled by Denver, going back and across. So is no body language suggesting that they're looking for quick runs. And, well, whatever their plan, it's their plan. It's hard to figure out. Still in a very strong position, 452 for 8. Denver 57, Thomas. And all of a sudden, a shot out of character almost by Denver, going through to the keeper. And I would think that the betting as they came out from lunch would have been maybe a little more aggressive, a lot more aggressive.
I think that would have been what everyone think, considering the position that they found themselves in. Just to be positive, a lot more positive. The game is there for the taking. So I would like to see a lot more aggression being shown.
Yes. So this game just going on. Thomas trying to end it. He posted Denver, and no pressure outside the line of the off stump, and taken by Andrew. Little keeper. We've been talking with small keepers. Derek and David Murray small. Dujon, fairly small. Ramden, small. Williams from Trinidad and Tobago, small. Murray with size, junior. Jackie Hendricks with size. For a short time, there was Legal from Trinidad, who was Barbados born, played tennis well too. He had some size. That's slapped away, cut away, it'll go over the boundary. He was short and wide outside the off stump, asking for a treatment, and the treatment was provided. As Dembo goes to 61, the total goes to 4, 5, 6 for 8, and finally a boundary.
Yeah, very good shot by Kenneth Demba. Good way to end the over. I know we are speaking about the plan, but definitely credit must be given to Kenneth Demba for the way that he's batted. He's 61 of 112. When he came in, a partnership was needed, and he delivered for his team. So well done to Kenneth Demba, and I'm sure he's going to be looking to push on the scoring rate over the next couple of overs to try and get the Volcanoes in an even stronger position than what they are right now.
Well, if the last shot was an indication, let's see if it will be continued at the other end. 456 for 8, 61 now to Demba, and Cyrus and 4 will now face the spin of Cornwall, who's had a couple of very short spells. Cornwall is at only 17 overs. That's well below par for Cornwall operating in a normal 4-day game. 17 overs, none for 61. Hasn't really used himself a lot. I would have thought that he could have been maybe used a lot more. He wheels around and that swung away, but a missed opportunity, faster delivery. He did sweep it down towards the short fine leg, but it went straight to Thomas. Back he comes and defend. So again, no effort to try and hit the spinner over his head or hit it over cover. Cyrus 4, Cornwall to Cyrus, looking to sweep, and it's almost identical the way he played 2 balls ago. Maybe a missed opportunity, but outside there, that should have gone towards square leg.
Yeah, the scoring shot that he's looking for is that sweep shot, and with O'Shane Thomas so close in, missed opportunity, definitely.
And that's a very quiet defensive shot. So Claudius will be joining us shortly, and maybe he's got the answer on what is the plan. This is just keeping the Windwards very happy that the runs are not scoring at least.
Yeah, the Hurricanes would be happy with the approach being shown by the Volcanoes.
It goes back, pushes out to the offside. Another over is in fact completed. And at the end of that over, it's 456 for 8, 61 and 4 respectively. Partnership now of 21. And the 2 batsmen are talking. I wonder if we can airdrop on what they're saying.
Yeah, maiden over delivered there by Raheem Cornwall. So definitely, maybe Cyrus has decided that he's going to try and bat as long as possible. The Volcanoes are 456 for 8. Again, they're in a very commanding position. We're just looking at the bigger picture in terms of trying to actually win the game, because it's going to be difficult in the conditions that we've seen to actually take 20 wickets. So they would need to give themselves as much time as possible in order to do so, because this wicket is still very flat, still a true wicket as we see out there. Still a bit on offer for the fast bowlers. There will always be, but it's a matter of giving yourself enough time to try and take 20 wickets.
Justin Graves continuing. 23 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 88. This Windward's Volcanoes innings continues. Graves to Demba. And he plays no stroke. So he's 61. The approach still a little baffling in that, you've got such a big total on the board, but you are a little ultra cautious in approach. They just want a back time, grind the Hurricanes into the ground. Graves to Demba. Turning it fine for 4. So Demba helping himself for as many as he possibly can. He's got 65 of them next to his name now as the total goes to 460 for 8.
Yeah, Graves just getting too straight and Demba playing this one neatly, just turning that one down to fine leg for 4. Good shot for needed runs, I would say, in terms of what we've seen so far after lunch.
And you know what, Dwight? Demba has visions of scoring 100. He's 65.
You would need to do it in quick time.
Graves to Demba. He's letting it go. So he's on 65. 25 this partnership for the 9th wicket. And they're taking their time about it. The innings 112 overs old. Midway in the 112th over. Extras contributing quite significantly, as you'd imagine. 45. Graves looking for his 3rd wicket. Uppercut down to point. The fielder from backward point comes in. Kyle Louis, but they'll have enough time to take to a good return to Andrew. Demba going to 67, 462 for 8.
Yeah, Demba just showing a bit more positive intent there. Short was able to come up for 2. So definitely maybe that's a sign of things to come. He's trying to push the scoring rate along, much more intent being shown, which is good. From a Volcanoes fan standpoint, this is very good.
Graves to Demba. Was turning it and will get a single. Whether it was any bat, no bat, says umpire Butler. One more to the total. 463. 463 for 8. And the tactics of Cornwall, the Leeward's Hurricanes captain, sort of captain that who doesn't interfere in the game too much. He stays in the slip, very confident in his own quiet way. Good delivery as Cyrus plays up to the offside and the over completed. So 112 completed, 463 for 8. Your assessment of the captaincy of Rakim Jimbo Cornwall?
Like you said, very laid back kind of character, but that doesn't take away from his captaincy ability. The one maybe criticism that I think he should have bowled himself a lot more. Even today, I think he's only bowled a 1 over, 2 overs so far for the morning. Usually, as we've discussed, this wicket is much more supportive in terms of being a fast bowler and what you get out of it. But Cornwall, his track record in this competition so far this year and even in previous years has been one of the leading off spinners in the region. So I'd have liked to see him take on the responsibility and bowl a lot more. At least, if not taking the wicket, at least he would have been able to keep one end and keep things tight from one end.
Well, he continues. This is the 19th for him. 18 overs, 2 maidens, not for 61. He'll be bowling to Demba. Goes back and plays up to mid-on. There's no run, so slip and forward short leg. The close infielders are very short mid-on as well. Mid-wicket and short backward square. Delivery that is flatter. Into the leg stump and played up by Demba. There's no run, long on, and square leg also in play. Driving back past Cornwall will bring Demba his 68th run and taking the total to 464. Cornwall at the toss was very confident in the fact that the Hurricanes were coming into an 11 with 4 seamers. looking to sweep this, so backward square leg. A long run for Mikael Louis. They will have enough time to come back for 2 as his return comes in. And Cyrus getting a couple that takes him on to 6. And the total 466 for 8. So 113 overs. Predominant use of seam as Rakeem Cornwall comes towards the end of his 19th over. It's a drop ball. Again, Cornwall to Cyrus. Short delivery going back, and again, it's a dot ball to complete the over. 466 for 8-6 to Cyrus, 68 to Denver.
Yeah, pretty tidy over from Rakeem Cornwall. Previous over he bowled was a maiden. This one only conceding 3. And I think for the Hurricanes right now, for them, it's just try and keep the scoring rate as low as possible and try and have the Volcanoes bat as many overs as possible, try and take as much time away from the game as possible for them. So for them, it is going according to plan. But for the Volcanoes, on the other hand, in my assessment, maybe after lunch they should have maybe taken a few more risks, considering they're 466 for 8 and well ahead of the game.
Yes, I definitely agree with that. Graves looking to get his 3rd wicket. Bowls to Denver, who is now so comfortable at the crease. He can come across and very happy to allow the ball to go into the gloves of Andrew. So good conditions here for batting. Bright sunshine. Nice carry. Nice bounce. Even bounce on the pitch. And so batters have really enjoyed themselves, especially over the last 2-3 sessions. Big drive now from Denver. High into the offside. It will drop short and not go into the boundary. Thomas is going to pick up. And they have enough time for 3 as Denver goes into the 70s. It's 71. 469 for 8.
Good intent being shown by Kenneth Denver there. Didn't get as much bat on it as he would have wanted. Had he gotten some more bat on that, that could have easily gone over the boundary for 4. But good intent being shown by Denver.
Graves continuing from the north to Cyrus now. Short top edge, catch for the keeper. Yes, taken. Good work by the keeper, Joel Andrew. Delivered where it was Cyrus looking to hook top edge and going in the backward square leg region, and Joel Andrew running from his position behind the stumps, taking a good catch, diving forward as the ball was dropping quickly. So good athleticism there from the keeper. The end of Cyrus. So 3rd wicket for Graves, getting the dismissal of Cyrus. Scott Andrew or Graves. And we've had the loss of the 9th wicket. He went for 6.
Yeah, excellent catch there by Joel Andrew. Had to maybe run 15 to 20 meters and put in a dive, so excellent catch. But Cyrus has looked uncomfortable against the short deliveries entire 29-ball inning. So it's no real surprise that that got him out in the end. And Justin Graves again being rewarded for the hard work and the what that he's put in this morning. He's actually gotten both wickets that has fallen today.
So good work by the all-rounder. Has been probing away. And in his 25th over, doing quite well. His 3rd wicket, not too far away from conceding 100. But I think he would obviously be happy to contribute. Tyson is the man who comes out. And he's going to partner Denver. Denver in 71. And as he comes out to join Denver, be very interesting to see how Denver plays it from here. He's 29 runs away from a possible 100. So I think we are in for some excitement, because with the last pair at the crease, I think Denver will be looking to maybe farm the ball in and get himself into strike. But Tyson has to survive Graves. He plays back quite competently enough, coming across and playing into the offside. So last pair at the crease. And I think we're in for some action here, Dwight.
We should be. Again, like you said, them were 29 away from what would be a maiden century. I'm sure that is on his mind. So he's probably going to look to try and face as many deliveries as possible and try and get as many runs as he can.
2 deliveries left in the over. Graves to Tyson. Looking to swing and maybe inside edge onto the pad as it went away into the gully region. So from the shape of his 2 deliveries so far, Tyson will be looking to advance the score when he gets an opportunity.
Yeah, he's looking for, I would say, non-existent pull shot there. That ball was nowhere near short enough for that kind of shot. But Tyson, I think he's come out with intent to put the ball away.
Graves to Tyson. Tyson back. And they go back for the single. Instinctively, I think Demba was looking to be positive and go for the single, but I think he remembered it's the last ball of the over and I need to be in strike. So he put on the brakes. And so Tyson had to do the same. So the end of the over, at the end of it, 71 Demba. Tyson is yet to score. The Windward's Volcanoes, 469 for 9.
Yeah, good decision in the end by Demba. Again, like you said, instinctively he was like, I'm gonna go for the single, but then he realized it was the final ball and he wants to strike against Raheem Cornwall. Maybe he fancies his chances against Cornwall. Maybe he deposit him somewhere into the ground stand.
Indeed, and I think Cornwall, well, he's got a man at long on and mid wicket. Think he probably would keep the man at mid off. He's signaling to Thomas to go at backward square leg on the boundary. And he's going to come into Demba. So Demba on 71. He's with the last man at the crease. So I think we're going to have some action here as he goes back, turns it. We'll go for 1. And they're coming back. Well, in the end, they decide against it. Thomas, as usual, very slow to the ball. And I think that maybe just tempted the 2 batters to look for a second. But Thomas was able to put some urgency in the fielding, and so they decided against it. So 1 taken, 72 now, Demba, 460, 470. Correction for 9 as Tyson comes into strike. Cornwall to Tyson. Down the leg side, beats the keeper. And that will go behind him for 4. Question is 4 of what? Buys. So Andrew making a meal of the faster delivery down the leg side. Not sure if there was some agreement between Cornwall and Andrew to fire it down the leg side, but Tyson missing. Andrew also missed. So 4 to the total, 474 for 9.
Yeah, 4 bonus runs for the Volcanoes. They Cornwall on that occasion a lot shorter and faster. And Andrew not able to get across to stop that one. And Ocean Thomas looks like he's had a long day in the field.
Cornwall again to Tyson. Forward, they'll get the single on the offside. 475 now for 9. Demba on 72 will come into strike. Solitary slip and short leg. Mid-off and squarish cover. Cornwall to Demba, who initially wanted maybe to launch into a big drive, but then played in defense. Takes a little walk towards the short leg fielder. Forward. Dot ball. Again. 1 delivery left in the over. Demba will be maybe looking for a single here. Will not get it though as it goes straight to the straightish and shortish mid-wicket. The over is completed. The 115th of the innings. 475 for 9 Windwards Volcanoes.
Yeah, good result in terms of the last delivery for the Hurricanes. This is what they would have wanted. They would have wanted Tyson on strike, facing up to Greaves, the number 11. Demba is on 72 for the Hurricanes. It's just trying to bowl as many deliveries as possible to Tyson. So good end result.
Graves would be looking to wrap things up here. I think as a bowler, don't want the 10th wicket partnership hanging around for too long. So I think Graves would be looking to finish things off. Graves to Tyson. Back, coming across nicely. Well in behind it. And looks good for number 11. And so Tyson is really sending a message to Graves that I'm not going to make this final wicket easy for you. You're going to have to work for it. Graves is going to have to dig deep here. Tyson is out with an intention to bat as long as he can. Graves to Tyson. He's again coming forward, more or less walking across the crease and keeping out the medium pacer. So Tyson is saying, I'm here to continue the long innings by the Volcanoes.
Yeah, he looks good, getting in line against Greaves. I'd love to see Alzari Joseph maybe come in to try and dismiss the number 11.
Graves to Tyson. Short and looking to swing at it. And the ball flying past the top edge of the bat, shoulder, head height. Good take by keeper Joel Andrew, who, if you were just joining us, is substituting in terms of that role for Jamar Hamilton, who sustained an injury and is not behind the stumps. In fact, we haven't seen Hamilton for the entire day so far. Graves to Tyson. Tyson into his stumps and turning it into the forward square region for a single, as the total inches up to 476 for now.
Yeah, Tyson now moves on to 2 of 9. Demba is going to be on strike. And like we said, maybe Demba is thinking of actually getting that 100. He's only 28 away. He may have never been in a position previously at this level. So there's an opportunity. Maybe that's the thinking in the Windward Islands camp. Maybe get 500, get Demba to his 100, and then declare. But the Hurricanes may have other ideas.
Indeed. Cornwall making a field change, bringing Zari Joseph into the onside to tough that single, or the general region of that stroke being played. Forward square. Graves to Demba. Demba pulling through square leg. Good square leg for 4. Good stroke, my word. It was short, and he was quickly into his stumps and pulling it away to the right of the fielder, who's in front of square on the boundary. So 4 runs to Demba. He goes to 76. 480 for 9. Not a bad stroke at all.
Yeah, Demba got in position really quickly and very well controlled as well. At no point in time was ever a chance of him getting caught, and he found the gap beautifully there. Fantastic shot by Demba.
Indeed. 76. Graves moving away to Demba. Goes wide of off stump. And Demba not going flashing at it outside the off stump, allows it to go, indicating at the end of the over that he's a man who's on a mission, and he's definitely eyeing that 3-figure score.
Yeah, it will be well deserved. He's batted really well. This is the best that I've seen Demba bat, I know he's been around for a while. His primary role is to bowl off spin, one of the leading off spinners in the Windward Islands. But he's equipped himself really well today, and so far he's on 76. This not sure, but I'm thinking that would actually be his top score at this level. So definitely well played to Demba. But he has the opportunity here if Tyson hangs around to get 3 figures.
Yes, and I think a number of players would be putting up their hand in terms of electing to bat on this surface. In fact, we know that to be the case. Regional players expressing excitement when they have to come to the Darren Sammy cricket ground to play. And we've had 2 so far. We've gotten centuries for the first time. Struck on the pad. Appeal going up by Cornwall. But umpire Crawford is not responding. So Shadrach Descat 119 ran, John 109, maiden hundreds. Kenneth Demba, can he join that group? He's off the back foot. In fact, it's Tyson who's off the back foot and can't beat Gorham, who's substituting for Hamilton. There's no run. Big appeal going up and given. So the end of the Windward Island Volcanoes innings. Tyson trapped LBW by Rakeem Cornwall for 2. And the Windward's innings finally coming to an end. 480 all out. The Windward's captain, Rakeem Cornwall, coming up with the final wicket. An innings that has lasted 116.3 overs. And finally, the Volcanoes getting an opportunity to conclude the Volcanoes innings. The Hurricanes getting an opportunity to complete the Volcanoes innings. 480 all out. The end, Dwight, finally coming.
Yeah, very good total in the end by the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Again, if we look back upon where they were yesterday at lunch and when they lost their first 4 wickets, very good recovery, 480 for 10. The highest total that they've been able to score this season. So they've put themselves in a very good position. But again, I've seen the Leeward Islands batsmen, especially in the last game, they applied themselves and they have been able to get big scores. So we're in for an intriguing couple of days.
Indeed. So the scorecard, let's go through that for you. The action, of course, started yesterday with the Windwards ending the day on 364 for 7, with Ryan John on 71 and Kenneth Demba on 18. Well, we have had them to progress to eventually being dismissed for 480. And the information, the story of the scorecard is as follows. Jeremy Solozano, he was caught. Joseph Bolt Thomas 6. Stephen Pascal, LBW Thomas 25. Kavem Hodge caught Louis Bolt Thomas 9. Alec Atenas Bolgraves 13. Sunil Ambers, LBW Thomas 35. Shadrach Descat called Hamilton Bolgore 119. Jervin Benjamin, LBW Feather 30. Ryan John caught Andrew behind the stumps, Bolgraves 109. Kenneth Demba not out on 76. Darrell Cyrus caught Andrew Bolgraves 6. And Gillan Tyson, LBW Cornwall 2. So extras were 50, 22 buys, 17 leg buys, 5 wides, 6 no balls. From 116.3 overs, Windward's Volcanoes 480 all out. The bowling figures, Zari Joseph 26 overs, 5 maidens, not for 108. O'Shane Thomas 21 overs, 4 maidens, 4 for 67. Justin Graves 26 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 102. Rakeem Cornwall 20.3 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 66. Cameron Pennyfeather 15 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 63. Karima Kaur 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 19. And Kadeem Henry 2 overs, no maidens, not for 16. So the end finally coming for the Volcanoes, 480 all out. Joseph Redsborough, your assessment of the Volcanoes innings and all the resources they used up in terms of overs and time We are after lunch on day 2. Your overall assessment of the first innings?
Like I say, their best for the season. Their best for the season. They would not have been happy that none of major contribution was not from the top order, but was from the middle down, right down to Denver, who was 76 not out, and one can offer that probably his best first class. He's really thick for his spin bowling. It was hard to understand. I don't know if you share this. The approach by the Windwards after lunch. It wasn't, look, let's try and get some quick runs. It was just eating away time in the game.
Right. In fact, Reds, I would extend that to say for the entire day, I thought that the Windward's Volcanoes were not positive enough, particularly when they started at 364 for 7 with it was John on 71. You would have thought that you would have seen a greater level of positivity. That was not the case. Instead, they opted to sort of soak time and take a lot of deliveries. And in the end, 480, perhaps in retrospect, you can't really fault them. But I think that they consumed a little bit too much time for my liking.
7-6 in the first session.
Yes.
It's laboring. You know, they were sitting in a strong position overnight. You'd think they would have been a little more attacking.
Yeah, so they were a little too negative in my view. But I think they would probably look back and say, well, we were sent in and we got 480.
Yeah.
I think we've done well.
You can justify it with the total 480. But if you were to dissect the various sessions, so it is now up to the bowlers for the Windwards, who've done maybe better than the batsmen to the start of this run. Let's see what they will do on this track. It still has that little bit of green. One would think that the spinners could come into his own on a day 2 pitch. We just have to see. The Leewards will have their West Indies opener, Louis, who must be hoping that he can put together some scores before the selectors think of the squad for Australia. And well before that, of course, the West Indies will be investing in a white ball series in England, with, of course, the Irish and England. And what would be the plans for the South African A Tour? What would be the plans to put together a squad for the Test series? That's all in the making. But I can say that the number of hundreds scored in this 4 days has moved to 23, because De Silva has scored another 100. I think this is his third 100. And of course, we can add the fact that John picked up his 100, and overnight Anderson has got 100. I think the total is 23 hundreds. Diana, all up for 339, just to update our situation. And I think the last time I saw the Barbados 2 down for 150 or 60 plus, so they're doing well at home. So what can we look forward to? Well, Leeward's in the recent past has got some big runs against Trinidad, but they were batted. But they will want to make sure that they take their time in looking to respond to 480. They can't beat ball and beat 480. So they could at least take their time and put together a pretty strong response.
Yes. Well, in the third round game, February 12th to 15th against Trinidad and Tobago, they conceded 529 for 5. And in reply, the Leewards 433 all out, with a double century stand between Mikael Louis and Kadeem Henry, both of them getting hundreds, of course. So these two will come out with a fair amount of confidence, Reds, and they would be looking to really establish themselves at the crease. Batting conditions still conducive for stroke play, and so we would expect to see a pretty interesting reply by the Leewards. In their first game, the Leewards got 358 versus the West Indies Academy, and West Indies Academy 145. In that 358, Hamilton 81, 59 to Gore and Rakeem Cornwall 49, and they would be looking to really get things going. So the stage is well set, and the umpires just about getting ready to come out as we have the reply by the Leeward's team. So we think that the action is going to be quite interesting going.
And I've gone down memory lane here. Windwards versus Leewards in 1965.
65 Reds? You remember that?
Yes, I remember that. Right, I mean, I checked my book. This game was played in Dominica. Windward 108 and 161 for 5. Sam John getting 38. Finley was not out on 20. Elwin got 28. The Leewards 192. There's Harris 88. The St. Kitts batsman did well. Here 4 for 33 and Mellon 2 for 42. And then the Combined Islands, so we go down memory lane. Combined Islands versus the Jamaica. Jamaica 283, Teddy Griffith, Agent Bourne 150, one MC Foster 44, and I was just trying to remember his first name, but Freeland, fast bowler, 6 for 49. I think he later became a minister in Antigua Barbuda. The Combined Islands replied with 250. Les Harris, 41. Clem John, 43. Evelyn Gresham from Grenada, 34. Arthur Barrett, the leg spinner, 5 for 51. Jamaica batting a second time as we go down memory lane, 285 declared, with Easton McMorris 134. Listen to this. George Headley, 45.
45.
This was towards the end of his career.
Right. So the first game, you said 1965, Windwards, Leewards.
Yeah.
But then the Combined Islands game would have been in the 80s.
Yeah, well, that followed in my book. I think it was in my book, which was put together by two outstanding gentlemen, one from Trinidad and one from Jamaica, who was Bahamas born. That was the sequence of it. So the game eventually ended in a draw. As I said, the Combined Islands 265 with 5, Harris 53, Shillingford 113, Clem John 44 not out. The game ended in a draw. Just a little bit of memory lane there.
Yes, thanks.
And I think I'll do a little bit more on the Leewards Windwards battles. I remember as a boy watching the Windwards in the Combined Islands in Guyana, and I saw Harris. Harris was a very good player. Gresham was a very nice stroke player. But that's looking back. Let's look forward.
Yes, in 2025 at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground, Ryan John is about to get ready, and he will take it up from the commentary booth. And in the north, a man full of confidence coming from his batting performance of his maiden first-class 100.
When you got Reds, any kind of runs, you're all-rounder, you're really picked for your fast bowling. It must be giving you a fair amount of confidence in the Grenadian. So he's going to start aggressively with keeper standing back. 3 slips in the gully, a backward point, a wide mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square leg. John goes in, and that's on the onside. First delivery, just slightly going down. So the Leeward Hurricanes need 481 for first innings, which has been brought back this year, first innings points.
Yeah, good to see it come back. So you have the competitiveness in the game coming through from the first innings. And even though there's not a full result, but there's still the incentive of points.
Louis, who won his stripes and got into the West Indies team to England with a large collection of runs at the first class level, looking for a good score as he wants to ensure that he gets in against Australia. Didn't have to play it outside the off stump. And keeper dancing around. Now the tourists decided that on the far side they can't sit and watch anymore. They're going to stand. They might be just maybe trying to digest their lunch, which what might have had. Not many people, which is a sad thing about doing West Indies cricket these days. That's the way in the new style of batting, twirling the bat over. Maybe a style we first saw from one Courtney Walsh.
Well, Louis not as elaborate as Teddy, but John, first delivery angled in, but the last two nice away shape, looking to bring the slip cordon into play.
If I'm right, Louis' father is from Dominica. He waits, 3 slips to the gully, haven't quite put a run board yet. Every opportunity. As he turns the other way, there runs here for the Leewards. They take one, they'll come back. The second is picked up now by the square leg coming around. So they are off on running. And just to greet the couple runs, the sun comes out in all its glory. There's a nice wind coming across. That will help John to get the ball to move in. When you did bowl here, did you bowl into the wind or with the wind?
With the wind. Well, not so much here, as I said, didn't have the privilege of playing so much here, Reds, but certainly at the Mendo Phillip Park, where
John at the Darren Sammy comes up post Louis. Louis gets a ball that goes right through him. Totally going right through him as he shuffles across. It was back enough in length to encourage him to try and play that on the crease. And I think he was a little lucky there that didn't hit the off stump.
Yeah, that came back at him. A couple of deliveries in the over going away, but that one came back and brushing maybe the side pad, but over the stumps. Lucky for him.
He had starts in England, Louis, with Buffett. That's it. Now he's pushing forward, but I think playing inside the line. So he got into the 20s and 30s, but didn't go on. But did stay around for a very long time. Well, he needs to do that here for the Leewards and be productive with the bat. So 2 without loss after the first over. Your thoughts on John's effort?
Good over from John. Sort of a mixed bag in terms of the sort of movement that we saw him getting. First delivery and maybe the 5th delivery coming back in, but the others going away. So he's going to be keeping Louis and Henry guessing, and a decent over for him. From the Louis point of view, an interesting aspect would be how he handles the ball just on about 4th and 5th stump, because we saw at the international level he tended to play when he really didn't have to.
Yeah.
And so it would be interesting to see to what extent he has maybe worked on that shortcoming and how he's going to progress here.
And when on the front foot, he was being bowled through the gate.
Yes, so it would be an examination of his technique. Well, he's coming from runs in his last innings, in his last game, getting 100.
Yep.
And it would be interesting to see how he handles what the Volcanoes have to offer.
And these two of you pointed out has put together against Trinidad a double century. The first class game I saw, Leslie White and Glenn Gibbs put together 390 against Barbados at Border way back in 1950, 51, outside the off stump.
Tyson.
And Henry shouldered arms. Henry showed that he's a bit of an all-rounder because he can turn the hand over.
Yes, indeed. Good start by Tyson as he's come in with the second over from the southern end.
Yes, the name Tyson. Well, recent time you tie it in with boxing, but Frank Tyson, Typhoon Tyson, was generally fast. Didn't have a long career. Finished as a teacher in Australia and a commentator. But Tyson of the Windward Islands comes up, and that's a lifting delivery, no ball called. Of course, you had Tyson, the American boxer, heavyweight champion, and you've had Tyson from England and Europe.
Yes, in fact, recently just going and looking back on some footage of international cricket, and Frank Tyson, the voice of, very much there.
Yes, I had an opportunity to work with him during one of my trips to Australia. He was genuinely fast. He came out with an E.W. Swanton team in 1956 when Rohan Kanai was first picked up against an international side. That's a wayward delivery all over the shop. You will say the wind was blowing just too fast. I couldn't control it. But the wind is hardly blowing if you look at the flag.
Yeah, just a gentle breeze.
So as they say, you have to tell me another.
Yes, just maybe missing something there in the action, maybe not being focused on keeping everything in line, a little too wide of off stump.
Having some support, there's two slips, there's no third slip, two slips on the gully, and almost like a fly slip. And that's played away off the back foot, nice looking shot. It's an interesting feel as we record the total going to 7. And they've got what the Australians first used in the 75 World Cup, a bit of a fly slip.
Yeah, a little surprising to see how quickly the Windwards have sort of gone on the defensive.
Yes.
But a most exquisite stroke from Henry. It was short and he went back and spanked it square. And it went very quickly to the point boundary for 4.
Yes. It's the captain at that fly slip position. I don't know if they saw some footage on Henry. Tyson, no pressure on the batsman. But this whole area becoming a bit of a sports complex. There's the tennis to the right, an international center. And there's the indoor, well, initially for cricket, but it's more for basketball and boxing and volleyball of late. And then just further on, the new 50-over swimming pool. So this is becoming a bit of a sports complex. Tyson off a very straight run, good rhythm, and a good lifter. It could be the best ball he's bowled outside the off stump. And Henry have to just pull the bat in line.
Yes, good one. Angled in and hitting the pitch hard and seaming away. And good carry, good bounce on that. Henry had it well lined up and elected not to play. In fact, Reds, we were talking about how far the short leg was when the Hurricanes were in the field. But he's even further for the Volcanoes. He's the edge of the square, about what, 20 yards away with the helmet. Amazing.
It'll be funny if he's crouching now. Tyson goes in. Henry is again letting it go. Goes through with the keeper. So the end of the second over. No real drama. 7 without loss. Don't know when last you've seen Greg Wilson, our fellow commentator, John Farmer. But one gets the impression that you've got green fingers too. kitchen garden.
A friend indicated that Greg Wilson is so swamped with work on the farm that he's not been able to make his presence felt in the box.
Maybe he's getting too many contracts from the share markets.
Yes, yes, yes. He's doing a roaring trade in the
There's a
Roseau Valley.
into peppers, very strong peppers.
Peppers, sweet
And
potatoes, the whole lot.
Ryan Horn coming in. And that's driven. Well stop. Good cricket, competitive, nice firm shot. Looking to drive that past the bowler. And the ball had the right height, just about hip height.
John looking to go full here, but Michael Louis was equal to it.
He's well built, the Grenadians. They're known for having all sorts of delicacies, which not everyone can maybe take part in unless you have a pretty good stomach. That's right up. And he plays down. There's a restaurant that deals with all the, well, lava and all the different things you find, all the wild meat, as they say. You've been to Grenada many times.
Yeah, a couple of times. I've been to Grenada. First went there as at the youth level, under 19, back in.
You played at Tantine.
Yes.
John Bowles covers up as he comes forward. Looks a good picture.
No, on reflection, actually didn't play at Tantine. Played at Grenville and St. George's. Did commentaries at Tantine, though.
Yeah. Junior Murray got a double there against Guyana at Tantine.
In fact, I saw Remner Sawan get 100 there versus Windwards Guyana back in probably the 2000s, early thereof.
A lot of cricket was played at Tantine during a period where the old St. George's, I think, was out of commission. John, who probably haven't played at the old, was beaten outside the line of the off stump, and that just cleared the top of the bat. So just pulling the length back and very good carry to the keeper.
Yes, good delivery. Pitched just about off stump and came back in, but the bounce might have actually assisted Michael Louis because it went maybe above the edge, but he was well committed to the stroke. Very good delivery from John.
Louis, the first player from the Federation to play for the West Indies. They were very proud of that. It was missing in the DNA of the Princess Nevis. We didn't have a test player. Now they've got one, and they would like him to stay. And of course, there was another St. Kitts player who played for Surrey and got one match for England, a fast bowler.
Yes, quite remarkable that in the Two Island Federation that the smaller of the two would be more prolific in terms of production of players.
Yes, if you look at square miles, they probably have a very high ratio, Nevis.
Indeed.
John, good rhythm, good shoulders, and making Louis work hard as he gets onto the front foot. So a good contest here in the making between John and Louis, and 7 without loss, with a huge total of 481 of first innings points. It's quite an open race at the start of this. The Trinidadians were fancying their chances, but they have recovered thanks to the work of the Silva, who got 100 today, and there was an important partnership with Kerry Player, who got into the 40th.
Yes, so Gary Player showing his all-round ability because he's at the top of the performances for wickets after 3 rounds and showing his worth as an all-round player.
So Tyson from the far end and deceiving the batsman in a sense, but unfortunately it wasn't on line. It was almost pitching to the crease area, and he played it a little late. Still no toe slip for Tyson. still the captain at that fly slip position, which Australia tried in 1975 in the World Cup final.
So it's actually Amber's light
Yeah,
slip position.
Ambrose. It's an unusual position, and that's outside. Oh, getting onto the right leg, transferring the body weight, and that's twice he's put the ball away through that cover. He's had a couple of good scores. He's been more productive than the test player Louis, as he takes the total up to 11, and he has got 8. And straight away, Mr. Facts and Figures will tell you exactly how many he's got in the innings he's played so far.
Yes, Deem Henry hitting that one short and hitting it in front of square. The previous one went maybe on the line of square on the offside, but 2 bad deliveries put away. And he's got 100, as we said, 48, 24, 21, 25, and 100.
And he's ducking to this one. Tyson decides to dig it in. Tyson is not as big in body stature and body mass as John. But we remember the outstanding late Malcolm Marshall, who was small and who can generate great pace, could go around the wicket, had a bag of tricks, which you want to make a point.
Yeah, so the fly slip has been pulled away. So Amber's now been put into the cover point region, or maybe exactly on the line of point. So we've got 2 fielders in that general area. He's on the leg
There
side,
is a
Tyson.
half stifle appeal for a bit of bat outside the pad. But that change you mentioned there, where the skipper has now gone to a squarish cover, that's been forced upon the Windwards because of the strong, powerful strokes by Henry through that square cover position.
Right, Reds. In fact, I was about to suggest that the fly slip may have been there because of that ability that they have detected in him to play square. He has had 2 boundaries there, but they have changed the field in looking to cover that space.
But it wasn't in the air, it was all along the ground. They struck in front, a big appeal, confident. There is no review. If there was a review, that would have been considered.
My word, that came back and that looked pretty plumb to me.
Well, I might have hit legs.
Yeah, umpire Tyson perhaps suggesting that it was doing too much and would have maybe gone down the leg side, but it was mighty close, Reds.
Yes. I did feel it was in fact heading towards the leg stump and might have ended up missing legs. So, good call by the umpire. One doesn't want to be too critical because you're not standing. We are in the comfort of an air-conditioned box. And that's played defensively. So it's been a good contest so far. Henry looks more comfortable. Lewis, with more experience, is still searching for maybe what exactly he wants to do in his approach. And we can tell you definitely it's 11 without loss. 11 without loss. We're in the middle of the afternoon. And like a true St. Lucian, he was wearing a lovely blue shirt, which seemed to be a gift. A gift. He didn't pay actual cash for it. Tell me what you're trying to show me.
John starts in the over.
Forward, over it. He's a tall man. Many of our openers were tall. Gordon Greenwich, late Conrad Hunt, small. Roy Frederick, small. Oh, I beg your pardon. Now he wants to show off in me St. Mary's College. You're an old boy of there.
Sumerian for life.
But I was talking about our openers in the past. Small, the late. Greenwich small, Fredericks small, Haynes small. They were well built, but no great height. Joey Carew is probably the tallest of the lot. Leslie White, who had one test match for the West Indies, was about 6'4" against India. Alan Ray was of the Jeffrey Stolmeyer would be someone with some height.
And talking about short of more recent vintage, Sherwin Campbell,
Yep.
Stuart Williams.
Sherwin Campbell, very short.
So was Stuart Williams.
Yes,
The division, we spoke about Nevis earlier.
John driving, that seems to slide off the outer part of the bat. I think John would be encouraged by that because he was searching from it outside the off stop. He's a tall man. He doesn't have to go too far. But in England, he tends to play a lot in the crease, back in the crease, and people are saying he really needs to get out of the crease area.
Yeah, because he's a tall man, so he's got the reach and the stride maybe sometimes not being optimal from Mikhail Louis.
John with 3 steps on the gully. Go forward short leg. And that struck him in the pad, but that's going down. But one must give the umpire who made that decision of not out a fair amount of credit.
You mean this particular one or the
Yeah.
previous one?
The one where it certainly went up.
Yeah, it was close, but I guess the umpire is even more in line than us. We are not quite in line. We are operating from, it would have been leg slip. And so the umpire is even in a better position.
John walking first. That's turned away. Down towards the man at the backward square. So strike is rotated, 11 without loss. Louis and Henry starting. Louis 2, Henry 8. 12 without loss. It's really been beautiful weather. After a week ago, it looked fairly wet. Ken Crafton was concerned with the preparation, but then we had good weather, which helped the preparation. There's a second pitch being prepared for the Barbados game at the same time. John in, and that's, well, there's that call. Yeah. Well, we were talking about this with Roland Cox about taking a catch, whether you are in the air. And this was almost impossible to believe. It was flicked away by the batsman, and into the blue we realized that the backward square was about to try and get over the boundary line, knock it back into play, and then take the return catch. So you've seen it all this time all over the world, and we've seen it here at the Darren Sammy.
Absolutely. Well done by the fielder. Didn't quite pick up who that was on the boundary, but very good work. And Henry would be kicking himself, because to hold out to the lone fielder on the boundary would be very disappointing to him. But good skill by the fielder, who had to really judge himself, the boundary, taking the catch, jumping over, staying airborne. The whole
And as you will know, the wind.
Yes,
The wind factor will also carry it.
yes.
But he might consider himself unlucky.
Well, I mean, unlucky to some extent, but maybe not executing properly, Reds, given that there was the only one fielder on the boundary and a few yards to his left or right.
It had to be maybe a little more wrist work to play it finer.
Or to his
Into the blue, they're 12 for 1. Out of the blue, they're 12 for 1. And John now is among the wickets. So
Carty, the new batsman.
New batsman, the West Indies batsman coming at number 3, Carty.
Yeah, that's okay.
Comes out of St. Martin. As Tyson continues and keeps Louis honest. 12 for 1. Well, if the Windwards were looking for success, they got it in a most spectacular fashion.
Indeed. And of course, it's a skill that we see the guys practice as they prepare, and good anticipation from Tyson, who was the one who took the catch.
Well done. Now he comes in and hits the pad, but missing the line of the leg stump. We really must find out when we have time from Tyson whether he has actually done a fair amount of rehearsals along those lines. But one of the best catches, I think, will be recorded ever taken on the scrum. It wasn't a close catch in the gully. It was right down deep backward square. 12 for 1. Tyson off the back foot. Doesn't time it all that well. He played it away from the body.
Actually, bowling changed. It's actually Shadrach Descat who's coming.
I beg your pardon. I think we got caught up in the moment.
Yes. Just
We slipped into the attack.
yes.
We talk about the confidence of the bowler coming from this end. Well, the Scot should have a fair amount of confidence. There's 2 slip as he's lining up the leg stump. Pushed out in the outside, coming forward. A bit of a setback here for the plans of the Leeward, because these two, the last time they put together Henry and Thing, it was 200 on the board against Trinidad.
Indeed, they would be disappointed to see the fall of Kadeem Henry, and also the manner of the dismissal. I think it was a soft dismissal.
The Scot using the seam. He's not express space, but in a short career, you would learn to use the seam and use the crease. But the fall of this Leeward's wicket should encourage the Windward's captain to be more aggressive.
Yeah, with a total of 480 on an early wicket, just the 2 slips, a little defensive in my view.
Yeah, we haven't seen a forward short leg even for Ray John. That's clipped away. There's runs here for the Leewards. Just easing back and playing down towards backward point. Good bit of work, a combination of 2 relaying on the way. And the total moves up to 14 for 1. Louis moves to 5. Carty, who is a well-organized player, not a shot maker. He's going to build an innings, and he certainly needs to do that here. So his own international career is, I suppose, is based on runs in the 4-day.
Indeed. So very early bowling change. Gillan Tyson being used just for the 2 overs, and Shadrach Descat being introduced. 14 for 1. So an early wicket for the Windward's Volcanoes as John continues.
Tyson was pulled out after conceding 9 runs, but he wasn't all over the shop. It was a good effort. But the great effort from Tyson has come with the great catch. John continues, and that's driven with some degree of confidence by Carty, but it goes straight to the man at extra cover. John just touching the earth as if the palms are sweating. Three slips on the gully for Ray John. As Dwight comes back, dressed in West Indies colours. Maybe the colours of his office where he's working. John once more goes in. That's outside the off stump. You've seen many catches in your day. You've seen something very spectacular.
Yes, a very good catch by Gillan Tyson. Usually get to see a lot of those in the limited overs form
Yeah.
cricket, not necessarily the longer format, but definitely great catch from Tyson.
And it was slipped away. It seemed to be traveling with the wind, but he was able to get outside, knock it down, and then jumping back into play. 3 slips in the gully. John moving in, 1 for 14. And right up. He always looks very solid, Carty. Good technique. And development, I will say, through the Leeward's board structure. I've done one match in St. Martin, which was a 4-day game, Leewards versus Jamaica. But because they have come into the Leeward's board, it certainly helped. And he should encourage a lot of players in that area take up the game. Forward. Still searching for a permanent position in the West Indies setup.
Yeah, he's been a very good, prolific batsman, I think, in the the white ball setup.
Yeah.
He's been brought into the test team and he's not been able to really stick a claim. So he has to come back in this competition and score heavily.
Yes, didn't have the best tour of Pakistan. Well, I think he would welcome the opportunity of playing in the 4-day as he waits for John to move in. And that's turning away those runs. Through mid-wicket. This is going to run into the boundary as Roland Cox records it now. Lovely shot as John was straying onto the pads and coming forward and just flicking it away.
Yeah, that one came looking slightly on the angle and Casey Carty very well balanced at the crease and just worked that one into the onside for in the vacant mid-wicket area for four good-looking runs.
Carty is off and running. Is 4. Lewis is 5. West Indies experience in both of them, 18 for 1. It's really a lovely day. A changing scene with the amount of development coming through a lot of housing in this area. As again, slipped off the toes, but this time it doesn't go through mid-wicket. It's picked up at mid-on. So the over is coming to an end. The Leewards use a lot of pace bowling. It'll be interesting to see at what point the Windward spinners will come into their own.
Yeah, the Leeward Islands left out 2 spinners for this game, Hayden Walsh Jr. and Daniel Durham, who's played previously, whereas the Volcanoes kept their 2 frontline spinners in Kenneth Demba and Daryl Cyrus. So they may have read the pitch slightly different. But like you said, it's going to be interesting to see when they decide to use the spinners. The Hurricanes waited quite a while before Cornwall came on.
And Cyrus has picked up a 5er for the year already. And Scott bowling from wide of the crease. Maybe learning to use the crease area. Colin Croft used that wide of the crease with that action. But he can get the ball from wide of the crease to come back into the body. Croft, Holding, Garner, Roberts, all different style. They weren't similar in any way. Then came Marshall after that to join that quartet. Delivery which is driven well through extra cover. Nice shot. Right.
Yeah, great looking shot there by Louis. That is his strength for those of us who had the opportunity to see him at the international level. He's very strong through the cover.
Hold the total to 22 for 1. 22 for 1 if you need to remind it that the Windwards got 480, 116.3 overs. Extras were 51, with 200s coming from the Scat, who is in the bowling action now, and of course Ray John. Demba supporting well as the middle order and the tail wagged. The Scat once more goes in. and looking to turn it away. Didn't seem to have the right balance. He seemed to be hustling it close to forward square leg. Well, the Windwards now doing what the Leewards did, not really using a forward short leg to either of their fast bowlers.
Yeah, well, Sajak is not as pacey.
No, I was thinking the two opening bowlers in particular.
Oh, okay. Are you surprised to see Tyson off already?
Yes, I think he could have had a not over. 2 for 9 is not a bad display. Or the first over, you really trying to find some rhythm. And for the catch he took, he deserved maybe a longer run.
Yeah, definitely a bit surprised to see Tyson off the attack. So, like you said, he's only bowled the 2 overs to have Sajak replace him. But maybe the thinking is Sajak could actually get that new ball to move around a bit.
Yes, a different kind of a bowler, using the seam and half shout, missing leg stump, going down leg side. Crowd hasn't grown despite the action of today. But really and truly, we can't overemphasize the beauty of the scoreboard, which was put together for the World Cup. New lights, new replaced screen, new seating. The scout moves in, and all that miss, the off stump, it kept low. It was pitch back of a leg. The batsman, Louis, played back. And he was saying, well, I might have been very lucky there that didn't really creep along the ground, hit the off stump.
Yeah, Louis was a bit lucky that was actually not straight because that ball kept low and not only kept low, but it did to jack back in as well.
Yep.
It's a great delivery by Sajak.
And we haven't seen many behave like that as the over is completed.
Yeah, yesterday I think maybe 1 or 2 kept a little low, but that one kept a lot lower, and maybe that's a sign that the wicket is starting to deteriorate.
Well, it's a second-day wicket. I wouldn't want to use the word deteriorate yet. In the afternoon, third afternoon, fourth day, yeah. Ray John still getting good support from his captain with 3 steps in the gully. And he's going to hold the Carty, who is at 4. Carty just covering up, and with the angle of the bat, runs it at the gully. The next game here is Barbados versus the Windwards in early April. I think Ron Clark said the 2nd or 3rd? 2nd of April. Make a note of that. If you're listening in Castries or Greater Castries, or wherever you're listening, we hope a few Barbadians will come over to support the Crackbaffett side. That hope may be in it also. He's forward and almost edging that to third slip. And didn't carry, but a good bit of work because that could have easily gone away for the boundary, but he dived and got both hands to it.
Yeah, good delivery there by Ryan John, finding the edge of Casey Catty's bat, but excellent stop there from Daryl Cyrus. No chance of a catch, no, but excellent stop. Save 4.
He is very much alert. He's slapping. Well, others should be slapping him. 1 for 22. John goes in. A little wayward delivery, no pressure on this St. Martin player. We just had St. Martin here in boxing. Some was from the French part of the island. Some was from the English part of the island. And I met a Dominican who was with the St. Martin party. He boxed for Dominica, he said, but now he's made his home in St. Martin. John, well built, drive and caught, loose shot. He hadn't really been in long enough to be looking at that. It left him and well taken on slip. And this is a bit of a setback here for the Leewards. They're now 22 for 2, and they've lost the important wicket Party, who's got a lot of experience playing at the highest level. A wide delivery. Did he have to look for that shot?
Yeah, it's been so early in the innings, he would have been better off maybe letting that go by. And again, John has been getting the ball to move away slightly. Even maybe 2 deliveries ago, he did find the edge and it did not carry. But on that occasion, it carried quite comfortably to Alik Atanese and a comfortable catch and a big wicket that of Casey Kati.
We're seeing a similar situation where the Windwards lost 4 early wickets, 58 for 4. Are we going to have the same pattern where the Leewards might lose early wickets, but then come the middle order?
Yeah, the Leeward Islands will be hoping that's not the case because they still have Mikhail Louis, who's now going to be joined by Karima Gore. So definitely, from their standpoint, they would be hoping that these two will be able to put on a partnership, whereas the Volcanoes would be asking Ryan John more of the same.
Well, the little I've seen of Gore, Gore is a bit of a stroke player. He's very, very industrious. He's quick-footed, little man. Somebody has just turned the light on as if we've appealed for light. But it makes the commentary box a lot brighter. John, with success, running in and goes on the pad. Should have been closer to the line of the off stump, your first effort, but played away to square leg. So it's turning out to be a pretty good game so far for the Windwards. We've had a very bad run at it. As the captain was appealing for a better batting performance. When they did that, not from the top order, but from the middle and down, John, who contributed, has picked up 1 wicket so far. That's a delivery, which is outside the line of the off stump. So John's figures, we can quickly tell you he's got 2 for 7. He'll want to take a picture of that and keep it. Good figures. That's a good start.
Yeah, very good start. And what has been impressive is the fact that he's getting movement with that new ball. And not only that, John would have taken some confidence from his inning. He did score 109, taking some confidence into his bowling, and now he's reaping the rewards.
Well, concentrations are wrong. And it's going to be the scat from Monrepo, St. Lucia, and the Windwards to continue from the far end. We have lost a couple of the tourists, but I think we have gained some St. Lucian spectators. The scat, again, from wide of the crease down the leg side. He's got to change that a bit. He can't bowl everything from wide. He's got to get it closer to the stumps occasionally.
Yeah, he's going very wide, and a few of them are actually just angling, just going on down to the arm. Yeah, so maybe, like you said, he should mix it up, a couple from wide, a couple from closer.
Yep.
Create different angles.
22 for 2. Louis 9. Gore has just come in to face Scotty, who is loose outside the off stump. That's a wayward delivery. Can't be happy with that. You aren't putting any pressure. Louis is a big man. I would think about what, 6'2", 6'3"?
He looks at least 6'4", 6'5", very tall.
You're pushing it up even better. Yep.
He's a big unit.
And with the helmet, he looks taller. Well, he's got a responsibility. He's a senior player now. As he waits for the scat, who beats him. Well, might have picked up the line and played inside of it. He didn't go that wide on that occasion.
Yeah, that on that occasion is a lot closer. And that one just held its line slightly.
Yeah.
And I think Louis was beating all ends up there.
Okay. very quiet. Cameraman down at backward point. I think working for the West Indies board, David Pascal. As the Scott balls reaching well forward, making big step forward. Didn't often see that in England, but no doubt he is seeing the clips from England and he has worked on the footwork.
Earlier in the over, you did mention there's some more local spectators. I think the boys from the HPC has actually made their way down.
Oh, that's great. The Scant off the back foot, gets runs, gets one. Cover comes around, picks up nicely. And just one to the total. Return is a little high. And nicely gloved by the keeper, goalkeeper style. Very little interest in the Premier League because Liverpool seem to be waltzing home, challenged by Arsenal, seem to have just disappeared. Field changing over. Someone coming towards a short cover, the captain himself, as he wants to encourage the drive. And that's turned away fine down to our left of our microphones. A single towards rotating the strike. So the over is completed. 24 for 2. 24 for 2. In case you have been away and you've just come back home, we can tell you that the Windwards got 480. And in reply, Henry was caught Tyson, brilliantly caught by Tyson. He had to, in fact, knock it back, go over the boundary, jump back onto the playing area, and take it off the bowling of John. And John had Carty going after a wide delivery and well caught by Hodge. So 8 and 4 respectively. Gore has just come out. Louis is on 10, the West Indies opener. And Gore will face John. And so wide delivery, and the keeper takes it on the run down the leg side.
And that one may have just slipped out of Ryan John's hand. But good take by Gian Benjamin. Very good glove work and very good fit movement as well. Just skipping down the leg side.
Well, these two will know that tea is around the corner, so to speak. There's no tea time with Sabina Park because they're 1 hour later starting. Guyana getting 339 with, I think, Savory getting into the 40s, the vice captain. Multi 20 odd. John at the Darren Sammy comes up outside the off stump, shoulders, arms. Going through to the keeper. So interest in this game. There was interest yesterday when the Windwards was slumping at 58-4. Similar pattern, 24 for 2. So there's repairs to be done to the batting. Lewis and Gore together. They'll want to stay until tea is called. 3 slips in the gully with no forward short leg for Ray John, which probably is a little surprising with the total on 12 for 2. And that's flicked away nicely. Good looking shot. Gore picking up the line very quickly and working the wrists, working the hands, and getting that sliding towards the end. Actually, just a bit of where David Pascal is standing taking his photographs. He moves to 5 and the total goes to 28 for 2.
Okay, elegantly played that. That shot deserved the picture in itself. His second boundary now moves on to 9. So moves on to 5.
Yes.
Looking good.
Well, what I've seen of him, he has been an active player. As he waits for John, looks at it as the red cherry passes outside the line of the off stump. That canal of danger, which had no danger for him. So John, walking back. The wind has picked up somewhat, which will get the ball to move in. John with the wind coming from over the left shoulder. That's caught, and well caught too. You could,
So
you can pick it up very early. Picked up his third wicket. This is a bad loss. Gore going very early for 5. Caught it in what's the second slip?
yeah, second slip by Sunil Ambris, pretty similar to the dismissal of KC Kati. Again, Ryan John just getting the ball to move away, forcing the batsman to drive, and so far he's bowling an excellent spell, 3 for 11.
And you can question the ability of the last 2 batsmen looking to drive something that maybe they didn't quite have to play at. So the Windwards lost early wickets. Now the Leewards have lost early wickets at 3 for 28, 3 for 28, and they're gathered in a hurry. Maybe saying, look, tea is around the corner, let's try and pick up a fourth, which will put them really in the driving seat with 480 on the board after being 58 for 4 and 97 for 4. They turned their fortunes around. So we have the young wicketkeeper coming out to bat. Big reports of his ability to bat.
Yeah, yeah. Incoming batsman Joel Andrew, very good.
Yeah.
Young batsman, very talented young batsman. Did get a West Indies call.
So a lot has been written. I think he came back from the under-19, landed at the Antigua airport, got some clothes, and went straight to play cricket. I remember Carl Hooper and Clyde Butts landing in Port of Spain late at night, and next day appeared for Guyana against Trinidad and Tobago. Well, if you're committed to your team, if you're committed to doing well, you want to play. Not only but playing, now he's got a job to really put together a replayer plan. So Andrew, about to face his first delivery. Louis is 10. John tail up, climbs over the head of the new batsman, and John ending that over, really having an outstanding game, 100, and now he has picked up, what, 3 for 11?
Johnny's having one of those dream games where everything's to be going in his favor. If we were to pick a man of the match right now, he'd actually be the #1 candidate. Joel Andrew is the new batsman, but I know we did not see Jamal Hamilton come out to field. Do we know of his situation, whether he would be able to bat?
I think we should really try and, if we could find out a team, whether his injury will force him out of the batting lineup, which will be a disaster because he's quite a competitor. He got into the 90s already, and maybe we could make a call for someone. I'm sure that Sean will be able to tell us. Sean Ansendorf, who is the main cricket board man day to day. So Louis in strike, Ted, 28 for 3. Scott, 3 overs, no made, none for 8, bowling from the pavilion end. That's not the line he's looking for. And Henry might feel I've missed out there.
Scott is jumping wide, and again, the ball pretty much just going down the leg side. Like you said, he needs to mix it up, get closer. Most of his deliveries is jumping wide, and he's just going down with the angle.
Oh, the wind was very much in the driving seat. 28 for 3. They can put as much pressure as they want. This cut keeps him honest, and he gets forward. The ball slides off the face of the bat, goes into the gully. Don't forget that we have the World Cup final coming up in Dubai, India versus New Zealand. India, who handled New Zealand very
Champions
well.
Trophy.
The, 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 did I say world? I beg your pardon. Champion of champions. India, New Zealand. That's correct. India beat New Zealand earlier. Louise forward. Who you got your dollar on?
I would love to see New Zealand win, but if I were a betting man, I would bet on India to win.
They didn't look all that confident against the Indian leg spinner. They couldn't read him. He's really been a find. He's not a flashy big up player, but certainly very clever. He turns it both ways, and New Zealand just in that beating didn't have a clue. That's driven and driven well. Beautiful shot all along the ground, looking like a test player. If you come out and you've played for the West Indies, you must look special. He's looked special so far.
Yeah, and this is his strength. I think the majority of his boundaries would come on the front foot for the cover region, and Sadrak Deska just over pitching. And again, he's a very elegant, easy on the eye player.
He moves to 14. The Federation of St. Kitts Nevis. They've produced a world sprinter. I know they produced a test player. They played many before, and that's driven straight. There's no orthodox mid-off. And more runs here, a flurry of runs as we head towards T. And Louis trying to at least bring some kind of control and discipline and runs at the same time. Moves to 18. Andrews yet to score. So 36 for 3, but the session definitely, first session definitely going to the Windwards. In the second session, you're going to mark it a tick to the Windwards.
Correct. So far, they've only lost one session in this game so far.
That's gotten up for 16. And that wayward delivery, this will go in another direction as it's down the leg side and played nicely off the pads. So runs flowing, 40 for 3. And I think they are off to tea at the Darren Semi on a beautiful afternoon. I said you couldn't want a more picturesque. There's a beautiful ground with high ground around it, and we seem to be almost in a bit of a valley. So good strong position for the Leewards at the end of the tea session, 40 for 3 in reply to the 480. For your thoughts on the action we've seen from the Leewards and the Windwards up to tea?
Like you said, this session definitely belongs to the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Having gotten 480 on the board, they came out of the ball and they picked up 3 wickets, 3 crucial wickets as well. And right now, I would say the Windward Islands has won 4 out of the 5 sessions that we've seen so far.
And let's look at the dismissal. Henry caught Tyson of the bowling of John for 8. What was the action to bring the downfall of him?
And that was the great catch. Gillan Tyson, a fantastic catch. Again, I would regard a soft dismissal. He would have fought that. Maybe you could have gotten a 6, but we can't discredit the catch that Tyson took.
Louis was then joined by Carty, caught Hodge off the bowling of John, chasing a wide delivery.
Yeah, Carty playing very loose outside the off stump, especially so early in his inning. Again, this is something that he has done in the international scene as well. So maybe he should have been better off letting that one go by.
And almost a similar situation. Gore caught Ambrose, bowled John for 5.
Yeah, pretty similar, pretty loose outside the off stump. Way too early in the innings to be playing that kind of shot.
And John, of course, who got 100, his debut 100, but his first 100, not on debut. John, 6 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 11. He should go and buy a bingo ticket after close of play.
Yeah, Ryan John has been very impressive. It's been the Ryan John show so far. Having gotten 100 earlier, and he's picked up the 3 wickets. He's definitely putting the ball in the right areas and getting that hint of a wee swing.
Well put, the Ryan Jones show. So the Leewards, who have had a very bad run in this competition, have turned their fortunes around and have a pretty good chance now of maybe thinking of first innings. But if you can judge from what happened when the Windwards batted, they were able to turn around being 58 for 4 into 418. So let's not put our pot on the fire and start to plan for things. The game could evolve in going in different directions. Thanks a lot for being with us, and we'll be back after tea. Enjoy your tea or wherever you are, and we'll come back with the information.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Darren Sandy Cricket Ground here in Beausejour, St. Lucia. It's a sunny day. It's been a sunny day and the weather continues to be beautiful as we enter the session just after tea now on the second day of this encounter between the Windward Islands and the Leeward Islands. Jamal, good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon to you, so then to all the viewers and listeners. Beautiful day for cricket, and the Windward Islands on home to really enjoy occupying a position of dominance in this game, registering a massive take of 480 yards. Having the Leewards on the ropes, 40 for 3. Really good position.
Absolutely a good position. Mikhail Louis, he's there, not out on 22. He'll have to come really good. Kadeem Henry, he just got to 8. He fell to Ryan John, who's had a really exceptional match so far, registering 103 wickets already. Accounted for Kadeem Henry, and for 8, Casey Carty had him caught Hodge for 4, and John also getting the wicket of Gore. He was caught Ambrose for just 5. So as you said, Jamal, Leeward struggling in response, 40 for 3. Runs on the board for 180. That's really puts you under a bit of pressure when you're chasing.
Yes, but as Reds did highlight, the Windwards, they were in a similar position. At 50 out for the loss of 4, so the 4 is definitely not lost. And with Mikhail Louis, the West Indies test player at the crease, surely he has looked a picture of solidity and quite attractive in the stroke play. Certainly one who can get the Leewards to a position of respectability.
Certainly, he'll have to put a role that Shadrach Descartes played yesterday, as well as Ryan John, Jamal Hamilton. He's next in. We know Raheem Cornwall can smash it around a bit. But the challenge, I think, certainly for the Leewards here on in is as the Windwards, they struggle and they sort of build on that innings without the pressure of 480 runs on them in their recovery. So I think that certainly does weigh down on them a bit.
It's Tyson to start after tea. Oh my goodness me, what a beautiful delivery to get first up. So often we've seen it, a wicket falling after the break, and the batters seemed a bit surprised by that full in-swinging, in-dipping yorker from Gillan Tyson.
Well, I'll tell you what, Jamal, I don't know if that's the kind of shot you want to be going for just after the break. Good delivery. It was on the wicket, as we've seen here once more by Tyson. On the wicket, actually came off the pad. Probably got to him full. He just missed it all ends up. It seemed to come off the pad and then into the stumps.
It just didn't look quite prepared for the quality of that delivery right after the break. And kudos to Gillan Tyson. Pull straight, getting some movement. It was a change of end for Tyson. Had bowled from the players' pavilion end, so we were quite surprised from the comeback that he had only bowled 2 overs. So we felt that a change of end was going to happen, and a good captaincy as well.
Yeah, 1 for 9. Just a moment ago, we were talking about a recovery. It's still very much on the cards, but that doesn't do them any favors. Some excellent cricket really being played out here. A magnificent down, magnificent outfield, and excellent pitch. Really brings you back to the days of Shell Shield cricket and all those teams playing together. And you really would love to see a big crowd here in watching these West Indies players go at it. It's really high quality cricket on display.
Definitely, and the Leeward Islands, they're really not making use of the blissful batting conditions at the Darren Sammy, 40 for 4. But to your point, it is a school day, a work day. So it would be pretty difficult in this modern era to get large crowds in.
Indeed, I guess that's why we're here, Jamal, to make sure that the entire region is seeing us. Tyson in once more. And
sharp delivery, a chance for a run out. The Windward's definitely up for the contest. Tails are up, Tyson looking pretty sharp. But the new batter, Greaves, West Indies test player, off the mark, of his first delivery.
He's been promoted over Jamal Hamilton. There's some doubt with Hamilton, of course, whether he will even bat, and that's going to be a huge blow to the Leewards if he doesn't. We're still trying to get some information in terms of any injury he may have suffered, how much that may prevent him from batting. But it's Graves who's in now, and he's joined Mikhail Louis. 41 for 4.
And here's the fast bowler from Dominica, Tyson. This one is full on outside line of the off stump. Some good discipline from Mikhail Louis to just let this one go. He does have the experience. So he did mention that he is the test opener, and he does have 1 century in the tournament thus far. Would certainly want to capitalize on this batting paradise.
And really good aggression being shown now by the Windwards. There 3 slips in, there's a gully, there's a point, there's a feel a short cover. So really Tyson and skipper turning on the heat. Comes in one more. This time it's Louis. Good delivery. So tight over so far. Jamal, first over after lunch. One of us a better start.
Definitely, and Tyson answering the call of the captain and really showing some good skill. Able to swing that ball back into the right-handers, and he's also keeping a good line outside the off stump, really teasing and tempting the batters. And we've seen 2 good catches in the slip region already. It's Tyson. No ball signaled by umpire Butler, and sometimes that eagerness to get the job done can result in the fast bowlers just overstriding.
Yeah, really putting in the effort there, Tyson. So yeah, I'll take a no ball. I mean, he clearly wants to get that delivery into Louis as quick as he can. Of course, games being played throughout the region, Trinidad and Tobago, they would have recovered against the Academy to score 304. The Academy, last score we had 27 without loss.
It's Tyson. Another full and straight delivery. Mikhail Louis just getting the bat down on this one in time. Tyson looking very threatening here, Sonny.
Yeah, he is. That one just hinted at a bit of movement into Mikhail Louis, didn't it? Rolling with the wind, of course, on his left shoulder. And we know there's a decent wind that's coming across the ground, Jamal, and that can certainly help him if he chooses to use it to get some movement into the West Indies opener.
It's Tyson again. Oh, good delivery, beaten outside the off stump, almost a 2-card trick. The outswinger and then the follow-up. The in-swinger first off, and the outswinger to just follow up. So good skill on display from the Dominican quickster.
Absolutely. And as you can see, just to remind you again, Shadrach Descartes, 119 for him. Ryan John, an excellent partnership between both of them. 110. Demba coming on, adding a 70 odd. So really the lower middle to lower order really doing well for the Windwards. As you mentioned earlier, Jamal, they were in some trouble early yesterday, just before lunch, losing 4 quick wickets. But that rallying display by the batsmen certainly would have given them an impetus, would have boosted morale. I think we're really seeing that manifesting now in how they've come out and they've attacked the Leeward batting order.
Yes, and captain turned into one of the century makers in Shadrach Descartes. He's been given the responsibility to bowl now and pick up a wicket. He's into Greaves, who turns this one on the onside and picks up a comfortable single.
Still a pretty good wicket, wouldn't you say, Jamal? I mean, I know that especially around this period, just after lunch, it gets a little bit easier for batting, but still a decent wicket. I mean, if the application is there, runs can be scored, yeah?
Yes, you say decent, I just think it's an understatement. So I think that this wicket here at the Darren Sammy
heralded around the world as the best in the region for sure. I remember when the Indians were here, comments like that were flying around, and the World Cup was held in the region. Certainly the best batting surface.
Absolutely, and not just batting. I mean, look, the bowlers. If you put some effort into it, certainly during the morning period, you can get some real fire on this wicket as well. So a great wicket, either way you take it. I know that cricketers, not just local cricketers, but visiting players, love playing on this wicket.
There's something on offer for everyone. And the bounce here is second to none. It's Descott.
Never tire of bigging up our curator, Mr. Crafton, for the work he and his team continue to do to get such a brilliant, not just pitch, but outfield ready for games to be played here in St. Lucia.
Yes, and from my understanding, based on the quality that he's brought to his work, he was hired by WICB to help out in grounds across the region.
No surprise there.
So it's full and straight, and I just feel that the Windwards have done their homework, because it is known that Mikhail Louis tends to struggle when the ball is coming back at him. So really targeting that front part, targeting the stumps, seems to be a deliberate ploy.
Absolutely, and you can see by how uncomfortable Louis has looked. And we were having a conversation yesterday about Louis chosen to open for the West Indies. However, there are some gaps that he has that opposition players tend to exploit. That you think he's going to have to put in a lot more work on. Looking good, playing off the back foot with that delivery. But as you pointed out, Jamal, one of them is that full ball coming back into him. He also tends to struggle just outside the off stump. They picked him up quite a few times behind the wicket in that slip cordon as well. So, really talented player. He has some opportunities that he has to work on as well, however. Areas of opportunity.
Just got to him. Swooping this one off the pads quite comfortably. Doesn't look phased when the ball is presented to him on that line. But to your point, Sunil, I can remember when he made that ascension into the international level, there was great concern around the region as to whether it was the right time to introduce him, because he had just had, I think, one great first-class season,
Mm-hmm.
and it was a first-class season of note, registering many centuries. So on form and on merit, you couldn't argue whether he deserved the pick, but the question was the timing right?
Yeah, you look at how seasoned players are, and you reflect on their counterparts in other territories and other countries. And in terms of the present form, you look at their record and how seasoned they would have been before exposing them to international cricket. Because let me tell you, it's a whole different story.
But when you see him bat like that, timing the ball so exquisitely, I mean, it just seems to be no doubt that this gentleman is a test player.
He has the talent, and look, all fans of the West Indies want him to do well. I think every single one of us who wants to see our team continue to excel, continue to do well, they want players to come in, and they want our players to do well. They want them to successfully make that jump from regional cricket into international cricket. And I think the talent is there.
So speaking of that jump, one fielder jumps from the offside to the onside after that exquisitely timed shot from Louis. There's Tyson. Oh, he looks a bit uncomfortable there by the pace and the bounce. It's really venom in that delivery from Gillen Tyson. The fast bowler appreciates being struck to fall.
And so handsomely as well. But again, you see that ball just coming back in a bit quicker, and once more just having Louis a bit uncomfortable, working it off his hip to go through for a single. The score, they're just one short of 50 now. The run rate just about 3.5, and I think that's what Windwards did well yesterday throughout their innings. Even though they lost wickets, their run rate was around 4.5. I think they've done a good job here, not just with taking wickets, but also just controlling that run rate a bit, putting that pressure on the batsman.
Yes, and again, just as you mentioned, pressure, we see that short leg fielder being employed. And this is the case where it's happening after the horse has already bolted.
I think that's totally up to Sir Tyson. Let's see what sort of delivery he's able to deliver.
Goes for the full one, and agrees would certainly count himself unlucky to have missed out on that full toss. Certainly, when your team is under the pump and you get these scoring opportunities, you must capitalize on them.
What do you think about a shot like Jamal? He's not quite close to the batsman. He's just somewhere in the middle. I think it's the right place to be.
Just feel that he's a touch too far.
Mm-hmm.
Should certainly been a bit closer.
I think that was the delivery that would have tried to evoke the shot into that player, but just a bit too much down the leg side.
Yes, and Tyson, deceptively quick. Yes, not the type of fast bowler who really bustles in. Nice, even strides. Looks quite easygoing in his approach, but generates some good pace.
Just want to share some news. Shared very ecstatically by Mr. Reds Pereira. Guyana having scored 339. Jamaica 26 for 6.
Goodness gracious.
And I was trying to. I thought I was the reason Reds was smiling so much, but apparently I'd seen the score before. So Jamaica really struggling against Guyana.
But I just wonder who's doing the damage. Is it the Wily Fox Puma?
Well, we're trying to get some more details on that, but as we shared, Guyana 339, Jamaica 26 for 6. Wow,
6
they may have to follow up.
It's in need of a serious repair job, as is the Leeward Islands. Against the Windwards right now. Justin Greaves looking quite solid defense. This takes the over to an end. The score 49 for 4 after 15.
It does, and really struggling the Leewards, as I quipped about Jamaica following on. The wisdom of Claudius Emmanuel also ahead in the background, suggesting maybe the Leewards will be following on if they don't pull together a really good partnership here.
It's definitely on the cards, but this is exactly what you want to see. So the two test players are in the wicket, at the wicket right now, and a chance to show their work, a chance to show the region what it's going to be like. Many tours coming up. So Australia looms ominously in the background. There's Descott.
Just keeping a bit low, Louis. Tall lad. It's got the local lad, of course. I think all St. Lucians will be very proud. This is considered his home ground, of course, Shadrach Descartes. And he's really come along, really, I was speaking with Reds yesterday about his prowess in the shorter form of the game, but he's really shown what he can do in this game.
He's a boy, full and straight, and neatly worked off the pads from Mikael Louis, gets himself another single, bringing up a milestone, 50, score 50 for 4. But yes, speaking of Shadrach Descartes, he has had some good exploits in the shorter format. Does play for the St. Lucian Kings. We trained with them a few times, and when they do that range hitting, tend to deposit a lot of balls outside the stadium. And so a very aggressive batter by nature, but one thing I can tell you about this lad is that he's supremely fit. He really prides himself on his fitness.
How old is he, Jamal? Shadrach, how old would he be right now?
I don't believe he's touched 26 yet, if I'm not mistaken, but possibly around that age. I'll find out for you in a short while, but
I've always found him to be a really exciting player, and you wonder what next for him. And I'm really thrilled to see him performing in the longer format of the game. We know what he can do. We know his power in the shorter format. But in terms of batting, we've seen him bowling now, a really good all-rounder. Really thinking about the opportunities for a player like Descartes and where he can go. What's the next step for him?
He's again the ball in hand to Crease, holding a good line. Now, with Descartes, for St. Lucia in the winners tournament, he has scored 1 century every year. So has always shown that a batting ability and getting the contract with the Windward Volcanoes, being in that setup, exposed to a different quality of training that you would get in St. Lucia around the first class players, West Indies players like Volcanoes and Hodge and Sunil Ambris. So certainly his quality certainly enhances his credentials as a player, training with players of international quality. Also being in the Kings setup for a number of years around West Indies coach and Sami, Faf to Plessy, all of those guys. So he's someone who soaks up the knowledge and he wants it. He's hungry for it.
Yeah.
So seeing that he has registered this maiden first class century and still a relatively young man, the sky is the limit for him. And he will have certainly caught the attention of the experts around the region, the shot callers. And one would hope that if he's consistent, he's certainly a player for the future.
Agreed. Really looking forward to seeing what next for Descartes. And of course, the Windward Islands team. There's so much potential. I mean, apart from the players that we are seeing on display here, there are a lot of players who have found their way in and out of the team, but certainly players who have a lot of skill potential. Kimani Melias, of course, not in the squad this time, but we also know the potential that he has and the skill that he has.
It's quite unfortunate that he is not in. So I send out condolences to him. I know that he had a loss in the family.
Yes.
But when I spoke to him recently, he did mention that he had picked up a niggle. I think it was in the either the groin or the hamstring. But not too long ago, Melius did record a 190 odd against Trinidad.
Yeah.
I don't think the 4 first-class matches have passed since then. I think it was last season. So the potential is there to go big. Was a member of that. There is a risky run here, but completed in the end. A bit sloppy from the Windwards, and good to see the batters have the crease alive to the opportunity for every run available. Yes, but back to the Melius conversation, certainly a player to look out for as well. Former captain of the West Indies and the 19 team.
Good leadership ability, good skill. He plays all formats, I believe.
Yes, but now you've seen another young opener in the Windward set up in Stefan Pascal.
Yes.
And another West Indies and the 19 captain. So
yeah,
there is good competition for places in the Windward's camp.
That's a good thing. I think you've seen a lot of really fine.
There's Tyson just digging this one in. But the short statured Benjamin really unable to cope with that one.
Really great quality, as you pointed out, Jamal, in the Windward setup. They may not have scored big, but there's Hodge who would have batted early on. Athenaeus, of course, in this setup. So yeah, the Windward Islands
Can't forget
a lot of potential. Sunil Ambris, absolutely. And Pascal looked good. I think he was unfortunate when he did get out, but certainly looked really good yesterday for the time he spent at the crease.
Tucks this one off the pad again, quite neatly. Justin Greaves. This one went to the ropes with some ferocity. So it's a good skill of the batter to utilize the pace available.
It's a beautiful outfield. I mean, as you said, the runs are there to be had. I mean, there is value in shots here on this wicket, on this ground. If you can get the timing right, if you can pick the right delivery to go after, these batsmen can, in fact, put together a really good partnership.
Greaves again, picture of solidity in defense. But you raised an interesting point, Sunil, and I know that a number of viewers around the region have been asking themselves as well. So we know that we have the West Indies Academy really nurturing young talent. But what happens to those guys who peak at around 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, who really show the ability to move on to the next level? What structures are in place for those guys?
Agreed, and I think that is a very serious conversation um, that needs to be had. It needs to be looked at. There is considerable attention that's put on age group cricket, certainly
And
at all
rightfully so.
levels, and rightly so, at all levels. And there's good sponsorship at that level as well. Um, but when you're at 26 or 27, you're still very much in prime part of your career. Depending on what you do, you have several years of good cricket left, and there's a lot of talent. We've seen players come uh, in their late 20s and got to have excellent cricket careers. So it's a very
This one is,
important point.
oh my goodness, have we seen the pitch of the tournament
Wow,
from the man of the moment, Ryan John?
wow, what a catch! Up, Graves just reaching for it, and oh, what a catch! What a catch!
Simply amazing from Ryan John. What did they get?
He was almost horizontal. That ball was flying. That ball was flying. Brilliant catch.
You come, you get 100, you pick up 3 wickets on the verge of a 5, and you
One of the catches of the tournament.
certainly looks like it could be a difficult catch to beat. My catch from Tyson was spectacular, but this, just feel that it's in a different class.
We're just digging that hole a bit deeper for the Leeward Islands. Now 59 for 5, just when they thought they'd started to put a little bit of an innings together. The Windward Islands strike once more. Really, it's going to be an uphill task now. Not only for them to get close to the score, but I think the first thing they're going to be looking at now, Jamal, is trying to save the follow-on.
Certainly, but I just have to ask you, how much of that would you attribute to Gillan Tyson really getting into the mind of the batters with that pace, that ferocity, going for the jugular, going for the neck, and then catching the batter on the back foot for a full delivery?
I think Tyson's bowled very well. I think he's been very smart with the way he's bowled. You can see that with each delivery, he has a plan. He knows what he wants to do. So I think he's been very smart, and I think that he just got that delivery in the right place and enticed the batsman into the shot, and just got fantastic support from his fielder and picked up a really important wicket. So very smart bowling by Tyson. As you said, he's deceptive. But I think what I like about Tyson is he appears to be using his mental faculties, and that is really important in this era.
Yes, you've made a good assessment. Seems that you have an eye for talent. Yes, certainly well explained. And the score 59 for 5. Jamal Hamilton, another player of international experience and quality. So the Leewards, not short of men who can get the job done, but definitely a stranglehold imposed by the Windward boys. Good delivery from Shadrach Descott. Goes to Louis. Mikhail Louis still at the crease. He's on 30.
Big job ahead for Louis. We'll have to look and see how comfortable Hamilton is as well. We know nursing a little bit of an injury. He does look a little ginger. He is walking around a bit gingerly. So we will have to look and see just how comfortable he is. And I imagine Tyson, for one, may very well be attacking his pads when he's on strike.
He's edging this one, but playing with soft hands. It's important as an opener to have that skill.
It's one of those areas we talked about with regard to Louis, isn't it, Jamal? I'm not sure what he wanted to achieve with that shot. It wasn't quite a drive. He just got his bat out there, as you said, fortunately with shorthand. But I'm not sure what he wanted to achieve with a shot like that. He really just pushed his bat over the ball. It was not full-flowing drive. It was wide of the wicket, didn't need to play. So again, it's looking at those areas of opportunity that he has to work on.
Yes, but when there is a mix-up here, and some sloppy fielding from the Windwards is surely not what the doctor ordered at this point. When in a period of ascendancy, you would want to keep your foot on the neck of the opposition.
Absolutely, and I'm sure Descartes would have cherished the opportunity to bowl at the new batsman instead of allowing Louis to get back on strike, hustling through for a couple of runs. Good sharp sharpness shown by the two batsmen as the score moves on to 61. Half of their batsmen back in the shed.
Descartes under the bright sunshine. Short and wide and flayed away over the slip cordon. And Mikael Louis picks up yet another boundary.
As a shot with intent, Louis, of course, short and wide, knowing there's no third man, he went for it. So showing some aggression, showing some fight back, Louis. And on that note, we will be switching places shortly. Coming in, Claudius Emmanuel will be joining you, Jamal, and then we have the rest of our team who will be adding to the commentary as well.
Here's Descartes once more. Gian Benjamin, the keeper, diving across to his right, but unable to hold on to this one and just parries it to the fine leg fielder, resulting in a bye. So Louis gets off strike and Jamal Hamilton comes into strike, and so does Claudius Emmanuel in the com box. Claudius, welcome back.
Thank you, Jamal. 66 for 5. And the Hurricanes, well, the Hurricanes are not blowing very strongly at all.
It's being made quite difficult by the quality of bowling from the Windward Volcanoes. 3 slips and a gully awaits. He's turning around, he's playing across the line. This one getting the outside edge. And some good fielding from Darryl Cyrus. Keeps it down to 2. So we had mentioned that Hamilton would have been an uncertainty. It came out to bat and his first delivery looking to turn this one and almost paying the price.
Yes, squared up, a good delivery from Descartes and able to get a fairly educated edge and going down to the third man region. And so he's up the mark. So 68 for 5. The Hurricanes in a very precarious position as Tyson will continue to Louis. Louis is struck on the pad. And there's no run. So 68 for 5. Jamal James taking a break. And Dwight Thomas is back with us. It looks like a totally different game, the second innings, Dwight.
Yeah, I don't think anyone could have seen this coming. Earlier we were talking about how good of a wicket it has been and continues to be. But the Volcanoes bowlers have really bowled in some good areas.
Tyson to Louis. Louis ignores a wide delivery as it goes into the gloves of Benjamin. So 68 for 5. The issue of follow-on certainly comes into play, right, with a total of 480. The Leewards, they've got to get, first of all, to 330 to ensure that they do not concede a lead of 150. So that first target is still a sizable one.
Yeah, to get to 330 from where they are right now, they would have to bat extremely well to avoid the follow-on.
Tyson to Louis. Full toss clipped away, but the fielder is at the long leg position. So straight to him, a single to Louis, taking him to 37. There's been no support for Louis so far, with nobody getting to double figures apart from him. He's 37. Scores of 8, 4, 5, not, and 6. That's Henry, Carty, Gore, Andrew, and Graves. So the Windwards Volcanoes, they have had it all their way today. 100 for Ryan John. Well, it's been the Ryan John show. 100, brilliant cap, 3 wickets. Hamilton is back and playing into the offside. Stays on 2. 69 for 5. This partnership a critical one, because should they lose another wicket here, it's going to be very difficult for the Hurricanes.
Yeah, this is the last play in terms of specialist batsmen. We know Rakim Cornwall does possess the ability to bat and score, but he's more considered an all-rounder in this format of the game. So definitely this is the most important partnership for the Hurricanes.
Tyson to Hamilton. Delivery that cuts back. It's caught in the slip, but didn't seem to have an edge on it. Again, John taking the cat, but no inside edge on that, but certainly cutting back. And we have seen Tyson get the ball to come into the right-handers and not full, as we have seen him trouble them before, sort of that in-between length. And Hamilton caught on the crease. The ball hitting him high up on the thigh pad. Good examination of technique stuff here from Tyson. Hamilton gets the other one. As that one was not coming back. Good line just on the off stump and going nicely through to the keeper. Good over from Tyson. Another good one, we should say. At the end of it, it is 69 for 5, 37 Louis, 2 to Hamilton.
Yeah, like you said, lots of the deliveries that Tyson is bowling is just going back in slightly, but that last delivery just held its line. And maybe we'll give Hamilton the benefit of the doubt that he just played inside the line. But Tyson is in the midst of a very good spell. 2 for 22 of his 6 overs so far, and the Volcanoes very much on top right now.
Look at the bowling figures. Ryan John, the man of the moment. 6 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 11. Descart, 7 overs, no maidens, not for 31. Was going to resume. And Gillan Tyson, 6 overs, no maidens, 2 for 22. So the Windwards Volcanoes in a good position, by far their best period in the competition this year. Mikhail Louis, 37 from 63 in strike, 2 slips a gully, backward point, extra cover mid-off. Descart continues. Louis is coming across and allowing it to go to the keeper. Mid-on, mid-wicket, and a long leg. So Louis, difficult position for his side. He knows that he has to bat and bat and bat and bat.
Yeah, last season he did just that. Just taking a look at back at last season, he was the leader run scorer, so a lot is expected of him. He does already have a century this season as well. So a lot would be dependent on Mikhail Louis and what he's able to do.
Tall man. Descart to him. And he's showing good judgment. drawn into it a little bit, and then at the last moment, pulling the bat away and showing the importance of playing every ball on its merit and having a long, hard appetite for batting.
Yeah, definitely. And Descat, by the looks of it, seems to be doing a controlling from one end. This is the 8th over in this spell. So it looks like the Volcanoes just Descat is going to control it from one end, and they're going to try and be more aggressive and attacking from the other end with Tyson and John.
From the southern end, Descat with 100 in the first innings himself. Balls to Louis. Louis again taking a good look at it and is calculating very well, saying, well, there's no need to play at that. I think he's admitting good delivery, Shadrach, but you're not really forcing me to play. I'll cover my off stump and allow Benjamin to do the work.
Yeah, maybe better off, maybe a foot closer to the off stump, force him to play, especially with that ball still very new. He's better off maybe forcing him to play.
And maybe needing to be able to bring that back into the right hand off the seam. Descat to Louis. Louis turns that down to long leg, field the posted. They want a second. The throw is accurate, but Louis is quickly back for the second. Good response from Hamilton. I think they went early saying 2, and then they were able to get it. So a brace taking Louis to 39, 71 for 5.
Yeah, Hamilton is usually a very good runner between the wickets, very busy cricketer. And Louis called him through, and it was comfortable in the end.
Descat to Louis onto the pad, and they'll stay in their respective creases. Louis wanted the single. Hamilton say no. So the total stays on 71 for 5. Volcanoes members on the bench doing their work around the boundary. Lee John and Gaston supporting the players on the field. Descat to Louis is a stroke, ill-advised stroke. He will get away with it as the ball goes into the boundary by saying umpire Crawford, but that was the one that came back, and it was perilously close to the off stump, and luckily for Louis, missing the outside edge, missing the inside edge, missing the off stump, and missing the keeper.
Yeah, you called it, Claudius. Yeah, and you did ask for him to maybe give one to Jack back in, and that one came back in a very long way. And Louis very lucky that did not take the off stump. So excellent delivery, excellent way to end the over by Descat.
Close call for Louis, but he lives to fight on. 39, 75 for 5. And the Volcanoes continuing to operate with the seam of Tyson and Descat. Of course, we have had John. So already picked up 3. And Alec Atenes not going to spin as yet. Well, there's no reason to, because the seamers have done well. As we get back to bright sunshine, it's going to be Gillan Tyson to continue. 6 overs, no maidens, 2 for 22 to Hamilton, who's flushing that past the right hand of the gully and into the boundary for 4. So some width presented, and Hamilton capitalizing for his first boundary. He goes to 6, is 79 for 5.
Yeah, that was short and wide, almost begging to be hit, and Hamilton obliged. No chance for Darrell Cyrus in the gully region. That race to the boundary for 4. 4 good-looking runs from Hamilton, his first boundary.
Hamilton will be happy to contribute. We didn't see him in the conclusion of the Volcanoes innings today didn't take the field. It was Joel Andrew who did duties behind the stumps, but Hamilton very much in action with the bat. Tyson to Hamilton. It's one that is angled into him. Plays from the inner portion of the bat onto the onside. And there is no run. Hamilton in the competition so far in the 3 rounds, 81 and 46 versus the West Indies Academy, and then 93 and 3 against Jamaica, and 38 against Trinidad and Tobago, aggregate of 261, average 52. Good delivery from Tyson, right up. Was in the block hole in front of off stump and played up to mid-on. And there's no run. So, full of half centuries for the wicket-keeper batsman. 2 useful scores, not converting. And on good batting conditions here, Dwight, he would want to at least try and get to 3 figures.
Yeah, based on the scores that you just read out, he looks to be in pretty good touch. He did miss out by 7 on a century in the 2 games ago, so it's sure he's going to be looking to make the most of the conditions that he has on offer today.
Hamilton is playing and lucky that that ball, as it seemed away, missed the edge and into the gloves of Benjamin. So Gillan Tyson continuing to get movement. We saw him predominantly getting the ball to come into the right-handers, but he's showing that he can also get it to move away, or at least straighten. Of course, if you are predominantly one that gets it to come in, all you have to do is to have it straightened to present problems. This one is too wide of off stump, and so no challenge here for Hamilton, seeing it early and allowing it to go. As Tyson has come back well in terms of economy after the first delivery went for 4.
Yeah, Tyson in his 5th over of the spell. He bowled 2 with the new ball. I'm wondering when we're going to get to see Ryan John again.
Well, probably not too far into the future. Tyson maybe coming towards the end of his spell. Outside edge, good work, knocking it down by Ryan John prevents Hamilton from getting any run. And so at the end of the over, the 21st of the innings, the Leeward's Hurricanes, they are 79 for 5. In reply to Leeward's, the Windward's correction, 480 all out.
Yeah, very good last delivery there by Tyson. Did get the outside edge. Not carrying to Ryan John, who was at first slip. A good stop nonetheless. But the Leeward Islands are in all sorts of trouble at 79 for 5. And these are 2 very experienced players. Both these players have international experience, having represented the West Indies at various levels. So a lot is dependent on them. So far, they've put on 20 for the 6-wicket partnership. And it looks like there's going to be a bowling change from the players' pavilion end.
Yes, it's not Ryan John, but Kenneth Demba who's going to come in with some off spin. So we didn't see the Leewards maybe going as quickly to their spin option. But I think Alec Atanaz is of a different thinking process. I think he recognizes the importance of seam. They've brought him 5 wickets, but I think he wants to present new challenges to the Leeward's batters. So he's introducing his key off spinner.
Yeah, definitely, especially at this end. Sajak did not bowl badly, but spin will present a different challenge on this wicket, especially with the bounce that we've seen.
Slip and forward short leg as Demba was coming in, but Louis not quite ready. And again, Pascal under that helmet, still looking far from the bat as umpire Crawford in conversation with Demba, not sure what for. Demba was beginning to move in. Maybe a question of some strapping on the bowling hand.
Maybe. So it's been conversation if okay. Looks like it's all set to go.
Okay, I think we ready to go, are we? Yes. Denbart to Louis, struck on the pad, and no response from the umpire. But that was Louis playing back, or maybe just on the crease and being struck. Maybe going down. What do you reckon?
Yeah, maybe just going down. I'd love to see the replay of that one.
Then body off spinner to Louis. Louis is working it nicely out to mid wicket. And he gets his 40th run as the total goes to 80. So Louis contributing exactly half of his team's total. Brings Hamilton into strike. 6 years. This is the 22nd over. So slip in Hodge and Pascal at forward short leg. Also got backward point, extra cover middle. Long on posted, deep mid wicket. Short forward square or short straightish mid wicket. And a backward square leg. Hamilton just tapping that in defense. Into the onside. There's no run. This is the first over of spin from the Volcanoes. Then Bart to Hamilton. And he plays forward. And there is no run. So the Hurricanes still trail by a whopping 400. Demba to Hamilton forward. And will not score. One delivery left in the first over of spin in the second innings. From the sudden end, the off spin comes in. And Hamilton just tapping it away safely to completely over. At the end of it, the 22nd of the innings, the Leeward Hurricanes, they're 80 for 5.
Yeah, good first over there from Kenneth Demba. Pretty tidy. Not much turn on offer. For this entire game, we've not seen much turn on offer. When Cornwall bowled, there wasn't much turn, more bounce than anything else. And Demba, that last delivery, did get it to bounce a bit extra on Jamal Hamilton. But the early introduction of spin is a real positive sign from Alec Attanes. And earlier in the previous over, I did ask about Ryan John, and by the looks of it, he's brought back his strike bowler in Ryan John, who so far has 2. He has 3. Yes, he has picked up the 3 of the 5 wickets to fall so far.
Yes. So John been brought back. A man who doesn't seem to do anything wrong in this game. He's come in, got to the 100. Picked up the 3 wickets and also that brilliant catch. And so it's been the Ryan John show. I think it's a good branding for a series that the Grenadian can put on. The Ryan John show. I like the ring of it. The Ryan John show. RJS, branded for him, the acronym RJS. RJS. John moving in to Louis. And we playing up to mid on. And there's no run. Well, he can pick up a 5 very quickly.
Yeah, he's going to be hoping to get that 5. If you recall yesterday, Ocean Thomas was in a similar position. And he bowled from that end as well. And he literally stayed until He got the 4th wicket in his 9th over and not
Yes.
pick up another wicket. So hopefully in John's case, that's not the case. But
Yeah, but it's interesting to recall that. How many overs did Ocean Thomas actually bowl Foxy? We'll have our scorer to confirm that for us as John moves into Louis. Louis gets a back of a length delivery and plays it up to short mid wicket. There's no run. So Ocean Thomas picked up his 4th wicket in his 9th over,
21.
and he bowled 21 overs. So that's what, 12 more
12
overs?
12 wicketless overs.
12 more wicketless overs. Wow. I don't think John would want to see a repeat of that. He's got 3 for 11. This is his 7th over. Let's see. Comes into Louis. Louis is hitting that airborne, but on bounce to the man at wide mid-off. Not in control of that. Well, he's essaying a full strike. Didn't really time that properly. And maybe a case, Dwight, that maybe he should have gone for the pull instead of the back foot drive through the offside.
Yeah, given the length that was on offer, pull shot would have been the ideal shot. But again, Louis looking to be very positive, despite the fact that they're 80 for 5. He's still looking to be positive. He's still looking to get runs, and that's a good sign.
But to be fair, to the left or right of the fielder, he would have gotten runs. He just picked out the fielder at wide mid-off. John to Louis. Good teasing delivery just outside off stump, but he decides not to play.
Excellent delivery there from John, testing the patience of Mikhail Louis.
So the man from St. Kitts, 40 from 75 deliveries, battling away. A man who, in conversation with Reds, we were suggesting that he would want to keep in the selectors' reckoning, keep his place at the top of the order for West Indies. He is in behind it as he plays it on to mid-on. No suggestion here that his pick is in trouble.
Well,
With-
they've had a few
With
openers.
100 recently.
They've had a few openers scoring a run so far in the first class season, but what Louis has done, he has come back at the level and he scored 100 immediately. So to sort of relieve the pressure.
Yes. I think that 100 sort of quelled any pretensions that the likes of John Campbell
Correct.
would be entertaining of coming back. So important to remain in the selectors' thinking. And I think Mikhail Louis has done that. Oh, terrible delivery from Ryan John. It'll be interesting to see what umpire Brighton Butler signals because he completely lost control of that. The ball going over the batsman, over the keeper, and into the boundary.
No ball.
And the signal is no ball. And long range discussion between the two umpires, but you get the impression that the signaling is incomplete.
Yeah, no ball and boundary.
Well, he's not. He's saying what? Okay, so no ball and 4. So that's 5 in all. Okay, so reckon that's the correct decision, Cochran.
Yeah, no ball to bat.
Okay, so no ball and 4. So 5 to the total goes to 85 as John continues. Short and wide. And not a great end to the over. John really missing the plot there with the high full toss. Well, a high delivery over everybody. And then a short and wide one to complete. Finally, the over is completed. 85 for 5.
Yeah, not the best of overs there from Ryan John coming back for his second spell. But even the last delivery there, Louis would have felt like he missed out. There's an opportunity to cut that one for the boundary. There's no fielder deep point or in the cover region, so you would have felt like he missed out.
So, John walking away. So I'm signaling to the dressing room for something. We are not far away from the water break, just about an hour after tea now, as Demba continues and Hamilton plays in front of him. There's no run. So Hamilton with a slip and a forward short leg to contend with. He struck on the pad, but no damage done as Benjamin comes to pick up. I think we're going to have the water break maybe after this over. As Demba to Hamilton. Hamilton turns it, but straight to the backward square leg fielder. And there's no run. Tyson doing the fielding. Demba again to Hamilton. Hamilton is turning it and maybe making a case for a leg slip.
Yeah, with the line that Demba is bowling, leg slip might not be a bad option.
Atanaz is not that inclined as yet. For the third time in the over, goes to the backward square leg fielder as Demba operating on that line of the stumps and the spin taking it into that leg side region. Demba to Hamilton again to the fielder. And I think the case for the leg slip has been made. So the end of the second over of split. And are we going to get the call for drinks? Maybe not yet. So 85 for 5, the latest at the Darren Summit Cricket Ground.
Yeah, pretty tidy over there from Kenneth Demba. As a matter of fact, that was a maiden. So I think he's doing his job nicely. I think Alec Attanis would have asked Demba to come on and do a holding job while the attacker did end, and so far he's been able to do so. I'm in agreement with you. The line that he's bowling, a leg slip, may be better than having a backward point with the line that he's bowling. So definitely that's something that they could look into for the next over.
And John will continue. He's operating from the northern end. 7 overs, no maidens, 2 maidens, correction. 3 for 12. He'll be bowling to Louis. And the delivery is wide of off stump. And Louis doesn't play. So the Leewards, if you are joining us for the first time, they were able to dismiss the Volcanoes today, but not before they got to 480. And in reply, they have been reduced to 85 for 5 from the overnight position. John taking his 71 to 100 as he's bowling wide of off stump and into the gloves of Benjamin. So John taking his 71 to 109. 109 for the all-rounder. I think we have agreed that we can designate him an all-rounder now with his first-class 100. And he has stamped that identity in the second innings with 3 of the top order wickets. Looking for more now. John to Louis. Louis is drawn into initially the delivery outside off stump, but as he sees it seeming away from him, he elects not to play. Good decision as John continues to probe on that off stump.
Yeah, I feel like John needs to get a bit closer and force Louis to play. I think he's comfortable leaving those deliveries alone. If you recall, 2 of his wickets earlier, both Carty and Henry, he had them driving. So this is more of what he wants to do.
2 slips and a gully in support as John goes into Louis. Bit outside the off stump. What a delivery. That was a lot closer. And Louis looking to play towards leg. And that has gone over the off stump. My word, what a delivery.
It's a beautiful delivery. That's a pitch. Ryan John a bit unlucky that did not clip the top of off. But again, Louis was looking to shape to play that somewhere on the onside, and that just held its line. Beautiful delivery. And on that occasion, he actually forced him to play.
Yes, a little surprising that Louis, with a gap on either side of the wide mid-off, should be looking to play a full delivery like that on the onside. Need to play with a broad, full-face bat. John to Louis. Louis is covering his stumps and ignoring the ball outside off stump.
Yeah, but Ryan John continues to bowl in the good areas. Like I said, I'd just like to see him make Louis play a lot more, because he's getting a bit of shape away from the right-hander. And 2 of his wickets, he had the batsman driving, caught in the slip region. This is something that Louis himself has struggled with at the international level. So that's something that he could definitely look to exploit.
2 slips awaiting. Of course, there's also the ability or the potential of bringing it back for the LBW or the bold. It's outside off stump, and Louis is happy to see it seam away and into the gloves of the keeper. So the end of the over. I think it's time for us to have a change. We'll ask Dwight to continue, and then it's going to be Red Spur.
Yeah, so it's going to be Demba who's going to continue from the players' pavilion end. The Hurricanes still up against it, 85 for 5. But so far, Hamilton and Louis, they put on 26 for the sixth wicket. So definitely showing some fighting back so far. In terms of the batting, it's been the Louis show. Okay, Demba pretty full. And Hamilton just pushes it up to the short leg. That's Pascal. So Demba in his foot over has only considered the 1 run so far. That's clipped away from Ryan John, who's at a very short mid-wicket. So it's going to be the 1 down to long on. That takes Jamal Hamilton up to 7 as we welcome back Reds.
Yes, and a partnership, an important one, stop the slide of 27. 86 for 5. Spin continues on a bright sunny afternoon. Turn away with the tide. But to the short fine leg. There's some sensational news coming out of Sabina Park. And what might be the lowest first-class score ever in the Caribbean. I think Jamaica all out for 44. That's pushed towards the forward square leg. The previous lowest was 45 by Guyana against Jamaica at Sabina Park. So people will say do for do is no obeah. That's split off the back foot towards mid-wicket. If you look at the scorecard, it's really an amazing scorecard. Again, playing with the tide, turning it away. Louis has fought extremely hard to be 40. Hamilton, with the injured hand, has come out in place of Cornwall, but maybe Cornwall's style doesn't meet the requirements of trying to fight Cornwall like free scoring, and they just don't have that kind of option at this time. They really have to fight hard. 85 for 5. We try to look at the Jamaica scorecard of 44, which is a new low as far as I can remember for West Indies. John, who's got 3 for 12 with 8 overs. He's really had a great game. 2 slips on the gully. And it's going to be bowling to Hamilton. The sun has gone this way for a while. Bit of an inside edge into the pad. There was a stifled appeal. You were checking the scores with young Ogis. What was the latest?
Well, last score I saw, young Akim August out of St. Lucia was on 40. So he was 10 away from what would have been his first half century of this season.
We'll try and bring all the information possible. So it's John moving in, 5 for 87. We'll be driving and pleasantly. Oh, beautiful shot. Looks a very total picture. Trying to make sure that he gets into the West Indies party for the test matches against Australia and Barbados, Antigua and Jamaica. Not necessarily in that order. As he moves his total up to 44. Nice looking shot. Beautifully played through a straight mid off.
Yeah, good looking shot. Louis is a very good driver of the ball. He likes playing off the front foot. And if you keep bowling in those areas, you'll keep driving those for 4.
I'm sure John appreciating that shot, even if it's off his own bowling. Very pure shot. That's down the left side and taken by the keeper. So cool conditions, quiet conditions. 1 or 2 of the substitutes coming around with maybe refreshments, a message or 2. I think they look from the Leewards or from the Windwards, really. The sun breaks in at the Darren Sammy as that's forced down towards mid-on. Didn't hit it all that powerfully. We'll read you the drama of the events out of Sabina Park. Guyana 339 for 109.2 overs. And the Jamaica Scorpion all out 44 of 25.5. It's an amazing situation. John once more comes into Louis, and Louis is well forward, head over the line. Plays a very solid shot. Louis must be coming to the end of his spell. He's really been going.
Yeah, Ryan John has put in a big effort so far this afternoon. Successful effort. Maybe the fact that he's just 2 wickets away from that 5 for is maybe trying his very best to get it.
He's 5, 8.5, 3 for 17. Might ask the skipper for 1 more. 2 slips and a gully. Darren Sammy looks a beautiful picture. The sun comes out in all its glory, and that's played off the back foot, wide of the gully. Not in total control. He seemed to toss it into the shot, but I think he had that kind of area of the ground in the making as he pushes further up. This is a pretty good effort. Moves to 48. The total goes to 95 for 5. 95 for 5. Here's a story of Jamaica. We've been holding you up with respect to the action here. McCarthy was caught level off the bowling of Ali Muhammad for naught. That's McCarthy. McKenzie was caught Chandra Paul bowl Ali Muhammad.
Ghana.
King caught Imlach bowl Smith 4. Blackwood bowl Smith 2. Glenn bowl Smith 5. Barnes bowl Ali Muhammad 3. Thomas bowl Ali Muhammad 1. Smith caught Moti bowl Smith 4. Minley bowl Ali Muhammad 0. Shears Norton 2. Redwood was the last to go. First Sinclair bowl Ali Muhammad for 4. All out for 44. Let's resume with the action here. And that's Hammond down to his mid-off. It goes fairly slowly. I thought he would have been hit with more power. And the details of the bowling, we'll have to just wait as the next delivery is again played down towards mid-off. Smith had 13 overs, 4 for 21, and Ali Mohammed 11.5 overs, 6 for 17, the Guyana all-rounder. 45 was the lowest score before, as far as I remember, Guyana being bowled out by Jamaica at some minor part. This is maybe the new limit of 44, but you will wait for official announcements. Well, a shock of the day.
Yeah, not the best advert for the regional tournament, but we've had a number of centuries. So maybe it was the matter of time before the bowlers
Yes,
actually.
I think we've had
came back.
23,
Yep.
23 centuries. I'm glad I didn't give that to Sunil. That's turned away through mid-wicket. I'll explain later. They come back for the second. The return is on his way, but he'll be home in a flash. So 2 more to the total. Every run very important to the Leewards. 97 for 5. Yes, Guyana had previously scored 45 against Jamaica, and I think 44 is now the lowest first class. But that's unofficial. A delivery which is turning, and he allows the ball to turn into him. The missing leg stump in a long way. So a very strong position by the Windwards at this time. That's flashed away. A short, lovely shot. This is typical Hamilton. He likes scoring. He likes looking for opportunities to score. He's not one that is going to stay and prod. And they're trying to lift the Leewards as they move to 101 for 5. And Hamilton has gone to 14. Quick-footed.
Yeah, Hamilton, very busy player. You could see the way that he backed away to access the offside and played a very good shot, found the gap between the backward point and the extra cover. That 4 now takes him up to 14 and the partnership up to 42. So they're rebuilding nicely.
He got into the 90s this year. He got the 93. He would like to aim for that. I'm sure here in St. Lucia. He fixed that away. Was pitched outside like something. That's all the confidence in the world. He counts another single. 5 for 102. 5 for 102. In reply to Volcanoes 480. Scott 119, John 110, and Denver chipping in with 75 as drinks will now be offered. You can offer drinks, you don't have to take it. Some people are heading for the dressing room. Clock, my little old watch saying it's 4:15. So a bit of breaking the action. A long way for the Leewards to try and get there without any further loss when the bails are eventually lifted.
Yeah, Hamilton and Louis would have to bat really well in this last session. I think the priority for them would be to remain not out. I think this is what all the Hurricanes fans would want, for these 2 senior batsmen to stay out. But it's going to be a tough task with well over an hour remaining in the day's play. On the other hand, the Volcanoes will be hoping to at least get 1 or 2 more wickets before this evening to further get deeper into that batting lineup.
Yes, the partnership of 43. Again, we welcome new viewers to the And South Africa A, John continuing, no respite, turns that off the pad out towards the man down a deep backward square. So we change one Lucian voice for another. And welcome to the broadcast.
Yeah, thanks again, Reds. Interesting conversation that you were having with Dwight, and you mentioned a few times on air that we have this upcoming series against South Africa.
Yes, there will be, I'm told, I haven't seen a release, but Darren Sammy will be hosting one of those 8 test matches. That's Louis coming right forward. Well, certainly if you had to judge on performance, Louis looks very much the part.
Certainly does, especially when he is given the opportunity to come out onto that front foot. He looks a class apart.
Yes, he's played one or two beautiful straight drives.
Yes, and he looks quite superb when caressing the ball for the covers.
Well, he's a bit of a national hero in St. Kitts. For years, it was the other part of the federation that producing the West Indies players. He's one of 2 who have played Test cricket. The other played for England, played for Surrey, and got a medium fast bowler. That's taking the edge but dropping short. Well bowled, and just not carrying. Had that gone 12 inches further, it might have been a chance to just see the slip diving forward.
Would you put that down to some pace being extracted from the surface, just pace being removed?
Yes, I think he was able to take the outside edge.
The wicket certainly not as nippy as it was from yesterday.
Sun is going and coming, and the shadows begin to lengthen from the Johnson Charles stand. John from the commentary box end. Solid defensive shot. By the tall Louis. 6-3. Maybe 6-4.
Yes, but Reds, you mentioned that Michael Louis is looking quite good. And in some of the conversations, certainly around the region at this time, with the influx of centuries that we have seen, is there anyone that you feel is breathing down the neck of Michael Louis for a chance to open the batting at senior level?
Answer that in a moment. Full toss and losing his shape slightly, but still with one hand on the bat, was able to get it past the mid-on and down to the boundary for 4. Interesting shot. It was in the air for a long while, and not running his way on that occasion because that could have gone anyway. But it did clear the head of mid-on and had enough legs on this turtleback run to go into the boundary. 103 for 5, and Louis living a little dangerously brings up his 50.
Yes, so has achieved another milestone. And certainly the man in charge of reconstructing the innings for the Leeward's team. And yes, Red, you said that you would have gotten back to my question.
Yeah, the other contender seemed to be John Campbell, who unfortunately is missing this game against Guyana. Danjapur has not gotten any sort of form which suggests big scores are coming. I think he got 32 against Jamaica. So I will think that Louis is the leading candidate right now. Himself and John Campbell compete to open the innings with Braffett.
Has there been nothing from Zachary McCaskey from Barbados?
Yes, but I would think that the incumbent, that short and quickly, Hamilton hamming that through square cover down to the boundary for 4. McCaskey, he'll be knocking, but think when the selectors meet, they probably will go for the incumbent, maybe, or the people with test experience. But who knows? Who knows what they'll be looking for? There's a new information group that will report to Darren Sammy. They will make the final decision. This is a delivery where he turns it with the tide, looks for the signal, realized that Louis was coming through easily. So they've changed from what was established in 1928 when we had selectors. They've changed to the new structure. This is flicked away, but finds short turn, fine leg in the way, moving the left pad around, played it well, but it needed to be a couple of yards away to the left or right. That's off the back foot, and oh, beautiful shot. Too short, and seeing what, in fact, Hamilton did, was in a different direction, two extra cover. So the scoring is starting to pick up 116 for 5. This partnership is certainly growing. It's now what, 57?
It's both batters really imposing themselves on the off spin of Kenneth Demba. Not much turn deviation available for Demba off the surface. And both players opting to hit the offside field.
And for 18 of 4 overs, that's undriven past the bowler who tries to stretch across to parry it, but didn't make that time. So one more to Louis as he moves confidently forward to 57. So Demba's conceded 19 runs of 4.5, but he's been too short in this over. Again, this is tucked away. Louis in trouble, gets back. The return was all over the shop. It's fundamental that the non-striker, when the ball is played behind the man taking the strike, he should be able to see it, and he was out of the block, and it was Hamilton who said, no, it's not on. It's the end of the over. 5 for 117. We're now seeing a little bit of assistance coming to Hamilton, who's carrying an injury. We haven't seen any evidence that the injury is, in any way affecting him.
Good signs for the Leeward's team to have 2 of their talismanic players at the crease, full flow and full fitness. And the Windwards have some on the services of Daryl Cyrus, the leg spinner. We did mention that early on in the season he has picked up a 5-wicket haul.
Yeah.
But from what we've seen from Demba, he has not exhibited the control required. Finger spinners generally known for the control and consistency, but Demba, it is fair to say that he has not been allowed to settle. Batters have taken an early liking to his bowling.
When he hasn't helped himself by bowling too short, because they were able to get in the position and hit it through the covers. So the leg spin is hit hard into the ground and knocked down by the man as a short stretch cover. Leg spin generally felt harder to control than the finger spinner. He's full of action. He's off the back foot and gets it down to a falling man at the mid-on position. That's the captain. So the strike rotated. The leg spinner is always going to give the opportunity for scoring. The leg spinner is always likely to maybe break a partnership. Hammered, square, back came Hamilton, hit it smoothly. He's been quite impressive. This has been a good partnership. He's put together 60 and has reversed what has been a potential disaster for the Leewards. the scoreboard looked a lot better, 119 for 5, although it's not a great score in replying to 408.
Yes, but this partnership has the makings of significant substance. Jamal Hamilton has picked the length quite well. Generally seen that from wicket keepers. There is a loud appeal.
That looked like the googly, but maybe hit outside the line. But he didn't make a big step forward. He stayed in the crease and played at it. I think it's important with his height that he makes that big step and negates any googly. It was worth an appeal. So I'm going to the back footed. Nearly hits his non-striker. The bowler have no chance at all. He hit it very hard along the ground, I may say, as he pushing this total on to 123. And he looks very, very confident as he moves to a 62. And the partnership going up to 64. Very powerful off the back foot.
This one, a short delivery from Daryl Cyrus and spanked back past him with some ferocity. And Michael Louis, he looks a player in the mood. And this is what's required, Reds. When your team is under the pump, you need to fight back with some aggression.
Yes, with each boundary they're easing the pressure. Louis 60 off 102. That's swept away. There's more runs here for the Leewards, down to backward square, as the bowler Cyrus is outside the line of the leg stump. And certainly the Windwards will have to think of making some changes, because we have a situation where Demba is none for 23 of 5.1. And finally gets back into his position.
Really good, intelligent batting from the Leeward Islands players.
Typical of Hamilton, he's very keen to look for the bad ball. That one jumped a little bit on him as he pushed it out in the onside. There's no forward short leg, so he's quite safe. Solitary slip. That's Demba. And a skip and a jump. I guess they'll read a jumps at Hamilton. And it's like if he's stung by a bee, the way how he pulled the gloves away and maybe hit on the very hand, the left hand. He's bending over now and is asking for some assistance. So that ball making height and certainly has brought some pain and discomfort to Hamilton.
It's one of the main attributes of the surface at the Darren Sammy is the bounce. And Kenneth Demba, quite a tall off spinner in the mold of, let's say, Shane Shillingford, and able to extract some good bounce and had Jamal Hamilton in some discomfort.
There's the magical spray. We don't know exactly what is the injury, whether he got an open wound or he has split the nail, but he certainly responded when that ball bounced on the off spinner and quickly waved towards his dressing room and asked for some assistance. He's bending over as if he's in tremendous pain. He might have had a couple of painkillers earlier, but they tend to wear off after a while. So we have a stoppage here at 127 for 5. Louis is 62 and going well, and so is Hamilton, until that delivery that really bunks and supplies them. 26 Hamilton, Louis is 62, is 5 for 107 as players stop for some repairs to Hamilton.
Yes, but before that blow, Jamal Hamilton, he must be credited for the way he has approached the innings, along with Miguel Louis, because the Windwards have gone in with just the 5 bowlers. So tactically, if they're able to take apart one of them, it might force the reintroduction of the fast bowlers who have had some serious toil already for the day.
Well, there is an opportunity to bring the left-handed Hodge into action if necessary. Sure, he can produce normally some very tight overs. He has got that background. All is ready with Hamilton just simply holding the left hand very carefully. The bat is in the right hand, but now he picks it up with the left hand. So he's back in action. And, again, a little bit of bounce there from Denver. He's forward very watchfully.
The Reds, are you surprised to see that they have no short leg in this?
Well, it's a game where we've hardly seen the short legs. That's turn with the tie to the short right leg. But these two have eased the pressure, but there's a long way to go. They're not chasing 280, they're chasing 480. So the Windwards has got to be patient, but they've got to appreciate that these two have played very well. Louis, the non-striker, on 62, and Hamilton, who has put together a very quick 26 of 40 deliveries. He started very slowly, but he's been looking to try and put the bad ball away. Anything that's short goes through the covers. Well forward. And a little defensive shot, and the ball is rolled out to the offside. So yet another was completed. 127 for 5, 127 for 5. And for those of you who might have been away from the action, we can tell you that Henry was caught Tyson, bowled John for 8, a magnificent catch. It was going over the boundary. He managed to parry it. He got over the rope and was able to jump back and take it. Party was caught Hodge, a slip of the bowling of John for 4, loose shot outside the off stump. Lowe was caught Ambrose for John 5. Andrews was bowled by Tyson for outscoring. Graves was caught John bowled Tyson for 6. So that's the story of the scorecard. It's going to be Cyrus to continue with the leg breaks. Always nice to see a leggy. Not too many around. And that's struck in the pan, but going down leg, no. Just a raising of the hands from the bowler. And Hamilton having a word at long range. Outside the line of the off stump, he's thinking of going after it, and then better judgment, let it go through to the keeper.
Yes, I really was interested in the battle between the spinners and Mikael Louis, especially after he had such a torrid time in the conditions out there in Pakistan.
Yes, so he left a tremendous gap coming forward. And sometimes he was rushing the spinners, bowled through the gate. But he hasn't looked very vulnerable to the spin. A single that brings Hamilton into strike, 128 for 5. Hamilton is struck in front, but no real appeal to support the bowler. But it was good enough. Might have gotten a bit of an edge onto it. Well, the appeal. Hamilton with the left leg drawn back. Open stance. Goes onto the back foot and plays out to the offside. The overs are coming through fast and furious.
It's very interesting that the leg spin of Daryl Cyrus, it seems to offer some more control than the finger spin of Kenneth Demba.
Yes, that's a fair point. He's hardly bowled a rank bad ball, and on a couple of occasions he's got the googly going.
Yes, and interestingly enough, the googly seems to offer him some more turn than the regulation leg break.
Well, that's saying a lot, but he's got to show the googly, but not overshow it.
Right. Seems that there will be a bowling change as the wicketkeeper Benjamin takes off the helmet and two fielders are posted in the slip cordon. Seems to be Shadrach Descott being reintroduced. We had mentioned that Demba had not offered the captain the level of control that he would have wanted at this point in the game.
Well, there's also a change of a willow. In fact, he's not happy with none of them, and right now, as far as I can see, Lowy is just putting the gloves on. Yes, he's got a bat under his left arm, which was blocked by his body. So a change of willow, and maybe a new pair of gloves. He takes a new guard. So it's starting all over again. 128 for 5. He's on 63 out of 109 deliveries. And he is just a little late in coming forward as the Scot starts a new over. So be very, very pleased with the fact that he's able to produce a very good 100. And sometimes when you do well with the bat, it really is reflected in your bowling ability.
Yes, we've seen it many times. But Shadrach right now could be experiencing both the blessing and the burden of being an all-rounder after batting for such a long time and quite superbly. Now basically having to be the workhorse of the bowling unit.
Another solid defensive shot from Louis. They could turn to Hodge, as I said, but right now they're sticking to their 5 bowlers that they have chosen.
Even the captain himself, Alec Affan, is a good option, handy option with the ball.
That's true. Partnership of 6 to 9. Just got off that straight approach, but then goes very wide. And need to vary that. He needs to get close to the stumps. So the angle is a little different. But he doesn't often use the crease as he maybe should.
Yes, but Reds, when I was listening to the commentary yesterday, I heard you and Claudius having an interesting conversation. I just wanted to follow up on that. After this ball, I will fill you in. He's right on the
ball. Is a loud appeal, as if there was no bat onto that, but he did get the left part outside the line of the off stump. Didn't get any support from slip and keeper. And umpire didn't have maybe too much thinking to do. But the Scot did go up. You were talking about some discussion yesterday?
Yes, I remember Claudius Emmanuel had asked you to guess the average of Jason Mohammed. And your response was, he's 38 years old. So, as an experienced man in the com box, I really needed your take, given that he has exhibited such superb performances.
Well, I think.
Are you saying that his age is?
I think that when the age reflects his experience, and I think that Claudius knew exactly that I was aware of his fantastic average. So I was complimenting him in a sense by putting those back-to-back scores. In fact, this is the lowest score he's got in this present game. Scott beats on, he did not get the inside edge, and that really came back. And I think he was a little lucky there not to get the inside edge, ending up with a very good delivery.
Yes, most certainly. Descott has bowled well without reward. A number of times he's bowled some deliveries which are shaved the off stump, but
Yeah, finishing very strong.
Yeah.
Excellent delivery to end the over. As Claudius Emmanuel comes in to reinforce the commentary panel.
yes, so it will be Daryl Cyrus to continue. Cyrus has threatened both edges of the bat. The score 128 for 5. Cyrus garnering some good pace on the surface, and the googly has turned quite sharply. Grabbed the batters on the pads on a few occasions. This one is lofted, but the batters go through for a safe single. Hamilton trying to inject some positivity and impetus to Innings. As oh my goodness, a full toss. This one heaved away, not quite timed, but it lands in the acreage of space on the onside. A real wayward delivery from Daryl Cyrus. Full toss over the waist. Welcome back, Claudius.
Thank you. Yes. Cyrus will continue.
Yes, so Michael Louis definitely had the opportunity to deposit this one out of the stadium. Possibly a bit over eager to do so. Spanking this one out the front foot. Really loves coming forward and stroking the ball for the offside. Cyrus having some difficulty landing his deliveries in this over. A good attempt outside the line of the off stump this time. But yes, Claudius, I was just rehashing that conversation that you were having with Reds, and I feel like he may have quite skillfully gotten out of this one. I just really needed Cyrus just rifling back the throw, keeping the batters honest. Yes, Claudius, but after this over, I would just really need your take on that conversation. There's keen interest in this tournament as he pushes this one down the ground for a single. Single which will end the over and take the score to 133 for 5. And Michael Louis takes his tally to 66. So yes, Claudius, talk to us about that conversation yesterday.
Or was it this morning? I think it was actually this morning.
Was it?
Yes, I think it was this morning. So I was looking at the stats produced by our scorer, Roland Cox, and, it showed the prolific season that Jason Mohammed was asking. And indeed, his average was an exorbitant 241 point something. And I knew Reds would not necessarily have come up with that total because it's an unusual measure or at an unusual level.
It's Descott bowling a good delivery again to Michael Louis. But yes, but what is the implication of that?
No, but his answer to me took me off guard because I said average, and he asked me Jason Mohammed's age. So for a while, I thought that he was saying that in jest, because I said average. So he said age. So I'm telling you his age. So for a while, I wasn't sure what he was onto.
Oh my goodness. Descott, he got the edge. He's been bowling well all day without reward, and there was the opportunity. This one going in that vacant area in the cordon. Induced the mistake, and Michael Louis quite fortunate. You would call that the educated edge, Claudius.
Indeed. In fact, this has been a good spell by Shadrach. He has come back. I think that's the second over of the spell. He troubled Michael Louis in previous over. And because we had the LBW shout, that was a close one. And getting the edge and just going in the gap in the slip cordon. So good work by Descat in the spell.
Descott. Another good delivery. So you can see that there's a clear plan from Descott where he's every once in a while just floating one outside the line of the off stump and really tempting the batters. He's gotten the edge a few times already, but on each occasion they've landed short of the fielders. But the full-blooded drive from Michael Louis, the Windwards team would be ruining the fact that they left that massive gap in the cordon. It's shot and wide and spanked to the fielder at deep cover. He made a valiant effort, but so great was the timing on this one from Michael Louis that the fielder really had no chance. 4 more runs to Michael Louis.
Yes, and nicely put away. Louis with his 13th boundary goes to 74, short and wide, and put away nicely. It's one thing to trouble him with good deliveries, but one thing about Louis, he does put away the loose balls and a spanking back foot drive, beating the man at the sweeper position.
Fielder was placed for that exact delivery, but Louis looking good. Makes an effort to turn this one off the pad. Unsuccessful. Claudius, I was asking the implication of the runs from Jason Mohammed, because we know that the viewers and listeners and those persons with a keen love for West Indies cricket are tuned in to the stats, tuned into the performances of our players. New coach for the test team. There is a loud appeal again. But again, the appeal turned down. Yes, on replay, we could just see that we definitely support the umpire in that decision. This one clearly slanting down the leg side. Yes, Claudius. Persons all around the region are interested because this seems to be a tournament of note where the batsmen are really standing up and demanding to be counted.
Well, except for the Jamaica innings today. Aberration, we'll say. We were not sure what exactly transpired at Sabina Park, but yes, we have seen a number of hundreds. In fact, there's been a suggestion that perhaps it's the new ball that we are using. Are we using the Duke or the Kookaburra now?
What is that we can do?
So definitely have to investigate that.
Yes.
This could have contributed.
In fact, our statistician reminds us that the bowlers are also taking wickets. Quite true. Cyrus.
He over pitches this one, and Jamal Hamilton takes full pull over delivery that dropped in the slot. Jamal Hamilton has been threatening with some aggression, eager to put away some bad deliveries, and Cyrus on this occasion offered up a gift and gleefully accepted by the elegant stroke maker.
Indeed, Hamilton going to 31 with that boundary. So bowlers have also been taking wickets. 26 wickets by Carey Pierre after 3 rounds. He's at the top of the tree as Hamilton plays Cyrus into the offside, no run. He has taken a best of 8 for 27, average of 8.73, which is very low. 3-5 wicket hauls for Carey Pierre off the back foot. Hamilton not able to beat the backward square leg. So, yes, it's been a rich and interesting series with 3 rounds so far, and statisticians are no doubt very glued to the action as they compile the various statistics. Hamilton going forward to another Cyrus delivery.
Yes. But Claudius, one thing that the viewers are interested in is what's going to happen with the squad. Players would have been interested in this game in particular, especially with regards to Mikael Louis and Casey Carty. Casey Carty has struggled, in all honesty, at the international level, at the test level, because we know that in white ball cricket there he has been quite good, and we have enjoyed his performances in maroon. But when the whites have been on, it has been a bit of a struggle.
Yes, Hamilton completing the over with 2 dot balls. I would say that Mikael Louis has answered any potential threats to his position with 100, and now he's in the process of, well, he's 3/4 ways there to another one. So I would argue that Mikael Louis is safe. Carty, I think, is under a little bit of pressure because he hasn't really produced.
So then the question would be, with such attractive performances with bat in hand, who do you believe is breathing down the neck of Casey Carty?
Well, it's sort of difficult to pinpoint a particular player because, the selectors would be looking at a number of criteria. A number of players have scored hundreds, but that does not necessarily mean that you automatically get picked on the West Indies team.
Benjamin.
On the leg side, reaction from the players suggesting that maybe there was some bat on that. Benjamin did not take it down the leg side. And maybe a case of some bat on that. Louis looking to almost strangle himself down the leg side, but the keeper not taking.
Yes. But Greg, interestingly enough, you mentioned the selectors, but the Reds informed that there are no more selectors, that things have changed.
Well, they are selectors. There's a different process. They start to Louis driving into the gap, but the sweeper is posted, so they'll probably just take 2 as the return coming in. So 2 to Louis, taking him to 76, 147 for 5. So we've got the head coach, Darren Sammy, and we've got 2, how do they call them? The term eludes me now. We have the 6 territorial identifiers of talent, as well as the two scouts, one for the women, one for the men, I think, or is it 2 for the men? So there's a system.
So not selecting talent identifiers.
Talent identifiers feeding into that central system. And so that constitutes what we would have called the selectors in the past.
Right.
A different system. We'll have to wait and see how it pans out, how it works. There's Scott from the south moving in to Louis. Outside the off stump, Louis allows it to go low down to Benjamin.
Yes, let's go 145 for 5 here at the Darren Sammy Stadium. But again, Claudia, so with 3 centuries, the question people would want to know, would they see a Jason Mohammed being asked to come out of retirement to enter into the test team?
That's harsh. That's harsh, Jamal. Retirement?
But hasn't he retired?
He has?
Yes, he has.
Okay.
Yes, he's a legend now.
Outside off stump? And
so would it be a fair call?
So 145 for 5. Scott moving in to Louis. Louis hits it down to mid-on, and there is no run. So the over coming to an end. Over number 38, 145 for 5. And we've got 14 overs left. 147, correction? 147 for 5. The scoreboard indicating 14 overs left.
Yes, so Daryl Cyrus called upon to continue. And in the tournament, we've seen some efforts to incentivize leg spin bowling as well. I'm understanding, Claudia, that there is a sort of youth CPL. That's what persons are calling it on the ground, but basically a T20 tournament coming up soon. There was a draft where it was mandated that you must have a leg spinner in the team. Have you heard about that?
No, I haven't, but of course it's good to see more cricket being played, as Hamilton looking to swing and does so to backward square leg and into the boundary for 4. So Hamilton continuing to look to be aggressive again. Anything against them, anything loose, he goes to 35 and the 150 coming up for the Leeward Hurricanes. The partnership now going to 92. So work by those two. And they have really put together a good partnership for the 6th wicket. Hamilton this time back and playing square into the offside. So Hamilton has gone to 35 from 53. Louis 76 from 132. The Hurricanes still trail by 329. Cyrus to Hamilton, driving into the offside. And there is no run yesterday. Don't know if Coxie can remind us of when did we close. It's just a little after 5 local time forward is Hamilton. The scoreboard is suggesting 13 overs after this. So we finished at 20-6. So that suggests, if we had to go by that with the light, maybe another half an hour of more play. So I don't think we'll get those 13 in, but we can get maybe most of them. Hamilton hitting hard into the ground, back to the bowler. 151 for 5. This is the 39th over of the innings. Hamilton playing forward to complete over number 39 at the end of it. 5 for 151. Hamilton 35, Louis 76.
Because you really need to, again, admire the work of Hamilton. With a lovely sweep shot in that last over. Wicket keepers tend to be good judges of length by virtue of the interaction of the surface, responding to deliveries of the surface for the entire day. Surely, when they come in front of the stumps to bat, they would have a good understanding of what is required.
Yes, and they tend to do well. It is also felt that, particularly to spinners, if they can read the various variations behind the stumps, well, they can also negotiate when they're in front of the stumps And Hamilton, he has had a decent record of doing so, having made his way into the West Indies team and looking to remain in contention with the selectors, even with the new process in place. Descart. No, it's not Descart. It's that's now didn't judge that at all. The substitute fielder, that looked like Jonelle Eugene who's out there. And well, didn't really judge that well as Tyson has come back for a new over. And a single taken by Louis. But I think Eugene, the substitute, didn't really pick that up.
It was certainly part of the plan from Tyson. Remember that his first ball back after the break, he did pick up a wicket. He went straight for the gate. This time around, his first ball opting to go somewhere for the badge of the helmet, inducing a false stroke from Mikael Louis, but
Tyson to Hamilton now, off the back foot, hit hard into the ground and almost took out Atterdays after point position. It was traveling and good fielding by Atterdays. Well, had he not taken that, I think he might have been taken out.
his face would have been in a spot of bother there.
But again, Hamilton, ferocious cut stroke, went back and really gave it the full treatment.
Yes, and violence in the stroke play from
Indeed, 152 for 5. Tyson to Hamilton. Played airborne, but it will just drop short of the fielder Pascal coming in from forward square. So Tyson's comeback over is causing things to happen. Louis almost being caught by Eugene, the substituted long leg. And now Hamilton. Extra bounce. Not really handling it, almost giving a catch to short mid-wicket. Tyson looking for the 6th wicket for the Volcanoes to Hamilton. Hamilton gets a no ball and plays it square into the offside. What more to the total? 153 for 5. Tyson looking to make things happen.
Yes, and we had just discussed Hamilton, and you mentioned that he would certainly have his eyes set on a return to the test team like most players would, but what would you have to say about the performances from Joshua De Silva? 3 centuries now in the tournament.
Tyson to Hamilton. Big drive and a miss outside the off stump. It was in the slot. Hamilton eyes lit up. I thought he would have crashed that into the offside. It wasn't far from the outside edge. Benjamin taking. And Tyson continuing to make things happen. But no success for him. Picked up the 2 wickets. Those of Andrew and Graves. And continuing to probe away as we come to the end of day 2. Balls to Hamilton, this time wide. And Benjamin has to take it diving away in front of the first slip. So the total remains 153 for 5. The performance of Joshua De Silva is exactly what an incumbent West Indian player needs to do. Produce so that you close any opportunities for wannabes to come in. So Joshua De Silva must be commended for demonstrating his quality at the original first-class level. Driven into the offside and knocked down as the over is completed. So 153 for 5. So my view, Jamal, is that the incumbent West Indian players need to dominate, stamp their authority in the regional T20, in the regional 4-day, making it difficult for other guys to come in.
Yes,
And those guys, of course, must continue to push so as you have that interplay of incumbents and wannabes, the general standard of the cricket is improved.
yes, but the difficulty comes, for example, in the case of Joshua De Silva, you've seen 3 centuries, but the incumbent now is Tim Imla. Has he had performances of note that for you would warrant his um, re-inclusion in the team? And do you feel that he has done enough to secure a place regardless of performance in the tournament?
Right. So you are right. In fact, for a while there, I got my incumbents mixed up, not remembering that, in fact, it's Imlak who's on the West Indies team. But of course, Joshua De Silva was
Right.
recently
He's in the squad.
on the team. Exactly. So another delivery by Cyrus into Louis. Louis playing back to the bowler. So let the good performances contend and give Darren Sammy and company what to do. That's my view. It's all very interesting. Driven along the ground, long off posted. Jonel Eugene doing the fielding. So one more to Louis. Inching closer to that 100. 78 now, 22 away. And protecting his position at the top of the West Indies test order. Cyrus to Hamilton. Hamilton is forward.
Yes, it's an interesting phrase that you
Indeed.
use, God, just protecting your place.
Absolutely.
Can the same be said of guys like Hodge and Afanese? Hodge did put 1 century on the board. Afanese has yet to deliver in that
Hamilton back,
magnitude.
outer portion of the bat and down to third man ahead of Athenaeus and into the boundary for 4. Hamilton going to 39 as the Leewards Hurricanes take their effort to 158 for 5. Yes, we have spoken about the 2 Dominicans. So Hodge has put in an important marker with his 100 in the previous rounds, but Athenaeus must be seen to be under some level of pressure, having not yet contributed. A delivery that is turned. And
No
will
doubt
bring
about the
Hamilton
quality.
a single. He goes to 41.59 for 5 at the end of the over.
Yes, no doubt about the quality of those 2 players. They have put in some performances of note for the West Indies team. But as you've been saying, once you've taken a step down to the regional level, you must show your worth.
Indeed, 100 partnership coming up with that single between Hamilton and Mikael Louis. So very good repair job by these 2. The contribution of Hamilton, of course, 40. And Mikael Louis, 78. The Hurricanes, they still trail by 321. They've had 41 overs. And Tyson will continue to Hamilton. Head shot. Beautiful catch, the end of Hamilton. It was outside the off stump and pushing the bat there was Hamilton. And it took the edge and flew towards first slip. But Benjamin was the man who was in position and getting a good catch two-handed. So the end of Hamilton. Fought Benjamin bowled Tyson for 40. And the 6th wicket going down. Windward Islands Volcanoes getting the wicket of Hamilton. Right, Thomas, what a way to welcome you.
Yes, Tyson doing the business for his captain. Alec Athenaeus brought him on for his second spell, hoping that he would break the 100-run partnership. Hamilton and Louis they put on 100 for the 6th wicket, but he doing in previous over, he did create some half opportunities. Jonel may have missed out on one deep fine leg, one just dropped short of Pascal at mid-wicket. But on this occasion, he found the edge, and Benjamin safely takes the catch.
Indeed. So, big man Rakeem Cornwall is coming out. And somebody in the box is asking, what's coming out there? As if there is a question mark as to who the incoming batsman is. The one and only Rakeem Jimbo Cornwall, the captain of the Leeward Islands team, the Hurricanes. He has some work to do. A difficult period, you would say, as we come towards the end of day 2. Still 11 overs left, but based on last night's close of play, you suspect that we're not going to get as many as 11, maybe 5 or 6. So it's going to be an awkward period for Cornwall. And the question is, how will the big man play? Because it's got a little dicey period to deal with. First delivery to Cornwall. Tyson moving in. And Cornwall squaring up, plays it up to mid-off. And there's no run. Let me put a quiz to you, Dwight. How will Cornwall play?
I think that is the question of the evening. Knowing Rakeem Cornwall by nature, he's a very aggressive batter who likes to hit the ball over into the stands. But with the situation of the game and not much left in the day, it's going to be interesting to see how he approaches this inning.
And not only that, he's the captain, so a certain level of responsibility is on his shoulder. Tyson to Cornwall, down the leg side, and good stop by Benjamin. Cornwall looking to just get a little bit on it to flick it away into the vacant fine leg position. Not successful. Good work by Benjamin. To his right, making sure that he was able to stop it. For Cornwall, slip on a gully, deep backward point, extra cover, squarish cover, mid-off, mid-on, forward square, and long leg. The shadows really lengthening as we come to the end of day 2. Tyson to Cornwall. Cornwall pulling. Will get off the mark to Jonelle Eugene, who fires the return at the end that Cornwall is walking to. But Cornwall had it well under control. We know that Cornwall will not do a lot of running. So he tends to walk his singles. And Eugene looking to capitalize on it. But Cornwall was safe. He's off the mark. Louis in strike. Tyson to Louis. Yorker dug out. Well bowled, well played. And Louis surviving a good delivery. Had to spread the legs to get the bottom of the bat onto that good cricket.
Yeah. Tyson looking for that full Yorker. He did attempt one when Rakeem Cornwall was on strike, but that one just wasn't on target. But this one bang on target. But Louis looked for the challenge.
Tyson from the southern end to Louis. Louis drives. Oh, good stop. Looks like Ran John who got that. Oh, in fact, it's Descartes, number 57, diving away to his right. Saved the short boundary there because that was nicely timed by Louis. Being denied the boundary at the end of the over. He gets 161 for 6. 10 overs left in the day.
Yeah, very good over from Tyson. Successful over. He did exactly what was required. Partnership of 100. I think Alec Anthony's would have asked him to go on and get me a wicket, and he delivered. In his 9 overs so far, he's picked up 3 for 30. So definitely doing a very good job for the Windward Island Volcanoes.
161 for 6. So Louis getting himself on strike with the single in the last over. Last ball of the over, I should say. Cyrus, the leg spinner, will continue. 6 overs, no maidens, not for 26. For Louis, solitary slip, long off, long on, deep mid wicket, deep extra cover. Cyrus from the northern end, over the wicket. And Louis is forward. Benjamin going towards square leg to pick up. So Louis, 79. Pretty high percentage of boundaries. He has hit 13 of them. Scoring at 56.4. But I don't think he'll mind that. He wants to bat to the end of the day and more tomorrow. We'll get a single to long on. They can virtually walk that. I think the type of singles that Cornwall enjoys, just walking them. Comes into strike. 162 now for 6. He's on 1. No field change for Cornwall. Cyrus to Cornwall. Forward. As you would imagine from Cornwall. Very economical in his expenditure of energy. Just coming forward and blocking the ball. Cyrus to Cornwall. Cornwall driving will get a single. This time he ambles through. And that's all he needs to do because it's the long off fielder who's coming into field. One more to the total, 163 for 6. Louis back in strike. He's on 80. And Cyrus to him. Louis forward. And plays up on the offside. Cyrus comes into field. Something occurring in the mind of Louis will be whether he should push towards the 100. I guess if he's thinking of the 3-figure, maybe he's just thinking to just bat and bat and bat, so it's not material for him. 20 away, drive in nicely, we'll get a single to long off. And the return from Eugene to the end to which Cornwall is going. But Cornwall safely in at the end of the over. 164 for 6. Louis 81, Cornwall 2. 9 overs left in the day.
Yeah, Daryl Cyrus showing some good control. Usually leg spin is one of the most difficult arts in the game. But to be fair to him so far, he's really showing some good control. Again, not much turn on offer. We don't expect it's a day 2 wicket. We don't expect that much turn. But what he has done is some control, not giving too many bad balls away. And that is exactly what the captain needs. Because he has Tyson, who's bowling an attacking line and length at the other end.
Tyson. 3 for 30 from his 9 to Louis. Louis is struck on the pad, but no appeal, except maybe from the first slip. No appeal from Tyson. And maybe going down the leg side. But I think Cornwall doesn't quite like the looks of that, so calls Louis for a chat in mid-pitch. And Louis, in fact, going down on the floor and maybe needing some assistance from the dressing room. That ball maybe hit on the thigh pad or thumb. He's in a spot of bother on his back and holding the right thigh. So as assistance comes out from the dressing room.
Yeah, by the looks of it, height may have been too high. By the looks of it, may have hit him just around the thigh area, maybe an area the thigh guard doesn't cover.
And quite a bit of byplay there. In spite of all that, Kavim Hodge comes in and slaps him on the same area. I guess all good-natured. And, of course, teammates.
Yep.
And Kavim Hodge making it more difficult for Louis, who is getting a bit of respite as he gets assistance from the dressing room. We are getting towards the end of day 2. 164 for 6, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. And they're still looking to extend whatever proceedings we have. I think they would not mind the time that is being consumed here, as they want to face maybe as few deliveries as possible before the close of play.
I was just about to say maybe that was a bit strategic. Mikhail Louis maybe thinking of coming back tomorrow and trying to ensure there's as few overs as possible in the day's play.
Well, the assistance has been delivered, and so Louis will resume. 164 for 6. So Louis has batted really well. 81 from 144 balls. And he wants to complete the job. Of course, the Volcanoes team, they want to dislodge Louis. Tyson continuing to Louis. Louis plays a loose shot outside the off stump. A shot coming from a man who has just had an interruption in his innings, a break in concentration. But luckily for him, no touch to the keeper.
And not the shot that you want to be playing at this stage of the innings and at the end of the day.
So Tyson, in his 10th over, has gotten the ball to deviate in both directions. Coming into the right-handers and away. From the south, he comes into Louis. Louis gets a back of a length delivery. And he's ringing the right hand. Maybe ball hitting high up on the fingers. In fact, some jarring of the right thumb there, maybe. As the bounciness of the track still in evidence. Cornwall coming down to just help Louis compose himself and continue the battle. Louis says, I'm okay, Skip. It's all par for the course. It's part of battling away as a batter. Oh, Yorker dug out once again. And Tyson, right on target. And Louis being made to work here for this innings and really underlining the quality of the innings because the bowling has been really demanding.
Yeah, Tyson bowling a real testing spell there, but Louis is right up for the challenge, right up for the battle. He's doing battle not only for himself, but the entire Leeward Islands.
Tyson probing away to Louis. Louis turns it. We'll get at least a couple out towards mid-wicket. No, they just settling for one. And on this occasion, it was not Cornwall settling for one. It was actually Louis who just trotted up to the non-striker's end. So 1 to Louis. He goes to 82. Cornwall on 2 will come in to strike. Slip on a gully. Extra cover. Backward point, mid-off, sweeper. All in the shadows. Tyson to Cornwall, struck on the pad. Given! Yes, a full delivery. And Cornwall looking to play on the onside. And almost sensing that he was in trouble. Didn't even really look towards the umpire initially. As, oh my golly, that hit the back pad. And Cornwall trapped in front. LBW to Tyson for 2. 165 now for 7. A big wicket for the Volcanoes.
Yep, this is, as we look at the replay, this is as calm as you would get it. Pretty straight, pretty full by Tyson, searching for that Yorker. And Cornwall very late on that one. Has to go. And by the looks of it, with that fall of the wicket, I think the umpires have called time.
Indeed, at 5:30 local time. So that is curtains for day 2. And what a way to end. Disappointingly for the Leeward's Hurricanes as the big wicket of their captain going. So LBW for 2 Cornwall. That's the final action on day 2. A day that started with the Windwards resuming from the day 1 position of 364 for 7. and they were able to push their total to 480 all out with 100, an additional 100 this time for Ryan John, and a good knock from Demba as well. And in reply, the Leewards 167 for 5, correction, 165 for 7, and still trail by over 300. I make it 315, if my arithmetic is correct. Dwight, your assessment on the day that we have seen so far, day 2 of this encounter.
I think the Windward Islands Volcanoes could be very pleased with the situation of the game. Like you said, they resumed on the overnight score and they were able to get to 480. And the bowlers have responded very nicely, especially the 2 opening bowlers in Tyson and John, 4 wickets and 3 wickets respectively. And as of right now, the Windward Islands are firmly in control of this game at the end of day 2. Leeward still trail by 315, and they're pretty much into the lower order. And I'm sure the Windward Islands will have hopes and aspirations of getting them out within the first session of tomorrow.
Indeed. So let's recap for you what we have seen. So 364 for 7 when the day started, with Ryan John on 71 and Kenneth Demba on 18. The scorecard for the Windwards Volcanoes is as follows. Jeremy Solozano, he was Joseph Bolt Thomas 6, Stephen Pascal, he was LBW Thomas 25, Kavim Hodge, Bol Louis Bolt Thomas 9, Alec Atanaz, Bol Greaves, beg your pardon, 13, Sunil Ambris, LBW Thomas 35, Shidrak Descat, Hamilton Bowl Gore 19, Jovan Benjamin, LBW 2 Penny Feather for 30. And of course, all of those batsmen being dismissed on day 1. And today, Kenneth Demba, he remained not out on 75. Ryan John, he was caught Andrew Bowl Graves for 109. His figure is 178 balls, 11 fours and 4 sixes. And we also had Darrell Cyrus picking up 6. He was caught Andrew Bowl Graves. And then Dylan Tyson, LBW Cornwall for 2. The bowling figures, Azari Joseph, 26 overs, 5 maidens, not for 108. O'Shane Thomas, 21 overs, 4 maidens, 4 for 66. Justin Graves, 26 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 102. Rakeem Cornwall, 20.3 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 66. And Cameron Pennyfeather, 15 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 19. We also had Kadeem Henry, overs, no maidens, not for 16. And Karima Go, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 19. The Windwards 480 all out from 116.3 overs with 51 extras, 22 byes, 18 leg byes, 5 wides, and 6 no balls. And in reply, the Leewards 165 for 7 of their 44 overs, and their scorecard reads as follows. Mikhail Louis not out 82, 148 balls, 13 fours. Kadeem Henry caught Tyson Bowl Ryan John 8. Casey Catty caught Hodge Bowl Ryan John 4. Karima Gore caught Sunil Ambris Bowl Ryan John 5. Joel Andrew was bowled by Tyson for 1. Joel Andrew bowled Tyson without scoring. Justin Graves caught Ryan John bowled Tyson 6. Jamal Hamilton, didn't see him come to do wicket-keeping duties because of the finger injury, but was able to battle valiantly in the end, going Club Benjamin bowled Tyson 40, and Rakeem Cornwall in what turned out to be the last ball of the day, LBW to Tyson for 2. So 165 for 7 from 44 overs, extras 18, made of 9 byes, 4 leg byes, and 5 no balls. The bowling for the Windwards Volcanoes, Ryan Hines, a tremendous all-round performance. 10 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 26. Dylan Tyson, 10 overs, no maidens, 4 for 31. The pick of the bowlers, Shadrak Tiskat, a little unlucky, 11 overs, no maidens, 1 maiden correction, not for 43. Kenneth Demba, 6 overs, 1 maiden, not for 23. And Daryl Cyrus still spinner. 7 overs, no maidens, not for 29. So that is the position at Stumps on day 2 at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. The Windwards 480 all out. And in reply, the Leewards 165 for 7. They trail by still 315 runs. So as we get ready to say goodbye, we ask you to join us tomorrow morning, local time at 10 a.m. for more action. And so on behalf of the entire team, this is Claudius Emmanuel saying good night. Join us tomorrow.